Really excited about the team, about this group that we have together.
I think that having everyone, another year around one another is going to be big, and being a little bit more comfortable with one another.
I think it's definitely a different mindset, trying to prove people right than trying to prove people wrong.
Very talented club. The first sign of a good team is pitching and defense.
We're a very close-knit group. We have a lot of guys that we have a great relationship with each other.
I think everyone's just hungry for this year. And like I said, whatever happened in the past don't really matter. It's time to win, and we all feel that way.
There's definitely a sense of urgency to kind of do a little bit more than we did last year.
Ultimately, the work that was done this offseason by players, I feel like puts us in a really strong position.
The wait is over. After a long, cold winter, Blue Jays baseball returns under the sunny Florida skies in Dunedin, Florida. The fans are ready, getting their uniforms.
Ready. First day. Go get them.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to TD Ballpark. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Buck Martinez. And Buck, after a disappointing end to the 2023 season and not a ton of changes to the roster headed into 2024, what is the mood and the energy around the team right now?
Well, Ben, the mood around baseball is always optimistic this time of the spring. Everybody feels good about their chances, but I think specifically with this Blue Jays ball club, they understand they have to be better. 89 wins a year ago, and that was only good enough for third place. And, of course, the disappointing finish to the season in the wild card series against Minnesota. They didn't run the bases well. They didn't have a good clutch-hitting team. They've got to be better at scoring runs without hitting home runs.
And trying to lead from the front in that effort, taking on more of a leadership role, Bo Bichette, the shortstop.
Well, Ben, we know what a good player Bo has been throughout the early part of his career, but now he's taken on a little different role. He's a leader. He asked John Snyder if he could speak to the team at the start of spring training, and one of his messages was, we have to be better, including me, Bo Bichette. I've got to be better at my job, and we all have to be better as a team. Bo told me yesterday, he said, I think we're good enough to win. Now I want to really find out if we can win. And you know what? You choose to be a leader, you've got to lead every day.
I think we are all interested to find out if this team can win at the rate that they think they can. They thought they'd have Ricky Tiedemann starting today in this opening game of spring training, but for more information on why that's not the case, here's Hazel May.
Ben, well, the club's top prospect was scheduled to make the start today, but an MRI revealed some inflammation between his left hamstring and calf, which overall is good news, but he is still day-to-day. And that means right-hander Chad Dallas will now make the start. Dallas was supposed to follow Tiedemann this afternoon. Dallas was a top under-the-radar prospect last season. Pitching coach Pete Walker telling me what caught his attention was Dallas's maturity. He's aware of what he can do on the mound, he told me. He's very confident, of course, still developing, but has an overall good feel for pitching. We're looking forward to checking out Dallas's 5-pitch mix this afternoon.
Certainly, Hazel, and we're also looking forward to checking out Justin Turner, a member of the new look 2024 Blue Jays. They kick off Grapefruit League action against the Phillies next on SportsCenter.
In the air to deep left field. X marks the spot. Xander Bogaerts, first home run in a Padres uniform. Welcome to San Diego, Xander Bogaerts.
4-seam fastball. I tell you what, that is right in the hot zone of Xander Bogaerts. Stay tuned to that. We're all over the hot zone. And Xander Bogaerts is hot his first at-bat.
Left field. McCormick back. It's over his head. The Guardians walk it off. Chill Will Brennan gives the Guardians their only lead of the night. And it only took 14 innings to get there. His first career walk-off hit will be one to remember.
Introducing MLB Moments. These are once-in-a-lifetime fan experiences that you have a chance to win. Like playing in the MLB All-Star Celebrity Softball Game, attending the All-Star Red Carpet Show presented by T-Mobile, announcing a Mariners pick on draft day, and going on the field before the T-Mobile Home Run Derby. Enter for a chance to be a part of
Sportsnet Plus. Welcome back to sunny Dunedin, Florida. Ben Schulman and Buck Martinez ahead of the Phillies and the Blue Jays in the Grapefruit League opener for Toronto here at TD Ballpark. Appreciate you joining us today. Both teams just got announced. The Blue Jays about to head out on the field, and the excitement, Buck, you can kind of feel it in the air around here. TD Ballpark is packed, and people can't wait to see this Blue Jays team again.
Yeah, this is a special time of the spring, Ben, obviously. The players are anxious, the fans are anxious, the weather is spectacular. You know, the last week or so, we've had a couple of rainy days. It's been a little cooler than normal. I know it's not Toronto cool, but it's a beautiful day, and the anticipation is terrific. You can see all Hawaiian shirts. That was part of a giveaway today at TD Ballpark. And you know what? There's so much to be optimistic about with this team. You know, they didn't have a lot of major changes, but the players they brought in are pros. They're baseball players, and that's going to complement this team very well.
Yeah, and they feel that they can get a lot of internal improvement out of this team. Where do you look for spots where maybe they could be better than they were last year? More abstractly, not specific guys.
Well, I think it's the approaches we talked about in the open. You know, you got to find a way how to score runs against the top pitchers, and that's what you're going to face. Down the stretch, into the postseason, you're going to face the best. So you have to figure out how you beat Luis Castillo in the regular season. How do you beat Garrett Cole in the regular season? And you do that by execution on offense.
Blue Jays first have to try and beat the Philadelphia Phillies here today, and here's the lineup for the Phillies, headed up by a familiar face. Whit Merrifield is back, and he is with the Phillies here, signed a one-year deal in the offseason. Johan Rojas and Edmundo Sosa also figure in to be guys on the 26-man roster for the Phillies coming out of this season. But on the mound, trying to shut those guys down, a guy that you're pretty excited about, Buck, Chad Dallas.
Yeah, I sure am. And as Hazel mentioned in the open, Dallas isn't one of those guys that you hear when he signs, okay, they got this top prospect. You can see his numbers between Vancouver and New Hampshire last year. He made 23 starts, and the biggest thing that I like, he throws strikes. Only 48 walks against 144 strikeouts. He's just 23 years old. He began his career pitching in junior college baseball in Texas and then went to the University of Tennessee for 2 years, and he was their weekend starter. He's been a winner throughout where he has played. He's not overpowering, he's not big in stature, but he knows how to pitch, and he's very, very heady. He understands exactly what he needs to do to be successful. Well, the Blue Jays, they were terrific on defense a year ago. They were the Gold Glove team in the American League, catching it. And we're going to see the starting lineup today. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa comes over from the Yankees. He's going to get a good shot to play at third base. Bichette and Espinal up the middle. Spencer Horwitz, we saw a little bit of him last year. He's at first base. In the outfield, the speedy Cam Eden. He was in spring training a year ago. Varsho, of course, the left fielder, playing center today. And Nathan Lucas, he got a chance to play last year with Danny Jansen behind the plate.
Baseball is finally back with the first pitch there from Chad Dallas. We are underway. He delivers a strike there to Whit Merrifield at 109 local. Dallas misses a little bit low. Hazel had talked about it in the open. Dallas has some velocity on his fastball, but he has a great mix of breaking and off-speed pitches he'll go to as well.
Yeah, he might have the best curveball in camp. He's right there with Bowden Francis in that category.
Breaking ball grounded to third. Here's Kiner-Falefa, and that's the first look at the Gold Glover at third base in 2020 for the Texas Rangers.
Yeah, Isaiah Kiner-Falefa is the kind of guy that you think about as a utility player, but he's going to get a good shot at playing third base every day. And he comes from the Yankees. He didn't get a chance to play as much as he's used to. Came up with Texas. He did some catching in the past. He's played a little bit in the outfield. His favorite position, he says, I'm an athlete. I just try to stay athletic no matter where I'm at.
Here's the great center fielder defensively, Johan Rojas. And ICAF has talked about that he feels more comfortable when he's moving around. He was the everyday shortstop for the Yankees in 2022, and he said that it was uncomfortable for him to be in a spot where he wasn't getting to play from a couple different looks.
Yeah, I think he's at the point of his career. This is Isaiah Kiner-Falefa that's going to be playing a lot of third base. He's not going to play shortstop. He's not going to play a lot in the outfield, so take your ABs at third base.
Rojas takes a strike there, and Dallas is ahead here, 1-2.
Pete Walker likes what he has seen from a lot of these young pitchers all throughout the early parts of the spring.
Tried to get Rojas to chase the breaking ball.
That's the curveball. He has a good curveball. It comes out of his hand on the very same plane as his fastball. He'll throw 5 different pitches, and Pete Walker has been impressed with his maturity, the fact that he moves right in here and feels like he's part of this team.
Dallas delivers and gets the swing and a miss off of Rojas. First strikeout of the spring, and there are 2 quick outs here for the right-hander.
Yeah, he's got a curveball and a slider. It looks like the slider is the pitch that he strikes him out with, and Giano sets up on the outside part of the plate. A good tight spinning breaking ball gets him the first strikeout.
So with 2 outs and the base is empty, Edmundo Sosa, playing shortstop today, played a lot of third for Philly last year. Takes a called strike, and Dallas is ahead again, going back to a breaking ball.
It's a great way to pitch. Throw strike 1.
First pitch strikes to all 3 hitters so far. Here's his 0-1. Swing and a miss. Dialed up the fastball there. And it's 0-2. He's looking for back-to-back strikeouts here to end the first. 4th rounder in 2021 out of Tennessee. Fires home. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. And Dallas strikes out a pair to end a 1-2-3 top of the first inning. The Blue Jays hit for the first time in 20.
No way! Trace Thompson, stop it! For the 3rd time, Trace Thompson goes deep, 440 feet.
A mammoth shot into the pavilion and deep left center field. What a night for Trace Thompson. He has knocked in 8, and the Dodgers lead 10-1.
That one's
driven to center field and deep. Yastrzemski back, still back, on the track, at the wall. See ya! He picks up where he left off. A home run for Judge. 1-0 Yanks. Are we allowed to call that number 63?
Is it that easy? Welcome home.
Thinking of a master plan, paid in full.
Breaking ball, hammered down the line. A J-bomb! Jordan Walker's first big league home.
Back at TD Ballpark, bottom of the first inning, and the Blue Jays have two new signings in the lineup. From the Red Sox, Justin Turner, and from the Yankees, Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. They will hit 3rd and 6th today against the Phillies, and assisting them as they go back and forth to the plate is Tim Meza, who is right now serving a fantasy football punishment. He's the bat boy for the first couple innings of this game, and he's donning his brutal 4-10 record on his back.
Yeah, he is getting some instruction from the veteran bat boy. But Timmy Meza, he's taking a little bit of grief from his teammates. He was 4-10 in the fantasy league, and I don't know why in the world you would pick a team without a lot of Chiefs on it.
I don't know either. Although the word on the street is that Tyreek Hill was his first-round pick, led the league in receiving yards and touchdowns. So he must have really gone off track after that one.
Yep, he's serving his penance for sure. That's pretty awesome, and it gives you an idea about the chemistry and the makeup of this team and just how close they are together. And of course, of the spring, over the course of the spring, we'll talk about that. It's a pretty special group of guys.
Leading off for the Blue Jays, 29-year-old veteran of 4 major league seasons, Santiago Espinal, playing second base today. Colby Allard fires home, and Espinal chops it to 3rd, scooped up by Rodolfo Castro, and the former Pirate flips it over to 1st. 1 down. And there's Tim.
4-10 Mesa. He's going to be 4-10 for the rest of the season.
It's good motivation, though. You know, you got to get in the lab and get a better team going next year if you don't want to be the bat boy. First pitch to Bo Bichette. Outside, ball 1. Bichette with an interesting season last year. Started on an absolute tear and really carried it until he had to go to the IL a couple times. He takes a strike. How do you assess his year overall?
I think it was a good year. Obviously, he was going to lead the league in hits for a 3rd straight year until he got hurt late in the season, but he finished up 4th in the league in batting.
Ground ball up the middle, base hit.
Bo can hit. There's no question about that. Now the process is, how do you become more valuable as a hitter? What do you do to help your team win more? Bo can hit just about any pitch to any direction of the ballpark. He's got such great coverage, and he can get to the barrel of the baseball in so many different areas. But now his challenge is, okay, how do I become Corey Seager? How do I become Trey Turner? How do I become Xander Bogaerts? Those guys that drive in big runs, and he's destined to do that.
Speaking of a guy who drives in big runs, 96 runs batted in last year. Justin Turner taking his first AB in Blue Jays blue.
39 years old now, and Turner had his best production last year playing for the Red Sox.
Takes down and away, and he's not going to give away any plate appearances or at-bats easily.
No, he's sure not. And he's going to end up hitting 4th in this lineup during the regular season, and I think that's a big move because your 4-hitter has always been the RBI guy, and I think that's what Turner is. He understands how to hit with runners on base. He understands how to hit with 2 outs, and he understands how to hit to the scoreboard. Where are we in the game? Where are we in the lineup? Who's pitching against us? What does my at-bat mean as far as winning games?
And he'll take a 4-pitch walk. That one close at the knees. Turner pushes Bichette up to second with the base on balls, and a guy who produced a lot of runs when he was in the lineup last year, Danny Jansen, takes his first at-bat.
Yeah, Danny has gotten to the point where he understands who he is as a hitter. And, you know, there for a while he was trying to be an average hitter. He was trying to be a guy to hit the ball to right field. Now he says, I understand who I am. I just want to be the best version of Danny Jansen I can be, and part of that is staying on the field.
Blue Jays have something going here in the bottom of the first. Jansen takes inside, ball 1. Tough start here for Colby Allard, who a couple years ago was a very high selection by the Braves, has battled some injuries, and is here in his first year on a one-year deal with the Phillies. 1-0, inside again, and Jansen protecting those hands. He was on the IL last year off a foul tip.
Yeah, you see, Danny, where's that pad on his hand? Nate Pearson is going to get some work here today. It's a big spring for Nate. Theoretically, when you look at the makeup of the team's pitching staff, there's probably only one spot available.
Yeah.
And there's a whole lot of talent to battle for that final spot in the bullpen.
Eight straight balls here, and the Blue Jays have the bases loaded for Dalton Varsho.
You know what's really interesting, Ben?
What?
Here we are in the first inning of the first game, and everybody wants to hit. Everybody wants to do some damage. And we get back-to-back walks here in the first inning. That's a pretty good sign early on.
You see that as a sign of being a little bit more professional, not trying to force things?
Absolutely. If it's not there, pass the baton.
Here's the 27-year-old Dalton Varsho, who rips the ball to first. It's off the glove of Clemens and into right field. Bichette will score. Coming in home is Turner, and Dalton Varsho strides into second with a two-run double.
When you step to the plate after a pitcher has walked two batters ahead of you, you better be ready for that first pitch strike, because he's bound and determined to throw you a first pitch strike, and Varsho was all over it. He hooks it on a hot shot off the glove of the first baseman, Cody Clemens, and it skips into right field and cashes in two runs. Walks are big.
Yes. Two walks right before that double. Bichette with a single before that. He and Turner scored. Jansen on third and Varsho on second. Here's Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, who you mentioned earlier when it was the top half of the first, could get a lot of at-bats at third base this year.
Well, and here's a situation that the Blue Jays were in so often last year, and they couldn't produce. Second and third, less than 2 outs. Early in the game, you got to score these runs. And I don't care if it is the first day of spring training. This is where you build that foundation, where you kind of develop your personality in spring training and say, okay, this is what we're going to do. And it's interesting for John Snyder to have Isaiah Kiner-Falefa at the plate now. He comes over from the Yankees, and when he talked contract with the Blue Jays, he said, I want to come to Toronto. So here he is.
IKF talked about seeing the Blue Jays over the last couple seasons with the Yankees, all the talent that they had in that lineup. And he gets to play probably a bigger role here than he did with New York, as he's ahead in the count now, 3-1.
Well, and what he's going to do, he understands his role on this team is not to be a big guy, an RBI guy, but to have good at-bats and cash in that guy from third base.
3-1, and he fouls it back into the screen. Been a tough out so far.
But you can see his approach was hit the ball to the opposite field. I mean, all you got to do, you become a much better hitter when that base runner is only 90 feet away. All you got to do is get it to the outfield.
And he spoils another.
You know, you have a tendency to overlook utility players on the other teams until you get a chance to see them and talk to them every single day, and then you learn just what kind of ball player he is.
Payoff again, and Kiner-Falefa waves and misses at an elevated fastball.
Yeah, he chased one off the plate right there, and he'll be talking to himself a little bit after that, but first out of the spring, not a big deal.
For Colby Allard, some much-needed relief. He had allowed 4 straight Blue Jays to reach, including the 2-run double by Dalton Varsho. Now the pitch to Spencer Horwitz, called strike 1. Horwitz is an interesting guy this year because, you know, a lot of people see them signing Justin Turner as a replacement for Brandon Belt, but Turner hits right. The Blue Jays maybe could look at Horwitz as an option to be a left-handed bat off the bench.
Yeah, he got a taste of the big leagues last year.
Ball scoots away on the swing and miss, and Jansen's going to come home. It's 3-0 Blue Jays.
Yeah, that was really interesting. Garcia, the catcher, just had it clank off his glove on a swing and miss. Generally, you see a ball go off the catcher's mitt on a swing if expected to be a foul tip, but that's not the case. He just whiffs on this one. And he wasn't sure where the ball was, and Jan was able to trot home.
They ruled that one a pass ball, but Horwitz, like you mentioned, did have that little taste, played 15 games in spring training, hit his first major league homer in Colorado, and is a guy who got on base a ton in the minor leagues. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Allard strikes out a pair to end the inning, but the Blue Jays are up 3-0 after their first spring training inning, and Dalton Varsho drove in a pair with a double down the right field line. Back in a moment on SportsCenter.
Introducing MLB Moments. These are once-in-a-lifetime fan experiences that you have a chance to win. Like playing in the MLB All-Star Celebrity Softball Game, attending the All-Star Red Carpet Show presented by T-Mobile, announcing a Mariners pick on draft day, and going on the field before the T-Mobile Home Run Derby. Enter for a chance to be a part of the biggest events in baseball at MLB.com/moments.
There it is, 2000, a milestone moment for a Pittsburgh icon back home.
How good is it that they can enjoy that here in Pittsburgh?
Man, it's hard to even speak right now. What a beautiful thing.
What a wonderful achievement for Andrew McCutcheon. 2,000 career hits, and to do that in a Pirate uniform.
That's what means the most right there.
Now it's time for Eyes on the Ball Player. Can you find Aaron Judge in this sea of Yankee fans?
That one is drill.
A Judgian blast.
That is absolutely crushed.
Judge has done it again. Santa Maria. And it is going to be caught off by Judge. How about that? So much fun to watch.
And there he is.
Welcome back to Dunedin. Nate Pearson enters the game in the top of the second with the Blue Jays leading 3-0. Dalton Varsho doubled in a pair, but before that, a very impressive top of the first inning from Chad Dallas, the right-hander who joins us now on headset following that very, very strong top of the first inning. Chad, Ben Schulman, and Buck Martinez with you. Congrats on the strong inning. How'd you feel out there in your first action?
Thank you for one, and it was good. I felt really good. Felt you know, the nerves were there in the bullpen, and then, you know, once you cross over onto the field, you just got to remind yourself it's the same game. So felt good, though, you know, trying to just fill up the zone. Just trying to fill up the zone and see what happened.
Filling up the zone is always a good approach, Chad. And I know you've been in your first camp, but what's it mean for a young pitcher like you to be around this veteran staff and watch their work, and what can you gain out of that on a daily basis?
Yeah, it's been really cool. Like you said, a lot of veteran guys out here, and for one, just getting to, you know, get to watch them for the most part, and then get to have the conversations with them about certain different things, whether it's you know, when they use certain pitches, how they attack hitters. It's been really, really fun, and you know, they're awesome guys. So the opportunity to be here with them and kind of talk shop with them has been awesome.
Chad, 1-7 your first year at Vancouver, your first professional season. Then you go back to Vancouver to start the season. What was different for you in your second year compared to your rookie season as a pro?
Yeah, I think my first year just gave the hitters too much credit. You know, probably a little bit of being scared of getting barreled up. You know, that's never the plan, but you got to fill up the zone. Strikes win games, walks don't. So I think I just given them too much credit, not giving myself enough credit. So, you know, just a little self-evaluation and tell yourself, you know, just get out there, fill up the zone. You got a lot of guys behind you who can make good plays.
Chad, you have two breaking balls that you mix in pretty often. How do those play off of each other, you think, to make it difficult to hit you?
You know, the curveball, it's more of a straighter down pitch, and then slider is, I guess, the new term, a little bit more of a sweeper. I've always thrown a curveball, and then in college I added the slider. But you know, it's just a different look. You know, you add another pitch into a hitter's mind, they have to cover both of them. So I like to use both to both sides of the plate, and definitely probably a little more slider heavy. But the curveball, when it's on especially, is really a fun pitch to use.
Chad, athleticism runs deep in your family. Your brother happens to be in the Phillies system right now as a relief pitcher. He was a great high school quarterback, went to Lamar as a quarterback and a baseball player. Talk a little bit about the impact he's had on your career.
Yeah, man, it's having a big brother is one of the coolest things that I get to say that I've done, being the little brother, especially to him. He's pushed me harder in any sport we've ever played or any competition that we made up between ourselves. You know, him and my dad, they've always pushed me, and getting to see my brother, you know, live out his dreams is just so awesome. And hopefully one day we'll get to play each other in professional baseball. And but as of right now, like, I love getting to watch him, either whether it's live stream or in spring training, getting to see him face some of my buddies.
Yeah, that must be an amazing experience. As you start this spring training, you obviously have a very good start here with your 1 inning and 2 strikeouts. What are your major goals over this period before you get ready for your season?
Yeah, I think a lot of it is just reaching the goals, you know, the goals of spring training. You know, fill up the zone, see where we can get with velo. You always want to, you know, velo's not everything, but if you can add on to it and it doesn't change how you pitch, then you might as well go and get it. So, you know, just getting stronger, getting ready for the season, and sorry, I can't hear. Hold on.
Oh yeah, home run there by Weston Wilson has made this a 1-run game as he takes Pearson over the left field line.
But yeah, just, you know, absorb as much information from the veterans on this roster, whether it's position players or pitchers. I mean, these guys hit for a living, and you know they know pitchers. So you know, dipping into their side and trying to figure out what they see, what they think about when they're at the plate, and then from the veteran pitchers, just how they attack, how they keep their composure. Just watching them be professionals is really cool.
Yesterday in the locker room, after it was announced that Ricky Tiedemann wasn't going to start, I saw John Snyder walk past you, and I guess he said, "Hey, you ready to start tomorrow?" What was that exchange like?
It was good. You know, I assumed that was a possibility, but you know, you never know. So it was really cool, and you know, it's nice thinking that they have that confidence in me to come out here and just start the spring training month of games. So that was really cool.
Well, I think their confidence was proven right, Chad. Congrats on that strong inning, and thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you, of course.
That's Chad Dallas, the right-hander, who had a scoreless inning with a pair of strikeouts today. And Buck, we've talked about it a little bit in the days coming up. I mean, he could easily start this year at Buffalo and be one of those depth guys that the Blue Jays could rely on should they need to go a little bit down their depth chart.
Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do, he came out of a big SEC baseball program at Tennessee, and he pitched in big games and big atmosphere in the past, and he's going to develop quickly. And you can hear by his conversation how confident he is, and he understands who he is. I loved his statement, strikes win games, and that's what a pitching coach wants to hear all about. Fill it up, give your team a chance to help you out. And when you're that efficient over the course of an inning, it's going to be good. You're going to get your team back on offense. You're going to keep the defense on their toes. And strikes, it's something everybody on the team loves to see.
Nate Pearson there showing off the new splitter, it looked like, to get the strikeout. And Pearson is an interesting guy for the Blue Jays bullpen, which might have an opening or two as he records his first out.
Now you can see the grip on the split finger pitch, and that has been a theme around camp. Everybody's throwing a splitter. Everybody's trying to throw a splitter. Not everybody can master it, of course. But because of the success of Kevin Gausman and Eric Swanson, everybody is thinking, if I need something else to complement my arsenal, I'm going to try the splitter. And Pearson's doing it. Bowden Francis is doing it. Mitch White's trying it. There's a few other guys that are trying to mix it into their arsenal to help them be more effective.
Fastball hit high to center field. Racing back, Varsho looking up, and that ball is gone. Scott Kingery takes it out of the yard, and a pair of home runs for the Phillies have knotted this game up at 3.
Well, the Fighting Phillies, they're a good team, and they've got some good depth in their minor league system as well. And, of course, we don't see the A team here today, first game of the spring. But they can score a lot of runs, and when you see your big league team hitting home runs and scoring runs led by Schwarber and Harper and Bohm and all those guys, you want to get into the mix. Scott Kingery is an interesting guy. Of course, he signed that lucrative contract before he ever played a day in the big leagues, and it didn't really pan out for the Phillies. But he's still in the organization. He still has hopes of helping this team.
Yeah, he signed a 6-year deal ahead of 2018, hit 19 home runs in 2019, but hasn't played a ton since. Here's Rodolfo Castro, who the Phillies acquired from Pittsburgh in a trade at the deadline last year, although he spent much of his Phillies time at AAA too. Pearson about to throw his 20th pitch of the inning and misses outside. He had a walk to start off this inning, and when you think to his season last year, he started off really strong, and then the walk numbers ticked up a little bit, and that was when teams started to get to him a little bit more in the second half.
Yeah, when you pitch behind, you allow the hitters to eliminate certain pitches, and you just don't have the ability to mix your pitches in and pitch effectively, and that's always been kind of a plague for Nate. Nate's got great stuff. There's no question about that. But, you have to execute pitching. It's a lot more than velocity. Movement's involved, location is involved, the ability to change speeds, and, Nate just hasn't been able to master that just yet, but that split might be something that will help him develop a little further.
Here's Aramis Garcia, the catcher. And the first one's roped through the 5-6 hole into left field. For Pearson, another interesting facet, because, he throws so hard, and people then expect there to be a ton of swing and miss, but he was talking to Keegan Matheson in an MLB.com article on February 20th, and said that he didn't really notice last year, but that he was tipping his pitches a lot, and that he felt that his glove position was giving up which pitches he was throwing, and therefore guys were a little bit more on top of his 2-pitch mix than they probably should have been given the velocity and movement.
Yeah, when you tip pitches, and nowadays there are guys assigned by their teams to do just that. That's their whole role on the team. You are sitting here looking at video trying to determine if a pitcher comes set in a different spot on a particular pitch. It's been in the game forever, and I had some great coaches over the years that could pick it up just by watching a pitcher on the mound. Nowadays they assign guys sit in a room, look at video for hours upon hours, seeing if you can come up with something that's different on a particular pitch.
Two former teammates facing off as Pearson delivers outside to Whit Merrifield. And especially when you throw 2 pitches, that's got to be a huge disadvantage when they know, this glove position equals fastball.
Anytime you can eliminate a pitch, it makes you that much better as a hitter.
Whit Merrifield grounded out to third back in the first inning. Excited to join the Phillies per his quotes so far. Really thinks that they're a contending team that he can be a big part of. And he sprays the ball to right field. That's down into the gap, cut off by Varsho. Rounding second, headed to third, Garcia, but a strong relay back in will keep Merrifield at first. First and third now with 2 outs.
That's the way Merrifield hit for the Blue Jays a year ago, and second half of the season he was terrific with the ability to put the bat on the ball. He goes the other way, chases the runner from first to third, and that's going to be the end of the afternoon for Nate Pearson. Gives up a couple of home runs, 4 hits overall, mixed in a strikeout, but that's an unfortunate start to his spring.
Pearson not having a ton of command so far, but the Blue Jays will try and keep it tied in the top of the second.
That one's driven to center field and deep. Yastrzemski back, still back, on the track, at the wall. See ya! He picks up where he left off. A home run for Judge. 1-0 Yanks. Are we allowed to call that number 63?
Is it that easy? Welcome home.
Thinking of a master plan, paid in full.
In the air to deep left field. X marks the spot. Xander Bogaerts, first home run in a Padres uniform. Welcome to San Diego, Xander Bogaerts.
Four-seam fastball. I tell you what, that is right in the hot zone of Xander Bogaerts. Stay tuned to that. We're all over the hot zone. And Xander Bogaerts is hot his first at-bat.
No way! Trace Thompson, stop it! For the third time, Trace Thompson goes deep, 440 feet.
A mammoth shot into the pavilion and deep left center field. What a night for Trace Thompson. He has knocked in 8, and the Dodgers lead 10-1.
A tough start to the spring for right-hander Nate Pearson. Allows 3 runs on a pair of homers and 2 other singles with 2 outs as well. For that final spot in the bullpen.
Yeah, no question.
Second by Abdiel Mendoza. Ben Schulman and Buck Martinez at TD Ballpark. And Buck, what do you think this means for Pearson? It is just his first appearance of spring, but he is also in a competition for that final spot in the bullpen.
Yeah, no question. He's
So an RBI there for Johan Rojas and Edmundo Sosa, the 9th batter to come up in this inning for the Phillies. And speaking of competition, Santiago Espinal might be in a bit of a competition himself. There are a ton of Blue Jays right now in camp who play a mix of second, third, or second, short, third like Espinal has for the last 4 years. Mendoza gets another ground ball, this time to Bichette. His first defensive play of the spring is right on the money to end the inning. The Phillies strike back with 4 runs, though, including Weston Wilson and Scott Kingery home runs to take the lead.
Introducing MLB Moments. These are once-in-a-lifetime fan experiences that you have a chance to win. Like playing in the MLB All-Star Celebrity Softball Game, attending the All-Star Red Carpet Show presented by T-Mobile, announcing a Mariners pick on draft day, and going on the field before the T-Mobile Home Run Derby. Enter for a chance to be a part of the biggest events in baseball at MLB.com/moments.
Smash to right center. First big league hit, and here it goes. Lightning speed. De La Cruz up to second. A stand-up double. That was 112 off the bat.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. This kid is electric.
Welcome back to TD Ballpark. If you missed it earlier, Ricky Tiedemann, who was supposed to start today's ball game, is dealing with inflammation in his left leg. Now, his MRI revealed no structural damage, so that's good news. Manager John Schneider told me that the best case scenario for his young left-hander is that he will start throwing in the next couple of days. Now, there is still plenty of time for Tiedemann to get back on track in his throwing program. It really depends on how good he is feeling, guys. Tiedemann has had some cramping sensation over the years whenever he's been on the mound. Schneider said Tiedemann, he gives him credit for really coming to the coaching staff and letting him know he wasn't feeling that great. He was afraid he might try to power through it because he was excited about today's start. Guys?
Thank you, Hazel. Ben Schulman and Buck Martinez here. And Buck, I'm sure a Major League dugout is an incredibly fun place, but this is one of the few times I'm happy we're up here and Hazel is down there, as sunflower seeds were just raining all over during the last minute.
Yeah, you got to keep Vladdy business. You got to keep Vladdy busy. You got to keep him on the field and let him play.
Nathan Lucas sends one to right field. David Dahl, the former Rocky, caught that one. And here's what Hazel was having to deal with. She's just trying to do her job, Vladdy.
And Vladdy is there. He's not playing. He's not DHing. And this is what the coaching staff has to put up with when he's got a day off.
Buck, I actually thought I was in the clear when his name wasn't in the starting lineup.
But he's here.
But he's here in the flesh, and that means danger for Hazelman.
First pitch is taken by Cam Eden. One out here in the bottom of the second inning. And maybe we'll see Vladdy pretty soon. He, of course, is one of the headlines of camp. Eden down, or pardon me, 1 ball, 1 strike count evens up right now. Vladdy looking very good, and he's saying he's feeling like he did in 2021.
Yeah, and that's a good thing. Obviously, he put up great numbers in 2021 and had a terrific MVP caliber season. And I think one thing that I've had a lot of fans ask me, what's Vladdy's attitude after the club took him to arbitration? I said, Vladdy's attitude is always the same. He wants to play baseball. That's all he cares about. Arbitration's behind him. He's got no ill feelings about the process, and he is in great shape, working hard as he always does. And I expect big things from Vladdy, as he expects big things from himself as well.
Vladdy was actually there in person at his arbitration hearing, but the general speculation, the Blue Jays would not insult one of their players right to their face, especially not a player the caliber of Vladimir Guerrero Jr., who's been a franchise guy for them.
Yeah, I don't think that's the case. It's business. I think they're going to try to win the case, and they'll say whatever they feel like will help them win the case. I mean, that happened with Bo Bichette a couple of years ago, and the Phillies were a little bit concerned about Alec Bohm, their fine young third baseman. He was going through the arbitration process as well. And before his case was heard, Rob Thompson called him up and said, listen, we love you. You're our third baseman. We know you're going to be our third baseman. Don't take the arbitration process personally, because it's business. And I think Vladdy understands that as well.
Here's the top of the order for the Blue Jays. Santiago Espinal called strike 1. Espinal grounded out to third base back in the first inning. Colby Allard in his second inning of work misses high, and it's ball and a strike.
You know, Ben, you brought up a great point about Espinal being in competition to make this team. I think he knows as he looks around, and you can see Zach Pop loosening up. He's going to get an inning here today. But Espy knows what the reality is. He's got to compete.
Espinal grounds out to second this time, and although the Blue Jays didn't get the bats going in the bottom of the second, that doesn't mean they didn't have any fun. Vladdy was having a ball with Hazel May earlier, and we'll continue our coverage coming up next on Sportsnet.
His major league debut. The pitch. Walker lines it into center, his first major league hit. His first at bat. And he singles off Alek Manoah here on March 30th, 2023. Welcome to the show.
The baseball gets thrown over to the Cardinals dugout, and that's something he will keep and remember the rest of his life.
Smash to right center. First big league hit, and here he goes. Lightning speed. De La Cruz up to second. A stand-up double. That was 112 off the bat.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. This kid is electric. First career double.
First career base hit.
The 2024 promotions and events schedule has arrived. Thanks to the help of local Toronto artist Casabianca Art, the Blue Jays are on day one of the reveal. Starting off strong, the first category is bobbleheads. Visit bluejays.com/promotions to learn more. Ben Schulman and Buck Martinez here at TD Ballpark. New pitcher for the Blue Jays as we get set for the third. The Canadian Zach Pop is in the game, and his first pitch is hit hard to right field by Cody Clemens. Back at the wall, a leap, and it's over the head of Lucas off the wall. Clemens will stride into second with a first pitch double.
Now, Cody Clemens, he chose in competition to make that Phillies roster, a backup position. Played a lot of first base last year. Got into 39 games at first base, and of course, Cody Clemens, everybody knows that that's Roger Clemens' son, and he's had a chance with the Tigers. Last year got some time with the Phillies, and he's trying to make an impression in this camp as well.
It was last January that the Phillies acquired Clemens. Pop misses low here to Weston Wilson, who homered in the second. That was in a trade that sent Nick Maton, Matt Vierling the other way, among some others. Pop's 1-0. Good block there by Danny Jansen, who wants to stay healthier this year, but that doesn't mean he's going to give up some of the grueling stuff that he has to do behind the plate that makes him so valuable to this team.
Well, Danny Jansen and Alejandro Kirk combined, they're the best at blocking balls in the dirt in all of baseball. They just do a great job, and Danny's worked hard. Early in his career, he had 41 wild pitches his first season, and he has eliminated that for sure.
Wilson pops up at 2-0. It's caught at first by Horwitz. And a nice bounce back for Pop, who's one of these guys we were talking about, Nate Pearson, in competition. Zach Pop had a really strong start to the year last year. Then it got hampered a little bit by a hamstring strain, and he never made it back to the majors. He's probably in the mix, at least in that competition, too.
No question about it. He's got good stuff, and he has to keep the ball down. His goal is to throw his sinker and his slider at the bottom of the zone.
Ball lifted to left field, turning away from the sun. Eden makes the catch. 2 down.
Yeah, and you know what? You look at this staff, and this is, to me, this is the deepest the pitching staff has been in a long time. And I'm talking about going back to AAA and back to AA. You're going to see kids throughout this spring that you've not really heard of. But we've watched them throw their side sessions, and there's a lot of really legit arms in this camp that are going to have an impact, not only in AA and AAA, but eventually in the big leagues.
And you need depth all throughout the minors at the starting pitching role. Pop hits the zone against Scott Kingery.
Well, you just look around baseball, especially even if in this division, if you start looking around the division, teams are challenged to come up with starting pitching depth. They just really are. I mean, you look at last year, the Boston Red Sox went through a couple of weeks where they had just 2 starters in their rotation. They just didn't have any depth in the minor leagues to call anybody up. But you look at the names, I mean, they got Cutter Crawford and Tanner Houck in their 4th and 5th spot in their rotation, and those aren't household names. They're guys that you would expect to compete, where the Blue Jays have 4 legit impact pitchers: Bassett, Gausman, Barrios, Kikuchi, and, you know, if Alek Manoah bounces back, they might have the best pitching staff in baseball.
Yeah, that is certainly a possibility. They were top 3 in starter ERA combined last year, and that was with Manoah not really in the picture. That was with the Blue Jays using Trevor Richards at times, or just starting 4 guys at times.
Manoah's in a good spot this spring, too. You know, you look at guys and you say, well, how's he going to react after having that disappointing season and being optioned to the minor leagues a couple of times? And he's come into the camp in good shape, first and foremost, but with a terrific attitude. He's worked hard often and worked very diligently to get back and recapture that form.
Hot shot to second, picked up by Espinal, and he has all the time he needs to go over to first. Pop gives up the leadoff double, but then records 3 straight outs to strand the runner, and the Blue Jays look for a run to tie it up when we're back in the bottom of the 3rd.
There it is, 2000, a milestone moment for a Pittsburgh icon back home.
How good is it that they can enjoy that here in Pittsburgh?
Man, it's hard to even speak right now. What a beautiful thing.
What a wonderful achievement for Andrew McCutchen. 2,000 career hits, and to do that in a Pirate uniform.
That's what means the most right there.
It's a home run for Adley Rutschman.
Oh, it's a hit. Oh, it's a hit? Oh, you gotta be. That is a 5-hit opening day for Adley Rutschman. He gets an infield single. So 5 hits for Adley Rutschman on opening day. His first career 4-hit day becomes his first career 5-hit day.
His major league debut. The pitch. Walker lines it into center, his first major league hit. His first at bat, and he singles off Alek Manoah here on March 30th, 2023. Welcome to the show.
The baseball gets thrown over to the Cardinals dugout, and that's something he will keep and remember the rest of his life.
Fans are going to be excited for this one. June 19th, the first 15,000 fans will receive a Bo Bichette bobblehead presented by EnterCare. Visit BlueJays.com/promotions to learn more. Bottom of the 3rd inning at TD Ballpark. Bo Bichette leads off. Justin Turner and Danny Jansen behind him. On the mound now for the Phillies, the right-hander Nick Nelson.
And Nick Nelson trying to get a spot in their bullpen. He's one of those guys that, you know, again, the Phillies, like the Blue Jays, are in pretty good shape on their overall pitching staff, and it's just going to be a matter of who they think might be a good fit.
That one off the handle, but it works for Bo. He's 2 for 2, and he's only seen 4 pitches. He's been really aggressive so far. And making sure that all the equipment is scooped up for Bo and that everything is in order. Tim Meza, the last place finisher in his fantasy football league, is over there, and he got the elbow guard for Bo and ran it back into the dugout.
This is going to stay with him all season long.
If you weren't with us earlier, Meza going 4-10 in his fantasy league. Bo takes off on the first pitch. Turner taking all the way. It's a ball, and the throw is not in time down to second.
Well, we talk about what great shape Bo's in, and he worked really hard in the offseason, and he is as trim as I've ever seen him. And watch how he gets the lead. He got such an early lead, he wasn't sure if he should run or not. But he guessed right with the pitcher, and Nelson wasn't aware. But Bo, you know what? He had 5 steals last year. I wouldn't be surprised if he steals 15 to 18 this year.
He's a guy who's capable of doing it. He swiped 25 bags in 2021 and only got thrown out once at that point. He had 13 stolen bases in 2022, but like you mentioned last year, 5 steals on 8 attempts.
Yeah, and that's going to be a big part of the game. We talked about how the profile of this Blue Jays team is quite a bit different. They don't hit as many home runs as they have in the past, and they're going to have to score runs in a different fashion.
Turner with a line drive past the leaping Sosa into left center field. Bichette scores, and the Blue Jays have tied it up as Turner and Bo come through again.
Well, that's going to be something you're going to say all season long. Turner comes through with an RBI, and that's going to be the end of his day. 2 at-bats, and his work is done for the day. Take a look at this swing from Turner, and we talk about his ability to knock in runs. He didn't waste any time, and he's got an interesting phrase that he uses all the time.
Danny Jansen ropes a ball to the left field corner. That's down in fair territory. Jansen looking for extra bases. The throw to second, not in time. And the Blue Jays have something cooking here with nobody out in the bottom of the third.
Danny Jansen, we talk about is getting back to what his strength is, and that's pulling baseball. He was all set for a first pitch, and he beats the throw into second base with a head-first slide. He picks up an RBI. So 3 consecutive hits against Nick Nelson here in the third inning, and the Blue Jays have tied it up at 4.
Zach Britton, by the way, the pinch runner for Justin Turner. Britton on third, Jansen on second. Varsho with 2 RBIs today, fouls off the first pitch.
But I mentioned the Turner phrase that I love, and he uses it all the time. He says, I become a much better hitter the closer the base runner gets to home. So at first base, he's thinking double or home run. At second base, he's thinking single, I can score him. At third base, a ground ball or a fly ball will get him in. So he's encouraging his players ahead of him, move up the bases because I'm a much better hitter the closer you get to home.
And Turner, throughout his career, has been a really strong hitter with runners in scoring position. He's a really good hitter in general, but his numbers get even better in the situations where he has a chance to drive guys in, and did it for a long time on playoff teams for the Dodgers year in, year out.
Right, man, that's just experience. You know, he's played 13 years, and he really became a good hitter back in 2014. And then he started to understand what it was to drive in runs. Driving in runs is a skill, and it takes experience to understand. You got to slow your heartbeat down. The situation is just get a base hit. You don't have to do dramatic things, and there are times when a ground ball will get you an RBI, and a fly ball will do the same.
Varsho looking for one of those. He loops the ball to right field. That's down for a base hit, falling in front of Dahl. Britton scores. Jansen up to third. And speaking of clutch hitting, Dalton Varsho with 3 RBIs here in his first game of the spring.
Yeah, you know what? This is a much better year for Dalton Varsho. He has played a season with this team. He came over last year, traded for 2 key players with the Blue Jays, and now he's a part of the team. And he worked hard at the offseason to refine his swing. He felt like he was hitting underneath the ball a little bit too much. But I think he's going to have a big year this year. I think he's much more at ease. He knows he doesn't have to live up to the trade. He just has to be Dalton Varsho.
Isaiah Kiner-Falefa puts a charge into the ball. That's down in left center field. Running Jansen and Varsho headed to third, and the Blue Jays are up 6-4. There's the first hit in a Blue Jays uniform for IKF, who smoked that first pitch.
And Danny Jansen jumping on the first pitch of their respective at-bats. And, you know, this lineup, you know, IKF talked about the contact ability in this lineup. And here's the base running ability on display. We saw this all year last year from Dalton Varsho, one of the best base runners in baseball. But this team, in this configuration, going to have to put the ball in play contact. They don't have the big bats that they had in 15 and 16, and certainly lost some of that power with Teoscar and Gurriel moving on last year. So you got to change your profile a little bit.
Still nobody out. The Blue Jays with 5 hits this inning, 4 of them singles. Runner go and throw to second in time. And Kiner-Falefa is thrown out.
A good strong throw by the catcher, Garcia. Got a quick release and a strong arm, and IKF is going to run. He had 14 steals and 19 attempts a year ago. Good tag by Sosa, who got in front of the base and applied the tag before Kiner-Falefa could get to second.
Pitch was a ball, by the way, and now another ball, so Spencer Horwitz is ahead in the count, 2-1. Mentioned Teoscar Hernandez. He actually knocked in the first runs of spring training 2024. The Dodgers and Padres played on Thursday to open up the 2024 spring training season, and Teo hit a ground rule double with the bases loaded in his first look in Dodger blue.
Yeah, probably got overlooked because they scored 8 runs in the first inning.
The game was over in about 5 minutes. I think it was 14-1 or something like that by the end of it. Infield in for the Phillies. The 2-2 is in the dirt, and it's a full count. Bichette, Turner, and Varsho with singles this inning. Same with Kiner Falefa. Jansen with a double. 3 runs in for the Blue Jays. Payoff pitch, and Horowitz fights it off.
Now another situation presents itself here in the first game of spring training. Horowitz with a runner at third base. The infield's drawn in. You got to be a tough out. You can't strike out. You can't pop up. Get the ball in the air, get it to the outfield, and pick up that extra run.
He won't chase on that pitch in the dirt, so he'll take a walk. And runners on the corners now for Nathan Lucas. Well, when the Blue Jays were in spring training last season, there was a battle going on, and it was Nathan Lucas who ended up on top. He secured one of the last spots on the roster and was with the Blue Jays up and down throughout the season. Didn't get a ton of at-bats, but played a lot for them defensively, pinch ran for them, and was a valuable part of the team.
He had 42 at-bats last spring. He was up near the top of Blue Jay hitters in that regard. He had a good spring. He's a good hitter. He's one of those guys, and you know, he hasn't had an extended opportunity in the big leagues, but he can play all 3 outfield positions. He can steal a base, and he's a left-handed bat. When you look at the makeup of the Blue Jays, he's basically the 4th outfielder. The other guys are infield, outfield players that are going to move back and forth, but he is truly an outfielder, and right now he's the 4th outfielder on this roster.
Maybe the biggest moment for him last year in the game right before the All-Star break, where Danny Jansen hit a game-tying home run with 2 outs against the Tigers. It was Lucas who actually drove in the eventual winning run in the top of the 10th inning against the Tigers. I believe it was a double down the left field line that scored the run, and the Blue Jays went on to win that game and take some momentum into the break. First pitch nearly hit him. Looking back at the home plate umpire, but Lucas is okay. He's 29 years old, spent most of the offseason with his 2-year-old daughter, and he sends the ball deep to center field. This is more than deep enough to score Varsho, who tags at third and will come home. A sacrifice fly for Nathan Lucas, an RBI, and the Blue Jays are up 7-4.
Well, you can see the dugout welcoming back Lucas. Kim Mazur, the bat boy, picks up the bat, but Lucas gets acknowledged for a good at-bat. Varsho scores easily from third, and that's what the Blue Jays are harping on. Tack on runs. You score 3 in the first, and you just can't sit back. You got to continue to add on runs, and Kiner Falefa came up with a big RBI. Up and down the order, they had good at-bats this inning.
First pitch outside to Cam Eden, and a look over at first by Aramis Garcia. Another term I kept hearing in the week leading up to these games is playing team offense, which to some might seem odd because in some ways baseball is a very individual game, but they want their at-bats to roll into each other in a way that helps the team win.
It's interesting you say that, because baseball is a team game, but the individuals are rewarded.
Yes.
And that's a hard thing to do, because it becomes so easy for you to think about your individual numbers when the only thing that really matters is winning a championship.
Pitch fouled off, and it's 2-1.
I think it's more difficult now for players to really understand that, because we train them as individuals. Everything is individual work. We see it every day in spring training, and then we ask them to play like a team.
And they go to market and they get valued. They see their own value as what they're individual.
Again,
a big case of that potentially this offseason with Kevin Kiermaier, who talked about when he was signed how surprised he was that there wasn't a bigger market for him. Pop up to third, Castro charges in, and he'll make the squeeze to end the inning. The Blue Jays score 4 runs on 5 hits, including a Danny Jansen double to take the lead.
There's a ball driven in deep left field, up and gone to the home run court. Jose Ramirez, home run number 7. There's another long fly ball. Deep center field and gone to Souvenir City. Career home run number 200 for Jose. Right field, Rex Snyder back. He's going to wave goodbye. It's the first 3-homer game in the career of Jose Ramirez.
In the air to deep left field. X marks the spot. Xander Bogaerts, first home run in a Padres uniform. Welcome to San Diego, Xander Bogaerts.
4-seam fastball. I tell you what, that is right in the hot zone of Xander Bogaerts. Stay tuned to that. We're all over the hot zone. And Xander Bogaerts is hot his first at-bat.
And a 1-2 from Alex Cobb. He has his first major league hit. Anthony Volpe's first hit in the big leagues is a single to left field off of Alex Cobb. Well, he went down and got a breaking ball. Good pitch. He stayed on it, kept his head down. And he's hoping there's going to be, what do you think, 2,000 more of those?
Top of the 4th inning at TD Ballpark, and a new pitcher for the Blue Jays. Left-hander Brendan Little is into the game to take on 8-9-1 in the Phillies order.
Yeah, you can see Little pitched last year in the Cub system at AAA Iowa, 50 games, and again, interesting guy because he doesn't have big strikeout numbers, but he throws a bowling ball for a pitch, a sinking fastball, a little touch, 96, 97 miles an hour. So a really interesting guy. He throws a fastball and a cutter, a little bit of a slider as well, but he's got good stuff and he's interesting. There's a curveball, but he's thrown as high as 97 in some of his side work here in the spring, so he's kind of an interesting guy.
He's a bit of a throwback. He's a big ground ball producer. He forced ground balls on about 2/3 of all contact last year at AAA. And that allows him to pitch pretty efficiently. Little, a 2017 first rounder by the Cubs from not too far away out of the State College of Florida in Bradenton. Soft contact there on the ground. Yeah, that's going to hurt the hands of Castro. And there's one out.
It's hard to get a bowling ball in the air. And when you throw 96, 97 with good sink on it, you can get a lot of ground balls. And that was a weak ground ball from Little. Terrific start to his outing.
And maybe a little bit of that throwback approach. When he played at State College of Florida, he was under longtime Major League pitcher Don Robinson. And learned a lot from Robinson over that stretch, as he had said at the time.
Yeah, Robinson was a terrific pitcher, but also a great hitter. One of the best hitting pitchers in all of baseball.
3-time Silver Slugger. Lefty delivers home and misses low. And another lefty, although he's got a different job today, is joining us now. The interim bat boy for the Blue Jays, Tim Meza, is on headset. Tim, you draft Tyreek Hill in the first round and go 4-10. What happened?
Yeah. I would say, I needed that. A culmination of things. I mean, you could tell I'm out of breath. I mean, those duties, I took those duties seriously, and I was sprinting all over the field. Had a couple injuries and probably a couple bad managerial moves. However, you know, I'm as a baseball player, you know, you kind of get analytical, and I scored the 7th most points in this league, and I go 4-10. I think that just speaks to some bad luck on my end throughout the course of the fantasy football season.
Once again, Tim, it just shows you analytics aren't everything.
Yeah. I mean, the record on the back of my jersey right now kind of speaks to what happened. But I enjoy it. You know, a lot of the guys enjoy it, and we have a blast doing it.
Well, one thing, we know you finished last. Who won it?
Jansen.
Really?
Yeah. Dan Jansen. He finished first. And I'm gonna throw him under the bus a little bit here. You know, he finished last year, and you know, kind of got away with some stuff. You know, meanwhile, I think they saw that I was at the bottom of the standings and said, all right, let's have some fun with this guy. But he for sure is enjoying watching me have these duties today.
Well, you and Jano going back and forth is nothing new. You are the two longest tenured players in the Blue Jays organization. What is that like now to be, kind of the elder statesman of the team? You've been here throughout the growth of this whole group.
Yeah. It's pretty remarkable, and it's great. Jansen and I were drafted the same season, and to kind of come up together and watch each other kind of grow as players, and it's been great, and kind of that pitcher-catcher relationship, but we definitely take it an extra step, and he's been with me through thick and thin, and the same for me with him. So it's been awesome, and he's a great friend and a really good teammate too.
Tim, I spent my entire career in the bullpen in the major leagues, and you guys, for me, have one of the strongest bullpens in all of baseball. But beyond the physical skills, talk about the chemistry of your bullpen and how close you guys are down there. Yeah, it's a very tight-knit group that we have down there, and with that comes the accountability aspect, and we hold each other accountable, and if something needs to be taken care of or something needs to be said, somebody's going to approach you about it, and obviously in a professional manner. But no, everybody takes their job seriously down there. They take their role seriously. We know what our roles are, and it's about going out and getting outs whenever you're called upon, and you've got to be ready every day. And so it's a very tight-knit group, but it's a very serious group as well, and we know when we come into the game that we got to get as many outs as possible and as many as we're called upon. That's a great play. Good execution right there by the first baseman and the pitcher. One more question, about the bullpen and about the pitching staff in general. For me, this pitching staff is terrific, but we talked about Bo meeting with the team before the game and challenging himself and the rest of the team to be great. And I understand some of the pitchers also spoke up. So what does that mean when you put your feelings out there in the open so everybody knows what the expectations are of this team? Yeah, Bo is a leader. He's obviously the leader of this team, and when he speaks, people listen. And a couple pitchers spoke up as well, Chris Bassett and Kevin Gosman, and similar things. When they speak and you listen, and the expectation is set, and it's your job as the player to meet those expectations. And obviously when we step on the field, we're expecting to win, and we're expecting to perform well. So you got to take every day as an opportunity to develop still and put your best foot forward. But when you get out there, it's about competing, and for pitchers, it's about getting outs and getting as many outs as we're called to do.
2 strikes on the batter, Johan Rojas, and the pitch is lifted in foul territory, first base side. Not too far away from Tim, but it drops. Tim, we really enjoyed watching you be a bat boy today, but I think we'll enjoy a little bit more when we see you get to do your day job again coming up soon. Good luck with your next appearance coming up in the spring, and appreciate you taking the time.
No, thanks for having me on.
That is Tim Meza with a little bit of help from Alek Manoah. Put some gum on him as well. Here's another pitch from Little, and it misses down low, 1-2. Little trying to strand the runner Garcia at third, but Tim Meza, Jordan Romano was great last year. He is a very good closer. Tim Meza might have been the most important reliever for the Blue Jays for a lot of last season. He stranded a boatload of runners and was the only lefty for a while. Yeah, and you know what? He did a great job, and he went through Tommy John a couple years ago. Has bounced back. He understands who he is now and knows what he has to do to be effective. But with he and Genesis Cabrera in their bullpen, they've got 2 formidable left-handers to handle anybody that comes up late in the game, and they can flip-flop. One can pitch early, one can pitch late, depending on what the matchups are, and it's a good situation for John Snyder to have those 2 great lefties in their bullpen. Another pitch fouled off. Good battle here being put on by Rojas, and those 2 lefties give a little bit of different looks. Meza is very much a sinker slider guy. Cabrera dials it up a lot with his fastball. He's also got the pair of breaking balls, so you can kind of use them, I think, in different situations. Yeah, they're really different, as you mentioned, and Cabrera might get you a few more strikeouts than Meza, but Meza's never going to get himself into trouble. Little with a strikeout there. He gets out of trouble, stranding the one-out double by Garcia and keeping the Blue Jays on top as we go to the bottom of the fourth.
In the air to deep left field. X marks the spot. Xander Bogaerts' first home run in a Padres uniform. Welcome to San Diego, Xander Bogaerts.
Four-seam fastball. I tell you what, that is right in the hot zone of Xander Bogaerts. Stay tuned to that. We're all over the hot zone. And Xander Bogaerts is hot his first at-bat.
Sorprende a las empresas con un currículum profesional de cvwizard.es y resalta entre los demás. Crea tu CV en 3 simples pasos. Llena tus datos, elige una plantilla profesional y luego descárgalo. Pruébalo ahora.
'52 goals and counting for Austin Matthews. Check out the Leafs and Avs tonight on Hockey Night in Canada, 6:30 Eastern, 3:30 Pacific on Sportsnet and CBC. A lot of games being played here as we get back to baseball. First day of spring training for the Blue Jays, leading the Phillies right now after a big first and third inning. And leading off this inning, top of the order, Santiago Espinal. Ben Schulman and Buck Martinez. Hazel May down on the field as well. And Espinal looking for his first time aboard today. He's 0 for 2 with a pair of groundouts. The 1-1 from Nick Nelson. High and tight. 2 balls and a strike. And it was an interesting year last year for Espinal. A lot of competition at second with Whit Merrifield emerging a little bit more last season. Kevin Biggio had a stronger year last year. And there was a game, I want to say in early June, Espinal had 3 hits and he got injured in that game. Went to the injured list right as some momentum was starting to build. He strikes out looking here, and as he came back, Merrifield and Biggio were kind of stepping into their hotter parts of the season.
Yeah, that's the challenging part for extra man. When you don't have the ability to play on a semi-regular basis and somebody else steps in, then you always risk the chance of somebody getting hot and you never get your job back. But he had a good finish to his season and he's in a good spot right now. He understands it's a competition.
Bichette takes outside. Bo's 2 for 2 today with a pair of singles. He's come around to score on both of those as well and stole a base back in the third. Bichette not chasing against Nelson, 2-0.
Now, here's a chance for him to really zero in and narrow down his focus. You got the count in your favor. You've already got 2 hits. Now you got to think about at least getting a pitch you can hit for a double.
Doesn't want to swing at that one. It's 3-0. These are the counts where you want to see Bichette do more damage.
Yeah, and you know what, he understands that, yeah, I might be able to hit that pitch, and I might be able to hit a pitch that's off the plate.
Big swing and a pop-up behind first. Going back, Clemens, and he gets called off. The second baseman is there. That's Whit Merrifield in right field to make the catch. 2 outs now, and the Blue Jays have more than just new faces in the lineup. They also have new faces in the coaching staff. Longtime Red Sox third base coach Carlos Fabulous is joining the Blue Jays now.
Yeah, Fabulous has been with the Red Sox since 2007, and he came up to the big leagues. He's a terrific infield coach. He just arrived in camp. He had some issues, and today is his first day in uniform with the Blue Jays, but he's a very, very accomplished third base coach and a terrific infield coach. They've also had Fabulous to the third base role. Brought back DeMarlo Hale, a former Blue Jay coach, who's now an assistant manager. And I teased him about the role. What in the world's assistant manager? He said, well, you know, it's a bench coach, but they've got a new title for me. I think there are 3 assistant managers in the big leagues, and DeMarlo Hale's a welcome return to this organization where he was a coach earlier in his career. Of course, he's been associated with Terry Francona for an awful long time. He and Tito have been together both in Boston and in Cleveland.
Yeah, whatever you call it, if it's bench coach, associate manager, assistant manager, when DeMarlo Hale is in the dugout for you, it feels like your team gets better.
Yeah. And, you know, he's in a learning process himself. He says, I want to sit back and learn about these players just by watching them. And he will get his judgments as to what they can do, who they are, just by watching the spring unfold. And he's an interesting guy, a very valuable asset to have on his team.
2 down. Zach Britton at the plate. Was a catcher mostly in 2022. Transitioned to outfield last year, and he hits it hard, but a sliding stop by Clemens at first, who gets up from the seat of his pants and steps on the bag to end the inning. Blue Jays go down 1-2-3, and the son of the former Blue Jay, Roger Clemens, Cody Clemens, with a nice backhand stop to end the frame.
That one's driven to center field and deep. Yastrzemski back, still back, on the track, at the wall. See ya! He picks up where he left off. A home run for Judge. 1-0 Yanks. Are we allowed to call that number 63?
Is it that easy? Welcome home.
Thinking of a master plan, paid in full.
No way! Trace Thompson, stop it! For the 3rd time, Trace Thompson goes deep, 440 feet.
A mammoth shot into the pavilion and deep left center field. What a night for Trace Thompson. He has knocked in 8, and the Dodgers lead 10-1.
Introducing MLB Moments. These are once-in-a-lifetime fan experiences that you have a chance to win. Like playing in the MLB All-Star Celebrity Softball Game, attending the All-Star Red Carpet Show presented by T-Mobile, announcing a Mariners pick on draft day, and going on the field before the T-Mobile Home Run Derby. Enter for a chance to be a part of the biggest events in baseball at MLB.com/moments.
A big part of the spring is figuring out who's going to be on the back end of your pitching staff. Who is in the bullpen? And for a top bullpen in the majors like the Blue Jays, there are not many spots available. Maybe one up for grabs for a good handful of pitchers. These are just some of the options. There are even more guys if you factor in some of the potential starting depth options as well, like a Mitch White, a Bowden Francis, maybe a Yariel Rodriguez sign from Cuba. So it is a loaded bullpen, and that's a great problem to have, Buck.
Well, it sure is. And competition gives you better results. There's no question about it. I mean, the bullpen, you know, Romano, Swanson, Garcia, Meza, Chad Green, Genesis Cabrera, Trevor Richards, they're all probably locks to make this team. And you talk about Chad Green, for instance, he's a guy that is further removed from Tommy John, had a good finish to the season last year, and he's only been better so far this year. And here's another interesting name, Zulueta. Zulueta, the Cuban pitcher that pitched in 45 games last year for Buffalo. And he's got a good arm, and, you know, he's coming back from injury as well, but I think now he's in a pretty good spot to compete. I think in the past we saw him just trying to establish himself, but now he knows that he has to compete, and it's kind of interesting. He and Yariel Rodriguez were teammates a few years ago in an independent league, so they're reunited once again in this battle of relievers for an extra spot on the bullpen.
He's Buck Martinez. I'm Ben Schulman. Hazel May down on the field as well. Zulueta starts off against Edmundo Sosa. Yasser Zulueta started last season in the Buffalo rotation, and there was a thought that maybe he could be a depth piece for the Blue Jays, but like you said, battled some injuries and was a little bit inconsistent out of the rotation. They got much better results out of him when they moved him to the pen, and he gets a foul ball here to make it 2-2.
Now, being a starting pitcher is very, very difficult. I mean, not only do you have to have good stuff, you have to have the ability to change speeds, throw a secondary pitch over, and probably throw a changeup or a splitter to be effective. And not everybody can do that. And physically, it's demanding.
Ground ball pokes softly to short. There's the new shortstop, Leo Jimenez, and his throw goes wide. Jimenez kind of led Horwitz, the first baseman, into the base path. And the word on him is that he is the most talented defensive shortstop in the system, but they're his first play of live action in the spring.
Yeah, we've made some wholesale changes on defense, and Jimenez comes in and throws a tough sinking fastball over to the first baseman. They're going to reward the hitter Sosa with an infield base hit. Tough play, but one that I think Jimenez would say I should have made.
Sosa really did burn it over there at least to kind of get to the bag around the time the throw was there. And trying to bounce back now. Zulueta starts off. Cody Clemens with a strike.
It's spring training for scorekeepers, too.
Oh, yeah. It's spring training for us. It's spring training for everyone. Everyone but the groundskeepers, because they got this field in midseason, arguably the stretch run of the season form right now. It is looking beautiful here at TD Ballpark.
Yeah, they did a good job a couple years ago when they renovated this field. And it's pristine. It's a beautiful field.
Hard ground ball through the right side. A second base hit of the day for Clemens. Rounding second, headed to third, Sosa. And the throw will be cut off by Jimenez. Back-to-back singles now for the Phillies, who threaten with nobody out in the top of the fifth.
Well, once again, we talk about pitchers pitching from behind. It's a very difficult thing to do. You really free up the hitter to be more aggressive, and he can narrow his focus on something he wants to hit. Cody Clemens pulls it through the right side of the infield. Sosa goes first to third. But boy, pitching behind is difficult. I don't care who you are, how hard you throw. You got to pitch ahead to be most effective.
Here's Weston Wilson, homered in the second and popped up in the third. Wilson played in 8 games with Philadelphia last year. Actually homered for his first base hit in his first game, but it was slightly overshadowed by Michael Lorenzen tossing a no-hitter for the Phillies in that game. 1-0 is tagged down the left field line. Fair ball. That'll score at least once. Jogging in home is Sosa, and they're going to give the wave to Clemens as it's still stuck in the corner. Clemens will come in without a throw. It's a 2-run double for Weston Wilson in a 1-run ball game.
Another hitter count for a Phillies hitter, and Weston has hit the ball hard a couple times today. He's homered, and now he picks up a couple of key hits, a home run and a double. And that ball goes all the way down into the corner. You can see how far Cam Eden was over in the gap, not expecting the ball to be pulled, but it was pulled right down the left field corner, and that's going to end up as an RBI double.
So now 4 RBIs on the day for Wilson. 2-run homer and 2-run double. By the way, we mentioned earlier that Leo Jimenez is at short. Aurelvis Martinez is at second for the Blue Jays. And a ground ball up the middle. Jimenez with a dive, but it's right past the glove and into center, a base hit. David Dahl drives in a run as Wilson comes home. And it's a tie game at 7.
That's a familiar theme in spring training, especially right out of the chute. The hitters having an advantage over the pitchers, and the veteran David Dahl goes right back up the middle, looking for a first pitch to hit, and he bounces it past the infield. Picks up another RBI. He is 1 for 3.
Dahl, an all-star with the Rockies in 2019. Zulueta hits the zone there against Scott Kingery, 0-1. Right-hander fires home, and it's looped over the head of Martinez. Down in right center field, a base hit. Trying to go first to third is Dahl, and the throw cut off by Martinez. So 5 straight hits here for the Phillies off of Zulueta. They've been really aggressive, too. 5 batters have seen a total of 13 Zulueta pitches.
Right, and the last year been swinging in the first pitch. It's a breaking ball. Got too much to the middle of the plate, the backup slider. And that becomes a very good pitch to hit. Kingery's had a good day at the plate. He's got a couple of hits.
Hit a home run in the 2nd inning. He's on first now after the single. Dahl's on 3rd, and Rodolfo Castro is up. Castro's played in 3 major league seasons, only 24 years old. He swings and misses. Zulueta evens up the count. It's a tough start to the inning. An infield single for Edmundo Sosa that could have been a 6-3 putout. Throw went wide of the bag. And Zulueta, although the velocity is looking good, that fastball at 97 has not found an out or any weak contact really since. Still the early days of spring, though. The switch hitter Castro looks at another pitch, and it's 3-1. Some action for the Blue Jays right now as the pitch count goes up. Grayson Thurman, the right-hander.
One of the benefits of this new player development center down here in Dunedin is the minor leaguers are right there with the major leaguers, and you can bring some minor league pitchers over who aren't in big league camp to provide some depth for situations just like this.
It is a sprawling complex, to say the least. That doesn't even really begin to describe it. I hadn't seen it until this year, and I think you could get lost in that complex if it was your first time very easily. There's a walk to Castro to load the bases here with nobody out. And it's great for the Blue Jays players in the system as well that everyone gets to be so close together. I know talking to Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, he did say, you know, Texas, where he was for 4 years, had a pretty recently renovated facility too, but this was still, you know, about as nice, if not the nicest, that he had seen in his time with the Rangers, Yankees, and Blue Jays. First pitch to the 9-hitter Aramis Garcia, called strike 1. Blue Jays still looking for their first out here in the top of the 5th inning. 3 runs in for the Phillies. And a foul ball off to the right side. It's 0-2. Starting to see some changes come through for both teams now. The Blue Jays with a pair of defensive changes. Jimenez and Martinez up the middle. Swing and a miss, strike 3 against Garcia. And Zulueta finally has that elusive first out. Now we see a change on the Phillies side as they'll bring in a pinch hitter. Whit Merrifield's day is done. Eric Brito is into the game, hitting in Merrifield's spot. Brito with a broken bat grounder to short. Jimenez is going to go the safe way to first, and he records the second out of the inning.
Yeah, Brito got jammed. Zulueta got that ball in a good spot. They had a grounder, but they couldn't turn 2, so Jimenez goes across the diamond for the second out of the inning.
David Dahl came in to score on the play, so the Phillies take the lead. It's an RBI ground out for Brito. Going to see if Zulueta can finish this inning. Some action in the Blue Jay pen, but 2 quick outs here, and a first pitch strike to Johan Rojas.
24 pitches thrown now by Zulueta. That's getting close to the end. They don't want him to throw many more pitches than this.
Swing and a miss, 0-2. Yeah, I'd be surprised if he faced another batter. Action for the Phillies as well. Could see Dylan Covey next inning. The 0-2. Outside, yanked the fastball. Johan Rojas at the plate figures to factor into the Phillies' future. Played 60 games with Philadelphia in center field last year and was one of the better defensive center fielders in baseball in that time. He hits the ball hard to straightaway center. Varsho back at the wall, and it squirts out of his glove as he makes contact with the blue wall. 2 runs in to score, and Rojas at third with a triple. Couldn't tell for a moment in the shadows there if Varsho was able to secure it, but it looked like it just got squeezed out right as he hit the fence.
Yeah, I think if Dalton Varsho had a chance to do this over, he might have turned and gone with the ball a little bit more. He tried to drift back on it and never got back in position to really make a catch. It's beyond his reach up against the wall. And Zulueta, as we mentioned, not going to throw many more pitches. A tough outing for he as well. And I'm sure Dalton Varsho would like another shot at that ball, one that he might have been able to make a catch on.
His major league debut. The pitch. Walker lines it into center, his first major league hit. His first at bat, and he singles off Alek Manoah here on March 30th, 2023. Welcome to the show.
The baseball gets thrown over to the Cardinals dugout, and that's something he will keep and remember the rest of his life.
Smash to right center. First big league hit, and here he goes. Lightning speed. De La Cruz up to second. A stand-up double. That was 112 off the bat.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. This kid is electric. First career double, first career base hit.
As Grayson Thurman continues to warm up there, Orelvis Martinez at second base, and Double-A manager Cesar Martin told me that the focus for Martinez is playing a strong second base, particularly turning double plays. And infield coordinator Danny Solano told me that people think that playing second base is easier than the left side. He said when you're on the left side of the field, the ball is in front of you, particularly on double plays, guys. The ball tends to be behind you. We have a right-handed hitter at the plate. The speed and the angle of that baseball is different. So that's the challenge for Orelvis Martinez here at Spring. So far, so good. His reaction time is great, Solano said. His footwork is fantastic, according to Martin. Guys?
Hazel, he was a guy who played a lot of short, played some third, but he does seem like it's full steam ahead now with Orelvis Martinez at second base and Grayson Thurman here on the mound, an undrafted signing by the Blue Jays out of the University of Lynchburg last year. His 1-1 fouled back. What do you think about Martinez now at second?
They're trying to find a place where he can play because he can swing the bat.
Oh, yeah.
He came up as a shortstop. He's just 22 years old. He made a nice adjustment in AAA after getting off to a terrible start in AA, but really had a fine season. He's a power hitter, and I think he's got big-time power that's legit. I think he's got a chance to be an impact hitter in the big leagues for a long time, and now the question is, where will he be most comfortable, and where will he be effective enough to play on defense? And I think right now they're going to stick with him at second base, but he can swing it.
Martinez with 28 home runs last year, 30 home runs the year prior, and he played all of 2022 at AA, hit just over 200. He added about 40 points to his batting average in 2023 while splitting his time at AA and AAA. So in theory, against tougher competition, he was able to find more contact and still maintain that power.
Yeah, he understands now that you don't have to hit every pitch, and he has a tendency to chase a lot, but he's cutting that down and using the whole field.
3-2 is hit hard on the ground to short. Jimenez with the long throw. It's high, and the Blue Jays cannot record the out as a run will come in to score. The former Blue Jay 13th rounder Trevor Schwecke gets aboard here, and it is 11-7.
Yeah, Jimenez, he made a mistake right there by not really getting himself in position to make a throw. Watch how casually he goes after this throw. Right there, couple of steps, takes too long, and when he does, he sees the runner getting close to first base, rushes the throw, and throws high. So theoretically, he could have 2 errors defensively in this inning. Wasn't charged with the first one.
Uncharacteristic showing here. Jimenez, one of the stronger defensive shortstops the Blue Jays have in the system. And here's a pinch hitter for the Phillies. It's Bryce Ball in the spot of Cody Clemens, who ended the day 2 for 2 with a double, a single, a walk, and 2 runs scored. All cuts and misses. And it's 0-1. Pardon me, 1-1. Grayson Thurman on the mound, spent most of last year with single-A Dunedin. Swing and a miss, and it's 1-2. 34 appearances out of the pen, recorded 6 saves for the Blue Jays, but had a couple appearances at Double-A New Hampshire as well when the Fisher Cats needed some pitchers there in the bullpen. Line drive off the end of the bat, 6 into right field for a base hit, picked up by Lucas, and this Phillies offensive inning continues. They've had 11 batters come to the plate in this inning. They've scored 7 runs, and the 12th batter of the inning, 2 up now. It's going to be Matt Kroon coming into the game, pinch hitting for Weston Wilson as we start to see the full reserve lineup come out for Philadelphia.
Yeah, and Ball, he gets a good pitch to hit. Looked like it might have been a changeup that he lines into right field.
First pitch strike by Thurman. 25-year-old from Lynchburg, Virginia. First and second and 2 outs. And the 0-1 is off the handle, looping toward right field, and it's a foul ball, barely. It's 0-2.
Yeah, the way things have gone for the Phillies, you expected that might have dropped for a base hit. They had a couple of big innings here. Back in the second, they scored 4 runs on 5 hits. Now they've got 7 runs here in this extended 5th inning.
And they've done this without a home run. Have a triple, a double. It's strung together a lot of hits to start the inning. Kroon trying to keep it going. 18th round pick in 2018 out of Oklahoma State. 0-2 fastball is too high. Kroon spent most of last year with Double-A Reading, reached Triple-A Lehigh Valley for the end of the season. He takes another pitch upstairs. That was big for him and the Phillies, given the fact that he tore his ACL 2 games into the 2022 season at Double-A Reading and missed the entire campaign. So to stay a little bit on track and get to Triple-A was big for his development. 2-2 is lifted to right field. Racing back, Lucas looking up, and that ball is gone. 3-run home run, Matt Kroon, and the Phillies have scored 10 runs here in the 5th.
Welcome to spring training. You see a bunch of guys you're not really familiar with. The pitchers are pitching without a whole lot of scouting report information, and they're still refining their command and location. And in this small ballpark, the ball is jumping. That ball is up and away, and Kroon, he's got some pop, and he hits this one over the wall in right field to cash in 3 runs. So another big hit for the Phillies. Now it's 14-7 on strength of 15 hits for Philadelphia.
Kroon, a guy who drove in almost 60 runs last year at 50 extra base hits in under 100 games. Dahl hits it on the ground to second. Martinez picks it up and throws to first, and that will end the top of the 5th. Halfway through this one, and the Phillies up a touchdown. It's 14-7 in Bradenton, or Dunedin.
Introducing MLB Moments. These are once-in-a-lifetime fan experiences that you have a chance to win. Like playing in the MLB All-Star Celebrity Softball Game, attending the All-Star Red Carpet Show presented by T-Mobile, announcing a Mariners pick on draft day, and going on the field before the T-Mobile Home Run Derby. Enter for a chance to be a part of the biggest events in baseball at MLB.com/moments.
Left field. McCormick back. It's over his head. The Guardians walk it off. Chill Will Brennan gives the Guardians their only lead of the night. And it only took 14 innings to get there. His first career walk-off hit will be one to remember.
It's a home run for Adley Rutschman.
It's a hit? Oh, you gotta be. That is a 5-hit opening day for Adley Rutschman. He gets an infield single. So 5 hits for Adley Rutschman on opening day. His first career 4-hit day becomes his first career 5-hit day.
7 runs for the Blue Jays in the first 4 innings, and a new beard and a new role for Don Mattingly, who is offensive coordinator now in addition to bench coach. He's more in charge of what's going on offensively. Buck, what do you think that can do for this team?
Donnie Mattingly loves to talk about hitting, and now you can see him chatting with Hunter Mintz, one of the assistant hitting coaches as well, and Matt Haig has also been added to this staff as a hitting coach. But Don Mattingly is going to be challenged with giving the hitters a game plan against a specific pitcher each and every game. And he's going to tell them, hey, what do you want to hit against this guy? Stay with that game plan and try to be more selective. Don't give away any at-bats. And I think that's something he did very well as a player. And now, given that responsibility, he's freed up to talk to his hitters during the course of a game. After establishing a game plan prior to the game, he can remind them, hey, you don't want to hit that pitch. You want to get something better to hit. And he was going to be an asset on the bench for them.
Rodolfo Castro coming up with the grounder, tosses it across the diamond, and there's one down there as Danny Jansen's retired for the first time. Here's Dalton Varsho, who could be a big part of this new look Don Mattingly offense. He's already driven in 3 runs today.
Yeah, and you know what, Dalton's he's motivated to have a good season, and certainly having a game plan and sticking with it is part of it. And it's all about, you know what, Pete Rose has talked about it throughout his entire career. The key to hitting is getting a good pitch to hit. You don't have to hit them all. And you can take some strikes and you can hit with 2 strikes, but the key to having a good career as a hitter, getting a good pitch to hit. And Don Mattingly says, you know, in particular, specifically, Bo Bichette, he can hit a lot of pitches and he can hit pitches off the plate for base hits. But you've got to bring the pitcher into a smaller zone in the strike zone to be the best version of yourself. And that's what Donnie's going to challenge his hitters to do this year.
Mattingly there beside Hunter Mintz. And the Blue Jays offense has hummed along so far. Varsho a big part of that, a double and a single. 2-1 is upstairs to Dalton, and it's 3 balls and a strike. Just a litany of defensive changes for the Phillies, by the way, with multiple pinch hitters last inning, not to mention Carlos De La Cruz coming in right field, and a ball lined to right field that gets down for another Varsho base hit. He's 3 for 3. And Don partly put in this position now because the Blue Jays, after being one of the most formidable offenses in the game over 2021 and 22, fell into the middle of the pack last year. Why do you think that is, or what do you think he can do in this situation?
Well, a lot of the difference between 22 and 23 was not having Teoscar Hernandez and Lourdes Gurriel. I mean, they were big parts of the offense, and when you take big parts of your offense away, that has an impact on the rest of the hitters in your lineup. But at the same time, they're just not a power hitting team. I mean, there are guys that are capable. Of course, Vladdy's capable of hitting a lot of home runs, so for Springer and Bo. But overall, it's not the power-laden team we have seen in the past with this ball club.
Kiner Falefa with a looper to center. That gets down. The pinch runner Stuart Baroa up to second, and back-to-back singles.
But you talk about how you improve. Okay, so maybe we're not going to be that home run hitting ball club, but Kiner Falefa is one of those guys that they're going to expect to put the bat on the ball, and he's rewarded with his second base hit of the afternoon, and his day has come to an end as well.
Addison Barger taking over the pinch runner at first. Spencer Horwitz maybe taking his last plate appearance of the game. 2 on, 1 out. And he hits a ground ball past the first baseman into right field. Getting the wave is Baroa. Barger stopped at second for a moment, but he'll advance to third. And I think he thinks there might have been some interference potentially. Moving up to second on the play is Horwitz.
Now Horwitz had a strikeout and a walk at his first 2 plate appearances, and he hooks one past the first baseman as Baroa comes in to score. He takes a good pass at it and hits it sharply, and it goes off the first baseman's glove. He let that ball play him a little bit. That's Bryce Ball down there at first base, had that ball go off his glove.
And a pinch runner now for Horwitz. Standing on second base right now, De Los Santos takes over for the Blue Jays. Nathan Lucas at the plate. Luis De Los Santos, that is, at second, and a ground ball chopped towards Bryce Ball again. It squirts out of his glove, but he recovers to flip it to first. However, that will be a run driven in by Lucas, his second RBI of the game on a ground out.
Well, he had a sac fly back in the 3rd inning, and now he gets an RBI on a ground out with that guy at third base. Another thing they're preaching, get that runner in from third. Doesn't always take a base hit to get you an RBI.
So after a 10-run top of the 5th by the Phillies, the Blue Jays have scored 2 here in the bottom of the 5th. Runner on third, Eden swings and misses. He is the 9th hitter from today's starting lineup, and maybe it's his last plate appearance as well. Takes another pitch low, and the count is even at 1-1 against the right-hander Dylan Covey, who spent a good amount of time in the major leagues with the Phillies. Another pitch out of the zone, and now Eden ahead of the count. He was the guy the Blue Jays used late in the season last year. Probably their biggest stolen base and speed threat they have in the system.
53 steals last year.
Hard hit ground ball foul. De Los Santos had to dance out of the way.
And Cam Eden's a very good defender as well. He can really play center field. He's playing in left field today. He needs to be more consistent with the bat to become a big leaguer. That's Paolo Espino, the veteran former big leaguer that's on this team as a non-roster invite.
Swing and a miss there by Eden, and that will end the bottom of the 5th. Blue Jays score a pair. Varsho and Kiner Falefa pick up hits and runs and come out of the game.
Brett Rooker joining the show in studio. We're going to talk hitting.
What are you thinking right here? That's 95 at the very top, and I at least foul it off. So I know I can cover it. If I make that same move and have that same mindset, I can cover the fastball at the top. And if I can cover that fastball at the top and at least foul it off with 2 strikes, then I know I'm on the rest of the pitches. And I know I've got time to adjust to it. Can we get a side view? One of the side views back up? And I think
God, he's going to work here. I know, he's definitely ready.
Here he comes.
He's ready, man.
There's a ball driven in deep left field, up and gone to the home run port. Jose Ramirez, home run number 7. There's another long fly ball. Deep center field, and gone to Souvenir City. Career home run number 200 for Jose. Right field, Ref Snyder back. He's gonna wave goodbye. It's the first 3-homer game in the career of Jose Ramirez. There it is, 2000. A milestone moment for a Pittsburgh icon back home.
How good is it that they can enjoy that here in Pittsburgh?
Man, it's hard to even speak right now. What a beautiful thing.
What a wonderful achievement for Andrew McCutchen. 2,000 career hits, and to do that in a Pirate.
Day one of the Blue Jays promotion launch features bobbleheads. April 12th, the first 15,000 fans receive a Jose Barrios Gold Glove bobblehead. Visit BlueJays.com/promotions to learn more. Blue Jays and Phillies in the opener of Grapefruit League action here in Florida. And Rob Thompson is here, the manager of the Phillies, a Canadian Baseball Hall of Famer, and as Canadian managers go, about as successful as there's ever been.
Yeah, he has done a terrific job with his team. He, of course, came to the Phillies as the bench coach for Joe Girardi, and then when Girardi was let go, he took over. Played college baseball at KU in Kansas, and he was a catcher, got signed out of there, started a coaching career very early in his career, spent 28 years with the Yankees in many different roles. I played golf with him on Super Bowl Saturday, and we played at Copperhead over at Innisbrook, and he made back-to-back birdies for the first time in his golfing career. And got a bunch of Canadians that live at Innisbrook, and Rob Thompson from Stratford, of course, former mayor of Stratford, Dan Matheson, was in the group, and we had a good time, and Rob celebrated back-to-back birdies for the first time as a golfer.
I don't even know if I have back-to-back bogeys in my bag. I think one bogey I'd be pretty happy with. But
Rob's done a great job with his team, and you know, he's now 60 years old, and there was a time a couple of years ago before he got the appointment as a manager, he was kind of stepping away from baseball. He'd been doing it a long time, but now he's really a fixture with his Philly team, and he's done such a terrific job. He's a great communicator, and he's got a heck of a ball club to manage as well.
Phillies made the World Series in 2022 and then lost Game 7 of the NLCS to the Diamondbacks last year. Here's Simone Muzziotti going up against Paulo Espino in the game for the Blue Jays. You had said it before the break, a veteran. That's another guy that maybe provides some depth for Toronto in the starting pitcher front. Espino has pitched for a couple different major league teams, Milwaukee, Texas, most recently the Nationals, where he's pitched both out of the pen and as a starter. Foul ball as that one struck Muzziotti in the front foot. Espino, a 37-year-old from Panama, 10th round pick of Cleveland in 2006. 2-2 called, strike three. Espino beats Muzziotti with an 89-mile-per-hour fastball, one down.
Good spot, good location. Obviously a veteran pitcher. He's 37 years old now. And he was drafted out of the IMG Academy in Bradenton, Florida, not far from here.
IMG, one of the top athletic schools in a couple different respects in the U.S. Called strike here to start off his battle against De La Cruz. Carlos De La Cruz, an outfielder. The 0-1. Swing and a miss, 0-2. This is De La Cruz's first chance at the plate. Came in defensively for David Dahl a couple innings ago. 0-2. Swing and a miss, slowed it down, and had De La Cruz way out in front at 73.
Yeah, that's the experienced pitcher on the mound, and he knows you don't always have to give 100% effort on every pitch, and he takes something off and comes up with a very effective slow curveball and had the hitter way out in front. So back-to-back strikeouts for the veteran.
Espino pitched in the Dominican Winter League this year as a starter entirely. Had 9 starts, almost 50 innings logged, and had an ERA of 2.4. Just outside there, it's 1-1. Back-to-back strikeouts. Here's Kendall Simmons in his first chance, and he fouls it back. It's 1-2. It's Brian Serven behind the plate now for the Blue Jays. It appears like he is in a battle for that third catcher spot, kind of that Tyler Heineman role from last year. As that pitch lands in the dirt, 2-2. Serven coming over from Colorado.
Yeah, the Blue Jays have a couple of guys in that situation. Is Peyton Henry, another guy that's got big league experience. He's on this roster now. But the Blue Jays aren't going to take 3 catchers. They're going to take 2 catchers, Danny Jansen, Allen, and Kirk. But you make a great point. That third catcher will probably be in AAA, a guy with major league experience, very much like Heineman last year.
And if the last 2 years tell anything, they're going to at least at some point end up using a third catcher. As the 3-2 misses, it's a 2-out walk. Blue Jays have had a couple different guys feature over the last couple years because, you know, the catching position is just so physically demanding that it's likely that at a certain point you might need to call on an extra body.
It's the most difficult thing to do in baseball, Ben.
I don't doubt it. You might have some bias, but I don't doubt it.
It's you know, and it's hard to find guys that you know. Basically, the Blue Jays are fortunate they have basically 2 catchers that are everyday players. They just don't happen to play every day. But yeah, there's not many traditional backup catchers around baseball anymore. A guy that will play 40 games maybe and just kind of stay behind, because catchers don't catch as much as they once did. You know, Johnny Bench, I heard him on our interview this morning. He talked about playing 54 games in a row once. Yeah, 54 games in a row.
And the travel was probably you know, a little bit different of a situation for him too. The way that the treatment that he was getting was probably a bit of a different situation as well. So that has to be.
Yeah, the treatment after a game Johnny Bench got was take a shower. Yeah. Take a shower, John. You're in there tomorrow.
Maybe the Phillies with one of the few true backup catchers in Garrett Stubbs, because JT Realmuto plays so many games for them defensively. 2-strike pitch is cut on and missed. Strike 3. Eric Brito goes down, and Paulo Espino strikes out 3 batters out of the 4 he faced to end the top of the 6th.
Smash to right center. First big league hit, and here he goes. Lightning speed. De La Cruz up to second. A stand-up double. That was 112 off the bat.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. This kid is electric. First career double, first career base hit.
And here's another one I believe went off the scoreboard. If you miss in the middle of the plate with Max Muncy, he's good. Look at that level swing right there. And he's a hitter. But what I love, watch him drop. What he does is he moves his hands and he loads into the back leg. Here you see the knob facing the catcher, which I really love, because that's the power position for any power hitter.
1-0 Yanks. Here's Gleyber Torres.
Torres now puts a charge into that, into center field. Tavares looking up. That is long gone. Gleyber Torres makes it back-to-back bombs for the Yankees. And it is 2-0 in the second.
2 fastballs, 2 home runs.
443 feet for Gleyber, who homered.
High scoring affair here in Dunedin. 14-9 for the Phillies over the Blue Jays. This is a time for development in game 1 of spring training, and a lot of the Blue Jays top development guys in camp right now. Ricky Tiedemann was slated to start today but did not, but Aurelvis Martinez, the top position player prospect for ESPN that the Blue Jays have, has already been seen today, and we'll see him hit this inning, and that's where he really earned some of that prospect cachet.
Yeah, he's a very good power hitting prospect, and you know what, he's made some fast adjustments throughout the minor leagues, and he's moved very quickly for a young player. And you know, he never really had any problems once he got to AAA. He made a nice adjustment there and ended up with just shy of 100 RBIs for the season.
That's, I mean, at his age at AAA is really impressive. You are really one of the younger guys in AAA if you're 21 like he was last year.
Probably 7 years younger than the league average.
Yeah.
And you're going to play against a lot of former major leaguers. You're going to see some veteran pitchers like Paolo Espino, that type of pitcher, and you're going to make some adjustments. And the biggest adjustment he made was not trying to pull everything. And I think he's got legit power. You know, I've said this before, and I've said this a couple years ago. I think eventually he's got the chance to be a power hitter along the lines of a George Bell.
Wow, that is quite the accolade or guy to be beside. A 1987 MVP, and Martinez there with a 5-pitch walk. We talked about it earlier. That's been a big part of his maturity too. Not swinging. Not only what is he doing when he's swinging, but being okay to take a couple more pitches and let at-bats come to him.
Yeah, it's a learning process for sure, but he's a guy that listens and takes instruction very well. He's going to be fine.
Here's Leo Jimenez, another one of the major prospects for the Blue Jays.
And these young Latino players, they've got the benefit of having Eddie Encarnacion here. And Edwin has been here, and he's talking to these young hitters. He's talking to all the hitters, of course, but he certainly has an impact when he's talking to some of his fellow Dominican players about approach at the plate, about practice habits, how you get better as a hitter. And he's invaluable in his presence here in spring training.
Jimenez swings and fouls it back. The shortstop took a big step forward last year at Double-A, ended up hitting in the high 280s with an on-base plus slugging above 800. Went up to AAA at the end of the year and had a bit of trouble adjusting there, but that was a pretty brief stint. And very possible that we'll see him start at AAA this year as he gets one off the handle, loops it towards right center. That'll drop in for a base hit. Martinez jogs into second, and the two Blue Jays prospects are aboard to start the inning.
Yeah, right on time. We talk about the depth of the Blue Jays minor league system, and you're seeing some of these guys, and you just know that sooner or later you're going to be able to produce some more players coming out of their system, much like they did. Edwin Encarnacion, a terrific hitter in his playing days with the Blue Jays, and he wants to give back to these young players in the organization, so he makes an effort to get here to spring training and try to mentor some of these kids.
Well, that's got to be so cool for the players as Britton takes up and away 1-0. I mean, there are a lot of great Blue Jays that come around. You know, you see Devon White, Paul Quantrill, but to have a guy so recent as well involved in the success of this team, a guy that a lot of these players probably watched when they were in high school or maybe a little bit before that, and have him instructing them, that's got to make a big impact.
Yeah, and you know what, he had some terrific seasons for the Blue Jays. Began his career in Cincinnati, came over in a trade, and really developed. And you know what, he went through some tough times to start his career too. He was actually sent back to the minor leagues from Toronto and went down and had the right attitude and worked hard and got his way back to the big leagues and ended up having some huge seasons for the Jays.
And a similar thing happened with Teoscar Hernandez. He was sent down at one point, came back up, and kind of just racked up silver sluggers from that point on. So there's development even when you get to the big leagues, not just when you're in the minor leagues as well.
Another guy that's in camp and leaning on these young players is Victor Martinez, who's on the bench there.
Fly ball lost to the side, and Zach Britton's going to reach safely there. That was a very awkward play for Shimon Muzziotti, who just got out there recently, and he just lost that ball for a moment, overran it down the left field line.
This is the most challenging type of sky you could ever have. There's not a cloud in the sky. There's no depth perception. There's a little bit of breeze down there, and you can see he got overmatched from the start. I mean, he had no chance to make this play, and you can see no clouds at all. It's a endless sky, and you don't have much depth perception. Boy, once he got turned around, he had no chance. The Blue Jays went through their pop-up drills today before batting practice, and they were going through a similar thing where the ball's up in the air. You don't get a good beat on them early, you're never going to make a play.
Ryan Servin up to the plate now. 1 ball, 1 strike count. Well, it's good practice for the regular season because this is correct me if I'm wrong, a tougher sky than they'll face a lot of the time in Toronto.
For sure.
Servin charges the ball to left center field. That's going to split the outfielders and get down. Martinez scores. Jimenez scores. Getting the wave. Britton is coming home. There won't be a throw. And Brian Servin, in his first swing in a Blue Jay uniform, clears the bases with a double to left center.
Boy, that's a good feeling when you're in a new organization and you have an impacted bat early on. Danny Jansen started this game, and Jansen had a couple of good at-bats, and here Servin gets his first at-bat and clears the bases with a shot to the gap in left center. That's a good swing he puts on it, and the base running was outstanding. Everybody got a good read on the ball early, and they clear the bases.
Stuart Baroa squares and bunts it down the third base line, but it's foul. And it's 0-1. Servin definitely has some power. In Colorado, when he made his major league debut in 2022, he had 2 home runs as his first 2 hits. They came in the same game. He and Trevor Story, the only guys to do that, have each of their first 2 hits be homers in the same game. Oh, 1. Baroa takes downstairs 1-1. Baroa, a free agent this season after spending a while in the minors with the Blue Jays, re-signed on a minor league deal. The 1-1. High and outside.
Yeah, he's an interesting guy. He's got some speed. He has played in the outfield. He played winter ball again in the Dominican Republic, and he has played a lot of center field. He's played primarily center and left, but he's interesting in that he's got some speed, and he's a switch hitter.
It pops it up to left. Muziati fighting the sun, but makes the catch. And that's the first out of the inning. Let's go down to Hazel May.
Ben, just a note on Baroa. He is in his 8th year with the Blue Jays organization, but this was his first ever invite to big league camp. He said since 2021 he would be asked to come over from minor league camp to play in spring games with the Blue Jays, but he said this is his first ever invite to big league camp. He feels very comfortable in this setting, but he's genuinely excited to get an official invite, he told me, to be with the big leaguers. I asked him what the biggest jump in his game is over these 8 years. He said his mental side, saying he understands how he can help the team, particularly his running game. That's his strength. He says, I feel powerful with my speed and when I'm stealing bases. Guys?
Hazel, he stole 47 last year, 47 the year before that, and 58 the year before that. So I tend to agree with him. The speed is really his biggest weapon, as Addison Barger is in an 0-2 hole.
Yeah, Baroa is interesting because of that speed skill.
Michael Mercado misses high, and it's 1-2.
Well, Addison Barger, he's a guy that everybody's talking about is one of these guys that's going to get a long look in the spring, and he deserves it. Last year, he had a little bit of an elbow issue, had some bone chips in his elbow, and he just hasn't had that kind of consistency you'd like to see, but he's got some power. He's got a terrific arm and primarily a third baseman, so he moved to the outfield a little bit, played outfield last year a bit, but another one of those guys they're trying to see just exactly what they have in Addison Barger.
Yeah, the word on him is third base and some right field. And he told me that it's been interesting learning from Isaiah Kiner-Falefa because Barger started as a shortstop, so did IKF, so he could relate a little bit to Isaiah in learning that way. The Blue Jays score a trio of runs and look to tie it up when we come back.
Smash to right center. First big league hit, and here he goes. Lightning speed. De La Cruz up to second. A stand-up double. That was 112 off the bat.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. This kid is electric. First career double, first career base hit.
There's a ball driven in deep left field, up and gone to the home run court. Jose Ramirez, home run number 7. There's another long fly ball. Deep center field and gone to Souvenir City. Career home run number 200 for Jose. Right field, Ref Snyder back. He's gonna wave goodbye. It's the first 3-homer game in the career of Jose Ramirez.
In the air to deep left field. X marks the spot. Xander Bogaerts, first home run in a Padres uniform. Welcome to San Diego, Xander Bogaerts.
4-seam fastball. I tell you what, that is right in the hot zone of Xander Bogaerts. Stay tuned to that. We're all over the hot zone. And Xander Bogaerts is hot his first at-bat.
A great matchup on Hockey Night in Canada later today. Best in the East versus best in the West. Bruins Canucks 6:30 Eastern, 3:30 Pacific on Sportsnet Pacific and City TV. Down south in Dunedin, Florida, the Blue Jays down by 2 right now with a runner on second base, Brian Serven, who cleared the bases a moment ago. And the new pitcher is Carlos Francisco, the tall right-hander for Philadelphia. He takes on Luis De Los Santos, first plate appearance of the game for De Los Santos. 1-0 is outside. Ben Schulman, Buck Martinez, and Hazel May. And De Los Santos getting up to AAA for part of the year last season.
Very outgoing young man. You see him around the clubhouse, and he's anxious to engage you in a conversation. Interesting guy. He's got some power. Terrific body. He looks like he's got a chance to really develop into a pretty good player. His first chance to be in camp with the Blue Jays.
Hit 3 grand slams last season as he takes a pitch inside to go to 3-1. He hit a 10th inning walk-off grand slam against the Worcester Red Sox in June. Then a week later he hit another grand slam, and then he hit a 3rd in September. The Blue Jays had 2 last year. He had 3, and he takes a 5-pitch walk to keep the inning alive. Now Rafael Antigua is coming up to the plate here. Another very interesting prospect for the Blue Jays, who, you know, in the old Marcus Stroman adage, the height doesn't measure heart. Well, he has more pop in that bat than you might think when you first look at him.
Yeah, and you know what? You see his numbers from a year ago, and you go, wow, 305, 12, and 85. That's pretty good numbers. And then you see him, and you say, wow, a little power in that small package.
Shortstop went out to make the play, and that will do it. The Blue Jays scored 3 runs in the bottom of the 6th and make it a 2-run game headed to the 7th.
Introducing MLB Moments. These are once-in-a-lifetime fan experiences that you have a chance to win. Like playing in the MLB All-Star Celebrity Softball Game, attending the All-Star Red Carpet Show presented by T-Mobile, announcing a Mariners pick on draft day, and going on the field before the T-Mobile Home Run Derby. Enter for a chance to be a part of the biggest events in baseball at MLB.com/moments.
In the air to deep left field. X marks the spot. Xander Bogaerts, first home run in a Padres uniform. Welcome to San Diego, Xander Bogaerts.
4-seam fastball. I tell you what, that is right in the hot zone of Xander Bogaerts. Stay tuned to that. We're all over the hot zone. And Xander Bogaerts is hot his first at-bat.
There's a ball driven to deep left field, up and gone to the home run court. Jose Ramirez, home run number 7. There's another long fly ball. Deep center field and gone to Souvenir City. Career home run number 200 for Jose. Right field, Ref Snyder back. He's gonna wave goodbye. It's the first 3-homer game in the career of Jose Ramirez.
Day one of the Blue Jays promotions launch features bobbleheads. On May 22nd, the first 15,000 fans will receive a Yusei Kikuchi bobblehead. Check out that signature leg kick. Visit bluejays.com/promotions to learn more. Kikuchi a couple times last year was toe to the sky with his leg kick. Almost kicked himself in the face a few times. But what a phenomenal season he had last year. After struggling to stay in the rotation in his first year, he was incredibly valuable to the Blue Jays in 2023.
No, he sure was, and he really refined his delivery. Added a curveball, and this year he's throwing a changeup. So it's going to be interesting to see how he progresses. This is Mason Fluharty. Vancouver in Double-A in 48 games. He put up some pretty good numbers as well.
He gets a swing and a miss to start the inning.
He doesn't throw a straight fastball. That's his fastball right there, and it cuts. And he runs it out there, and he's got a lot of movement on it. Cutter, slider, that's all he throws. Very effective. Another pitch off the plate outside. You can see a lot of run. That's got to be really challenging for left-handed hitters facing Fluharty.
Cal Stevenson, who's played in parts of a couple major league seasons, the left-handed hitter at the plate. And Stevenson fights it off. And is it because of that similar shape, that similar movement in the cutter and slider that he's so effective, you think?
I think so, and it's hard. It's a very flat cutter. It's not like that normal cutter that you see some people call a slider a cutter, but his is legitimately a cutter with flat movement across the plane of the bat. Pretty interesting. And like I said, this pitching staff in the camp, including these younger players, they're all pretty interesting. Another guy that's going to be interesting to watch is Adam Macko, who pitched at Vauxhall in Calgary. And he's got an interesting story, another left-hander that has been a starter in the past. He's from Slovakia.
And he was picked up when the Blue Jays picked up Eric Swanson. It wasn't the most talked about part of the deal because Teoscar and Swanson obviously dominated the headlines, but Macko, an interesting guy for the Blue Jays going forward. Here's Fluharty, the fifth rounder out of Liberty. Gets another foul ball from Stevenson. Reached AAA late in May in 2023.
It's the ninth Blue Jay pitcher to pitch here this afternoon.
Yeah. Well, we've had 26 runs in 6 innings from these two teams combined. 1-2 in the dirt. It was cool when Fluharty got drafted in 2022. He posted a picture, lots of guys in their little leagues. You know, the teams are named after major league teams, and he actually played for the Blue Jays as a kid, was the name of his little league team. And he posted a picture of him and his dad currently with Blue Jays hats on, and then them when he was his coach and they were kids. And that was in the silver and black era, a different logo, but being a Blue Jay for a long time. So Fluharty's comfortable in these threads.
Yeah, that's cool. A couple of Blue Jays in the minor league system also with Creighton Blue Jays, including Will Robertson, who makes the catch right there. Played at Creighton in Omaha. Alan Roden is the other Creighton Blue Jays, so they're a couple of Blue Jay farmhands that have been Blue Jays in the past.
Two exciting outfielders. Robertson had about as strong of a second half as anyone in the system last year, and parlay that into a strong campaign in the Arizona Fall League too. Former Blue Jay draft pick Trevor Schwecke up. Fluharty jams him. Pop up to shallow left center. Jimenez going out, and he made the catch. Nice play there by Leo Jimenez. Had to fight the sun on a tough angle and helps out his pitcher Fluharty. There are 2 down.
You'd mentioned what a good fielder that Jimenez is, and there you see the skills on display. That was another tough pop-up, this tough sky today with a little bit of breeze blowing here in Dunedin, but he stayed with it, made a nice play.
So 2 outs for Fluharty, who gets another left-handed hitter in Bryce Ball. First pitch, swing and a miss. Tons of movement on that slider.
Well, and 2, he works from the extreme first base side of the rubber to compound the challenges for left-handed hitters. And he's pounding the strike zone. I love his tempo. He is working quickly, keeping the pressure on the hitter.
And he took a little bit off that slider. It looked like that was down to 78 before it was a little bit more 81.
You see how far out on that rubber, just basically the heel of his left foot engaged with the rubber. Tough angle for hitters.
0-2. Swing and a miss. Strike three. 1-2-3 inning for Fluharty. And we go to the 7th inning stretch in a tight ball game. 14-12 Phillies in day one of spring training 2024.
His major league debut. The pitch. Walker lines it into center. His first major league hit. His first at bat. And he singles off Alek Manoah here on March 30th, 2023. Welcome to the show.
The baseball gets thrown over to the Cardinals dugout, and that's something he will keep and remember the rest of his life.
Left field. McCormick back. It's over his head. The Guardians walk it off. Chill Will Brennan gives the Guardians their only lead of the night. And it only took 14 innings to get there. His first career walk-off hit will be one to remember.
No way! Trace Thompson, stop it! For the third time, Trace Thompson goes deep, 440 feet.
A mammoth shot into the pavilion and deep left center field. What a night for Trace Thompson. He has knocked in 8, and the Dodgers lead 10-1.
UFC Fight Night action continues tonight in Mexico. Main card action begins at 10 Eastern, 7 Pacific on Sportsnet Plus and Sportsnet 360. With the new season brings some of the same. Our first OK Blue Jays of the year here in Dunedin. Speaking of UFC, by the way, the Blue Jays, a lot of them going through some new training methods, and for Bo Bichette, there was a new training method. He was doing some Muay Thai. Now, he wasn't actually fighting people. He wanted to make sure that we knew, but he did some swimming, some Pilates. Were there any unorthodox training methods that you tried in your time playing?
I did a lot of aerobics.
Okay.
A lot of aerobics at the end of my career, and yeah, just trying to stay loose. And of course, back then when I was playing, Nautilus was a big thing. It was a workout routine based on machines and all that stuff. So there were a lot of things that we did. A little bit different than today. We didn't have any weights, that's for sure.
Oh.
0 weights.
Yeah.
Not until the late 70s. Nobody lifted weights. They were banned from the clubhouse.
Easy to think about that now. I mean, it's such a huge part of it these days. Here's Andrew Bellotti delivering to Will Robertson. Takes it off the end of the mat foul. 1-1. The aerobics were helpful, though, you thought, or no?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Especially when I was coming back from a broken leg, I did that just to get movement back and everything else. But yeah, Bo, he did a nice job. A lot of swimming in his off-season routine and Muay Thai. He just got away from baseball for a while, something he hadn't done for a while. This is Will Robertson. We mentioned he played at Creighton University in Omaha. He is from Missouri. Loose Creek, Missouri, a small town in Missouri.
1-2 is chopped to the right side. It'll be scooped up by Brito at second, who flips over the ball at first. Robertson retired. So we get our second look at Aurelvis Martinez, who did not have a full swing in his first at-bat. He had a check swing, but took a 5-pitch walk. The top position player prospect in the system per ESPN. And one of, if not the top power hitters as well. He swings at the first pitch this time and hooks it down to third. And Martinez retired on the first pitch.
Yeah, a little anxious there. Obviously, didn't get a chance to swing the bat his first time up and went after kind of a questionable pitch. And that will probably listen to the conversation with Don Mattingly saying, is that the pitch you wanted to hit in that situation?
Maybe a case where he knows he might not get another at-bat. And so he just got a little bit over-anxious. 2 down now. And Leo Jimenez up. He made a pretty nice catch going over his shoulder in the top half of the 7th. Pilati fires home, and it's called strike 1. Pilati's pitched in the majors with a couple of teams, originally with the Rays. Here's the 0-1. Fouled back into the netting. It's 0-2.
Yeah, if you've played a few years in the majors, there's a chance that you have pitched with the Rays at some point. Yeah. They make changes all the time. We're going to see them here in the not too distant future as they come into Dunedin to play. The Rays, they will be here on the 7th of March.
And the Rays are one of the only teams in baseball where they've lost several key players and people are projecting them to be just as good, if not better, because they just keep doing it year after year.
Yeah, they've got a formula that works very well. You can see Brandon Eisert working to get ready to come into this game.
Broken back grounder hit softly to short, charging in Schwecke, and his throw there to beat Jimenez. A 1-2-3, bottom of the 7th. Baseball is back, and the weather is beautiful in Florida. Sunny skies for spring training 2024.
In the air to deep left field. X marks the spot. Xander Bogaerts, first home run in a Padres uniform. Welcome to San Diego, Xander Bogaerts.
4-seam fastball. I tell you what, that is right in the hot zone of Xander Bogaerts. Stay tuned to that. We're all over the hot zone. And Xander Bogaerts is hot his first at-bat.
Major League debut. The pitch. Walker lines it into center, his first Major League hit. His first at bat, and he singles off Alek Manoah here on March 30th, 2023. Welcome to the show.
The baseball gets thrown over to the Cardinals dugout, and that's something he will keep and remember the rest of his life.
Year after year, the Toronto Blue Jays play in about the toughest division in baseball. The AL East was loaded last year, and if anything, Buck, it looks like it could be even tougher this year if the Yankees can be resurgent. How do you think the Blue Jays stack up here in the AL East?
Yeah, I think they stack up very well. In my mind, the Blue Jays have the best pitching staff in the East, starters and relievers. I don't think there's any question about that. The Orioles have had a couple of setbacks already with their starting pitching. The Yankees are counting on Carlos Rodon and Marcus Stroman, and, you know, of course, they got the big guy at the top of the order in Garrett Cole. But when you look at their rotation, Clark Schmidt is 4, Nestor Cortez, he was a big question mark last year, and we don't know what he's going to do. Of course, the Orioles, they don't have Felix Bautista. He underwent Tommy John surgery. John Means has got elbow soreness. Kyle Bradish has got elbow problems.
That's a big loss.
And he might be out. He might not pitch at all. So, yeah, there's a lot of question marks in this division. But I think at the same time, when you look at 3 teams, 89 or higher win totals, the Blue Jays, yeah, it was a disappointing season, but they won 89 games. I mean, if you improve that by 5 games, you're up in 94, 95 territory, and all of a sudden, you know, I think the biggest thing for John Schneider is trying to win a division. I think you win a division, of course, it gives you that period. You aren't playing a wild card series. You can get a little rest and set up your rotation a little bit better. But he and Pete Walker, I think they understand they've got a chance to win a division. I think that's their goal. I don't think they want to get to the playoffs. You win a division, then you are in a much better position to go deep into the postseason.
Yeah, they've made the playoffs 3 out of the last 4 years, but every time from a wild card spot, and haven't been able to advance past that round. And Brandon Eisert in the game, by the way, the left-hander, with a strikeout of Matt Kroon to start his outing. Misses upstairs, and speaking of the AL East, Baltimore and Boston played today, with Baltimore hosting, and Corbin Burns was seen for the first time in an Orioles uniform. He pitched a scoreless inning and struck out a pair, and the Orioles won that game 4-3. Eisert induces a pop-up here, middle of the diamond. Jimenez is going to call off his minor league teammate in Martinez and make the catch. There are 2 outs. Eisert is a pretty interesting guy for the Blue Jays.
Yeah, he pitched very well last year at AAA. He appeared in 459 games in AAA Buffalo and pitched 69 innings and had a pretty good season, a whip of just 132. And he too is kind of an interesting left-hander, and they've got a bunch of guys, and I mentioned Adam Macko. Hopefully we'll see him in the next couple of days, and he's probably got more starting potential than both Little and Eisert.
Eisert maybe, though, a depth option for lefty relievers should the Blue Jays need another one. He misses outside to Muzziotti, 2-0.
Yeah, I think Little and Eisert are probably the guys they will think first and foremost of to back up Cabrera and Mesa.
2-0 is off the handle toward right field. That's a catch for Robertson, and a 1-2-3 inning for Brandon Eisert. The Blue Jays pitchers flying through the last 3 frames. They're looking for a 2-run comeback.
Smash to right center. First big league hit, and here he goes. Lightning speed. De La Cruz up to second. A stand-up double. That was 112 off the bat.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. This kid is electric. First career double, first career base hit.
There it is, 2000, a milestone moment for a Pittsburgh icon back home.
How good is it that they can enjoy that here in Pittsburgh?
Man, it's hard to even speak right now. What a beautiful thing.
What a wonderful achievement for Andrew McCutcheon. 2,000 career hits, and to do that in a Pirate uniform.
That's what means the most right there.
Left field. McCormick back. It's over his head. The Guardians walk it off. Chill Will Brennan gives the Guardians their only lead of the night. And it only took 14 innings to get there. His first career walk-off.
Don't miss Kevin Gausman bobblehead day. The inspiration for this bobblehead came from Gausman's routine of tossing his gum after each inning. It's only available to the first 15,000 fans on Wednesday, July 3rd. Visit BlueJays.com/promotions to secure your tickets. Bottom of the 8th inning. Fun day here as we open up spring training for the Blue Jays at TD Ballpark in Dunedin. Ben Schulman, Buck Martinez, and Hazel May. And on the mound right now, a new pitcher for the Phillies. It's the right-hander Jose Ruiz. First pitch taken by Zach Britton, called strike 1.
"17 games in AAA for Ruiz, and been okay with a .238 opponent's batting average. He's got a good fastball, and there's see it again with late movement down and away. That might have been more of a changeup than his fastball.
And Ruiz started the year at the major league level, was traded from the White Sox to the Diamondbacks. Check swing there by Britton. He did go around on the appeal. So it's 1-2. Dan Iasonia down at third. Ruiz trying to get back to the majors where he's made over 200 appearances. Britton with a little bit of a Soto shuffle there as he takes the pitch low. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Zach, not to be confused with the dominant closer for the Orioles and reliever for the Yankees for a bit, but he pokes it toward the mound and it's fielded by Ruiz, who flips over to first. 1 out. Second chance for Brian Serven, and last time he was up, he thumped a ball to left center field, cleared the bases. It was a 3-run double, and that's why the Blue Jays are down 14-12 right now, because of Serven's big extra base hit.
Now, Serven came over the big hit. You see his numbers last year in AAA, 38 games. He's now 28 years old, originally drafted out of Arizona State. He got some time in the big leagues, both in 22 and 23. Got a big chunk of playing time in 2022 with the Rockies when he was in 62 games and hit 6 home runs and drove in 16.
Played 11 games last year, saw his minor league numbers before, spent most of the year at AAA Albuquerque. He checks his swing and did not go around, so it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Serven and Henry and Lockers beside each other seem to have a pretty good bond. Peyton Henry, the other catcher that came over from another organization that could be in the running. I mean, there's Phil Clark, too, who's been in the organization for a couple years out of Vanderbilt. He could be a guy that the Blue Jays could look to for a depth catching option. TJ Brock warming up for Toronto. 2-2 in the dirt, full count.
Yeah, Peyton Henry, too, is kind of interesting. He's just 26 years old. He's got some big league time. Played with Miami the last 2 seasons. Well, actually 21 and 22. Didn't get any big league time last year. But he got a little taste of big league pitching.
Line shot on a hop to second, picked up by Brito. It knocked him back into the outfield, but he still makes the play. 2 pieces of strong contact for Serven. There are 2 outs here in the bottom of the 8th.
Watch out, that second baseman gets knocked back on his heels on that big hop, but he's able to right himself, plant his feet, and make a good throw to retire Serven.
Now Stuart Baroa. Second chance at the plate, flied out to left field in the 6th. Went around on that one, called strike anyway, 0-1. Back and forth offensive ball game, although after 26 runs in the first 6 innings, no one has scored for the last couple innings. I don't know if I'd call it a pitcher's duel at this point, but the offense has slowed down a little bit recently.
Well, you got a lot of the regulars out of the lineup,
yeah.
And that makes a big difference. And the Blue Jays got 3 runs in the first inning. Dalton Varsho had a 2-run double in the first inning, and they just have slowed down now since the minor leaguers have taken over a bit.
Yeah, it was really Bo, Turner, Danny Jansen, and Varsho, Isaiah Kiner-Falefa too, who drove a lot of the offense for the Blue Jays today. 2-1 pitch, a little bit low. Good eye by Baroa. Be fun if he gets on. We had mentioned it last time around, but he's one of the best base stealers the Blue Jays have. Swiped 47 bags each of the last 2 minor league seasons. Swing and a miss, full count, with Addison Barger waiting on deck. Ruiz, the right-hander in the set, and the 3-2. Check swing, tapper, foul. Ruiz bailed out there as Baroa accidentally makes contact. Baroa ready for the 3-2 again, and he's aboard. Hard-working plate appearance there to keep the bottom of the 8th alive.
And two, it brings a tying run to the plate. I mean, that's a big 2-out walk right there. That's what the Blue Jays want to emphasize. Hey, know who you are, know where you are in the lineup, and know who's batting behind you, because Barger's got some power, and Burrow did a good job of getting the 2-out walk.
Second chance at the plate for Barger. Struck out on a pitch in the dirt in the 6th. Called strike 1. You had mentioned the injury for Barger last year. He started the year a little bit slow because of it, then got really, really hot in the middle of the season. But it'd be nice for him to have a less interrupted year. As the runner takes off, there'll be no throw, and it wouldn't have really mattered if there was one anyway. Baroa takes the base easily on a pitch that was low, and there's a runner in scoring position for Addison Barger.
Yep, he certainly got a big jump over at first base. A great acceleration, and you can see he gets the top speed after a full stride. Easy stolen base for Baroa.
Now potentially a single could score a run as the pitch is outside. Barger ahead in the count.
Bo Bichette had a stolen base back in the 3rd inning. And Bo had a good day, had a couple of hits, stolen base, scored a pair of runs.
Oh, big backswing there. Looked like it might have hit the catcher. It's a swinging strike, and it's 2-2.
Watch the backswing of Barger. He might have cut the catcher's mitt on that long extended backswing.
Takes a pitch there to get it to a full count. Barger impressed last spring with some big home runs for the Blue Jays. A long ball here would tie up the game. 3-2 pitch. Runner takes off, and it's fouled back into the netting.
If you're stealing 3rd with 2 outs, you better make sure you're going to make it. Base running last year, that was a big problem for the Blue Jays. They ran into a lot of silly outs, trying to advance on ground balls to the left side of the infield from 2nd to 3rd, and just made too many mistakes on the bases. You got to cut out those mistakes.
Outside, ball 4. Yeah, Baroa not forced, so it wasn't like some sort of 3-2 start the runner. That was a legit steal, and the Blue Jays last year did commit more unforced outs at 3rd base than any other team in baseball. Back-to-back walks with 2 outs, and now the go-ahead run is at the plate. Luis De Los Santos with a potential here to give the Blue Jays the lead. Mentioned it the last time he was up. He's hit some big home runs, including 3 grand slams last year. He swings and shoots the first pitch down the right field line, foul. 0-1.
De Los Santos, first camp as a participant with the Blue Jays, but he's actually had a lot of spring training at bats going back to 2019. He's had 20 spring training at bats just as a fill-in extra kid from the minor leagues.
For those who don't know the distinction, 2 separate spring training camps at the same facility, but for major leaguers and for minor leaguers. But then you can still get minor leaguers to come play in games. So the Blue Jays have had a couple guys do that today. Big cut and a miss by De Los Santos. And it's 1-2.
I don't think minor league spring training camp is open yet. I think it's the early camp.
Yeah.
It's still open. But there's a lot of players in early camp, and they've been here since the 5th of February.
You're in competition, maybe not to make the big club this year, but to move up spots. So yeah, there's a ton of guys that are already there.
Yeah, the higher prospects.
Runners go, a double steal, but a swing and a miss anyway. Ends the 8th inning. Headed to the 9th on what's been a very fun day so far in Dunedin, not just on the field as well. It's the opener of spring training 2024.
In the air to deep left field. X marks the spot. Xander Bogaerts' first home run in a Padres uniform. Welcome to San Diego, Xander Bogaerts.
Four-seam fastball. I tell you what, that is right in the hot zone of Xander Bogaerts. Stay tuned to that. We're all over the hot zone. And Xander Bogaerts is hot his first at-bat.
Introducing MLB Moments. These are once-in-a-lifetime fan experiences that you have a chance to win. Like playing in the MLB All-Star Celebrity Softball Game, attending the All-Star Red Carpet Show presented by T-Mobile, announcing a Mariners pick on draft day, and going on the field before the T-Mobile Home Run Derby. Enter for a chance to be a part of the biggest events in baseball at MLB.com/moment.
Day one of the Blue Jays promotions launch features bobbleheads. April 12th, the first 15,000 fans receive a Jose Barrios Gold Glove bobblehead. Visit BlueJays.com/promotions to learn more.
Remember when bobbleheads used to be a doll with a big head on it? Now they got all kinds of things to add into it. A pile of bubble gum for the Kevin Gausman, a gold glove for Barrios. Pretty cool.
Yeah, Jose Bautista one last year had a levitating bat for the bat flip, as TJ Brock is into the game now, pitching for the Blue Jays in the top of the ninth. But yeah, the bobblehead game has been revolutionized in the last couple of years.
I got a bobblehead at Candlestick Park back in the 60s, and it was a straight-up doll with a great big head on it and a big spring. That was it.
Things are changing. You know, TD Ballpark renovated a couple years ago. Rogers Center going through more renovations to be completed soon. As Brock gets ahead in the count. Yes. I'm on the phone with the construction manager right now.
What I have seen, it's really spectacular. It's changed into a baseball park.
Carlos De La Cruz goes down swinging, and TJ Brock off to a good start.
Brock's got a sinker and a slider, and he throws the ball very hard. His first pitch of this inning was 94 miles an hour with good movement. He's from Cincinnati and pitched at Ohio State. And he's a pretty interesting guy as well. And you think about where he was last year. He pitched to Double-A at the end of the season, made 32 appearances, and he didn't give up much. He's a guy that's going to be interesting because he's got such good movement on his fastball, and he likes to throw strikes as well.
Foul back there from Kendall Simmons, and Brock ahead once again, 0-2. And he was closing a lot of games last year. Ended up with 13 saves and finished 32 games in the minors.
Yeah.
Oh-2. Off the end of the bat, a looper towards short over the head of Jimenez down in left field. A base hit for Kendall Simmons.
Yeah, that breaking ball right off the end of the bat. I got enough of it just to flare it into left field. But I like the way that TJ Brock works quickly on the mound. You can see that breaking ball just at the end of the bat. And unfortunately for that Kendall Simmons, he was able to get it into left field. Went out single.
Eric Brito first pitch swinging. Hits the ball hard and a beautiful play made down the left field line. Doesn't count for an out, but it should. It's 0-1.
That'll make the highlight film. This hard ball hit down the line, and the ball boy's right on it. He is all over it. Makes a good play.
0-1 chopped in front of the plate. Picked up by Brock, and he'll make the throw over to first. There are two down. Let's go to Hazel down on the field.
Ben, I had a nice conversation with TJ Brock, who told me Jordan Romano has gone above and beyond, gone out of his way to answer any and all of Brock's questions. He said it's meant a great deal to him here in his first big league camp. He said, that's where I want to be. I want to be an all-star closer for a big league team one day. Guys?
You know, all of these guys on this pitching staff are so free with their time and their expertise. They pass on their experience to these young kids, and it's a familiar theme that you just heard from Hazel, that a lot of the kids have really been impressed with how quickly big leaguers are to share their information with them.
That probably creates a good environment where they're going to ask more questions of these guys.
Well, and a lot of things too that because the big league staff is pretty well set, they're all pretty confident of their jobs, so they're anxious to help out the kids coming behind them.
Pitch delivered here by Brock in the zone, 2-1. And yeah, TJ Brock could have a great year. Jordan Romano probably isn't worried about his job security, you know, as an all-star closer right now for the Blue Jays. 2-1 cut on and missed. And Brock with a chance here to end the inning.
But you can see how confident Brock is, how quickly he toes the rubber, looks for the sign. He's anxious to keep the pressure on the hitter. I like that.
Brock into the set. 2-2 count against Cal Stevenson. The pitch. Called strike 3. A pair of Ks for TJ Brock, and the Blue Jays go to the bottom of the ninth, down 2 in the spring training opener.
Introducing MLB Moments. These are once-in-a-lifetime fan experiences that you have a chance to win. Like playing in the MLB All-Star Celebrity Softball Game, attending the All-Star Red Carpet Show presented by T-Mobile, announcing a Mariners pick on draft day, and going on the field before the T-Mobile Home Run Derby. Enter for a chance to be a part of the biggest events in baseball at MLB.com/moments.
A wild back and forth opener to the spring training schedule. 26 total runs, a double-digit run inning from the Phillies. But there are some pitching highlights in this game. And if you go back to the beginning, Chad Dallas got the start for the Blue Jays. Ricky Tiedemann a late scratch. Dallas a big prospect, and he was impressive, Buck.
Well, he sure was impressive. He did a good job of throwing just 11 pitches. He retired the first 3 batters of the game with a couple of strikeouts, and he's an interesting young prospect in camp. He's got a chance to start out in AAA as a starter for the Bisons, and you know, there have been a lot of pitchers. We now will see the 19th pitcher of this game here in the bottom of the 9th inning. But I think John Schneider has some highlights of this game despite the kind of lopsided offensive tone to this ball game.
If you're doing the math along with us at home, there are only 18 half innings in 9 innings, and there have been 19 pitchers in this game. So it has been quite the carousel so far, especially on the Blue Jays side. And here is Tyler McKay against Rafael Lantigua. Called strike to even up the count at 1-1. Lantigua in his second at-bat of the day. Swings and misses. It's 1-2. Popped up to short in the 6th.
Yeah, he got fooled by that slider right there. That's one of those breaking balls that people have a tendency to call a sweeper, that flat breaking ball that runs away from the right-handed hitters.
Called strike 3. Funky motion from McKay, and he freezes Lantigua for the first out.
Yeah, that's that breaking ball again. That one looked like it backed up. Started like it was going to break off the plate, but stayed on the outside corner for the strikeout.
So here's Will Robertson, left-handed hitting outfielder. Checked his swing at ball 1.
I mentioned Robertson's from Missouri, a small town south of Jefferson City. I said, you know where Taos is? He goes, you mean Tom Henke's home? Another small town by Jefferson City, Missouri, so he's well aware of Henke's birthplace and his home, Taos, Missouri.
It's a unique connection to the Blue Jays you wouldn't think of very often. 2-0, lifted down the left field line. Long run, Musiani, and that lands in fair territory. Robertson with a wide turnaround first is going to head back. He's a guy who through the first half of the year last year, over 50 games, was hitting in the 180s. And in the second half, he hit over 300, more than doubled his extra base hit count. And the director of player development, Joe Sclafani, said, quote, from June on, if you look at his numbers, he had as good, if not the best second half of anyone in the Blue Jays system.
Yeah, he's an interesting guy. The Blue Jays haven't really had a good run of developing outfielders. When you think about it, you know, maybe Alex Rios, the lost really everyday outfield that they have developed. Vernon Wells as well.
Runner going, pitch was low, and the throw down wide. Robertson with the stolen base. I mean, you know, different kind of player, but Kevin Pillar came from their system in the late rounds of the draft.
Yep. Good jump at first base, another stolen base. Burrow had a steal back in the 8th. Bo had a stolen base in the 3rd.
Fly ball lifted to right field. Going back, and it's caught at the wall. Martinez nearly tied this game up. Or no, it wasn't. The ball's still in play, and the Blue Jays score a run.
The right fielder dropped the ball after he caught it. And Martinez is going to be out. But Carlos Fabulous did a great job, and you got to compliment Will Robertson, the base runner from second, because it was caught. Fabulous saw it was caught, but then when the outfielder took the ball out of his glove, he dropped it. But watch Will Robertson here, the base runner. The ball is going to be caught by the right fielder. Right here, he catches it, but then he drops it. And Robertson tagged at second, and Fabulous waved him around third. And good on Robertson to keep his eye on the coach. You assume it's just going to be a routine out, but watch Robertson here. He's looking at the coach, and the coach says, go home. He dropped it. And the Blue Jays steal a run right there.
So that is a two-base sacrifice fly. Good eye from you on that one. It's a one-run game and a ground ball to short. Throw across the diamond, and Jimenez, the final out for the Blue Jays in a 14-13 opener to spring training. If you missed baseball, this game gave you a double dose of it in the first game back for spring training.
Well, it sure did. 27 runs on 29 hits, and the Blue Jays didn't hit a home run, but they hung in there, had some good at-bats, and there were some bright spots on the pitching staff, but overall, not a bad game to start. And right now, John Snyder is acknowledging Carlos Fabulous in the dugout for a heads-up job of coaching right there in the bottom of the 9th inning to score that run from second base on an out to right field. Terrific job by Carlos Fabulous.
Yeah, he stole a run for the Blue Jays, and the Blue Jays in general did a ton offensively today, even if they didn't pick up a win. We'll be back tomorrow. The Blue Jays take on the Yankees at 1 and then return.
Boy, you love to see this right after that inning, after that ground ball to Zach Neto. Ryan Goins right away goes over to have that conversation, how to get to that baseball, put yourself in position, get the footwork down, glove work down, and to make that throw over the first base. That's the beauty of spring training. And I'll tell you what, we mentioned already a lot about how the work the coaching staff has put in there. Just those quick little conversations like that, they're invaluable to make sure you, next time that same type of ground ball happens, you're going to get the footwork in the proper position to make the play.
We talk about the energy that this coaching staff brings. They actually call Ryan Goins Go-Go, and I think he really fits that description with what I've seen so far in camp these last few days. New pitcher for the Dodgers, a right-hander named Michael Flynn. And here's Brandon Drury leading off against him.
Brandon Drury, yesterday we were talking about how many games. He goes, I think I'm going to be playing 5 of the first 6 games of spring training. Usually have a game on, game off, a couple games, 2 days off. But he said there's a lot of work already, just getting those couple at bats to get the time together.
Drury is pretty much locked in as the second baseman. You know, there will probably be a rotation amongst the designated hitter. So that will give the Angels some flexibility with that DH spot really unoccupied by an everyday player. You know, Trout can get some opportunities there as the DH, get Rendon off his feet and give him some days as the DH. But even, you know, if Drury wants to have a day where he's not on the field and Rengifo can DH, whatever. There's just so many different ways you can use that DH spot, and I'm sure Drury will get some opportunities there. But largely he'll be the second baseman.
Yeah, what a season he had last year. When you look at his OPS, all those numbers, one of the best in the game, and he really got more consistent defensively at second base also last year. The 26 home runs, 83 RBI last year. I mean, he hit the ball really hard to right center field, which, you know, Ron Washington was talking about. For any right-handed batter to be able to stay on and through the baseball that well, to go that way, gives you better control of the strike zone.
Well, outside of Shohei, and there's ball 4. Drury is probably the most consistent hitter on the team. So leadoff man on with a walk. And right now we will have a quick word as we drive around with Hyundai.
It's your journey. Own every mile in the Hyundai Tucson with America's best warranty.
So man on, and Logan O'Hoppe will be the batter. Struck out his first time. The AC was blasting in here. I think he just got shut off. I think Denise here helped us out. We have a very over-air-conditioned society. It's warm. You know, it's warm here. Let us be warm.
Yes.
We'll survive.
You want to be like players. You want to get sweat going.
Yeah. Where do we have our second series of the season is in Miami. Everywhere in Miami they got the air conditioning set at 50 degrees. You know, let us sweat.
Well, we won't be sweating in Baltimore, that's for sure.
Probably
that first
not.
series.
Probably not.
Hey, what about that September Logan O'Hoppe had last year, though? Incredible.
Strikes out looking here. He came back with a vengeance after missing all that time. The Angels hope that can continue for O'Hoppe. And, you know, I think one of the big misses of the second half of last season for the Angels was the Joe Adell injury. Because after Trout got hurt and after the injury started to pile up, it looked like it was going to be Joe Adell's time. And he just couldn't stay on the field. He had that oblique injury almost right away after taking over as a starting outfielder. And it's too bad the Angels didn't get to see what Adell could do every day for those 3 months.
Remember that first at bat he had? That was a mammoth home run.
Has an RBI triple to his credit today. He's changed some things with his footwork at the plate and trying to shorten his swing. You know, he doesn't have to have a big long swing to hit the ball 500 feet. He is as strong of a dude as there is in Major League Baseball. There's a rocket right there. No chance for Chris Taylor.
About hitting the ball hard?
That ball bangs into the left field corner. Drury will stop at third, and Joe Adell has a triple and a double.
We'll be on cycle watch already. That's rocket to left field. Just like Ron Washington said, staying through the baseball right center field, but still be quick enough to be able to turn on something on the inside part of the plate, and did so with that double to left field, back quickly to the wall.
2 in scoring position. And here's Zach Neto getting his second plate appearance, lined out to the shortstop his first time with a man on third. Now he's got 2 in scoring position here as he takes ball 1 from Michael Flynn.
Interesting that first at bat with man on third. They brought the infield in. This time around with one out, they're going to play it back. It's all part of that spring training workout routine. Now an opportunity for Zach Neto to get that run home. Contact play more likely on here for Drury at third base.
Mike Flynn for the Dodgers is a SoCal kid. He went to Servite High School in Anaheim.
Tremendous baseball program.
2 balls and a strike on Zach Neto. So kid from Servite High School facing the Angels and having some issues here. Almost hit Neto, and it's 3 balls and 1 strike.
Well, you know, especially when you're facing the Angels here in the spring training game, you know you have that adrenaline going on the mound here.
Neto hits one well toward right center. On the run after it is Outman. He makes the catch. Tagging from third, scoring as Drury. Adele goes to third. The Angels have a 2-1 lead. RBI for Neto.
Good situational hitting there by Zach Neto. And speaking of situational hitting and crushing a baseball, I was thinking for a while this has a chance to get out of the entire stadium. First at bat, look how far that baseball went. Joe Adele, the reactions, the dugout. 117.1 miles per hour exit velocity for that one for Joe Adele. That ball's hit pretty good. That's one of those screaming baseballs, like the cartoon, the Bugs Bunny cartoon.
The Angels get a run on the sacrifice fly from Neto. Joe Adele with the double starting the rally going. I'm sure that would, I don't think we have the capability to tell you what the exit velo was here at Diablo Stadium, but I'm sure that would have been in the 110 range itself. One ball, 2 strikes on Moniak batting for the 3rd time. Expecting roughly 2 at-bats for each of the starters, but Moniak getting 1 more here. It's fouled down the line.
The new thing we're going to be seeing as far as the metrics is bat speed. And Joe Adele was up there with Aaron Judge last season as far as bat speed. And you're seeing that even talking, you hear in Ty France what he was trying to do this winter for the Seattle Mariners, working on a quicker bat speed to be able to get through the baseball more consistent, especially with the added velocity for pitchers that are throwing on the mound. So you're going to see some baseballs crushed. That kind of bat speed and velocity, contact made, baseball going a long way.
Should be handled by Taylor in foul territory, and that ends the inning. The Angels take the lead back. They're up by 1 after 4. Angels baseball on Valley Sports West is brought to you by the OC Healthcare Agency. Navigate to a healthier you at angels.ocnavigator.org. And by Pechanga Resort and Casino. Play your perfect combination at Pechanga, conveniently located right off the I-15 in Temecula. Like Trout, a nice, honest day's work. He's headed out, and here is Gio Zuninga. He wants to go by Gio, not Guillermo. Gio, G-U-I-L-L-O. He's a hard thrower. He had a couple of appearances for the Cardinals last year. One of them was against the Angels. In fact, his major league debut was against the Halos last year.
There are some tall relievers for the Angels. He's a big man on the mound right now.
He's a mountain. Mount Zuninga.
Yes. Look at Carlos Estevez, and you got a pretty good offensive line in the NFL.
No doubt about it. Padlo swings through that one from Zuniga, who really features that big fastball. He could touch triple digits. He's on the 40-man roster. He does have options, so someone the Angels can tuck in their back pocket if he doesn't make the team outright out of camp. There are a lot of veteran relievers in camp. Guys that you expect to be on the ball club. You know, Matt Moore returning to the team. A guy they brought in Adam Simber, Robert Stevenson. Those guys will pretty much be locked into positions on the roster. Jose Cisnero, Luis Garcia.
I'm looking forward to seeing that cutter, that gyro slider for Stevenson. Outstanding pitch last year for him.
Yeah, really turned his whole career around as Jordan Adams makes the catch in fair territory on that fly ball off the bat in Padlo. These guys have all been added to be relief options. Kolarek, an opportunity as well, left-hander who had been in the Dodgers organization at one point. You know, Simber's got that kind of sidearm delivery. Zach Plesac can be sort of a swingman, even an option as a starter, as he had been in Cleveland. So there's pitching depth, and there is a crowded bullpen this spring.
Yep. But good arms. A big plus as far as his team is the bullpen and that depth. You see Mookie Betts getting his third at bat. That's when you know that the Dodgers right now are trying to get these guys, stretch them out a little bit more than normal, especially this time of the year at spring training.
Yeah, they're a week ahead of everybody else at this point. So it does look a little different for the Dodgers than the other teams, and the Padres presumably as well, as they will be playing the Dodgers in Korea. Zuniga trying to work on that breaking ball. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes on Betts, who has struck out and walked. Mookie Betts, one of the biggest names and brightest faces in the sport. Dodgers will certainly have a 1-2-3 punch at the top of their order with Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman and Shohei. Dave Roberts has not figured out yet what that lineup will look like 1-2-3. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Betts, and you know they've got Teoscar Hernandez in the fold. They've got Will Smith, Max Muncy, so they're going to score some runs over the course of the season. The catcher for the Angels, Matt Thaiss. Notice that right field got a lot smaller with Jordan Adams replacing Adele.
Right away, this is what Ron Washington said, when you have a pitcher on the mound 0-2, you want to be able to finish off as quick as possible. Lo and behold, now you got a 2-2 count. With Mookie Betts, you just threw 2-3 extra pitches instead of trying to finish off as quick as possible. Just the power arms. I think he has a power arm.
Base hit for Mookie Betts. So Zuniga unable to put away Betts. He's got his first hit of the day.
So you have him 0-2, and eventually you throw a breaking ball. You've got to try to get more of the strike zone than normal. Be able to get that one and be able to fight that in the left center field for Mookie Betts.
He's on for the second time, and now James Outman will be the batter.
I just feel like he might try to steal a base here this time around.
A huge lead the last time he was on base, but didn't run. Ball 1 to Outman, who hit 23 homers in his rookie year, was third in Rookie of the Year voting in the National League. Had 16 steals. Struck out a whole lot, too. He punched out 181 times last year, did Outman. Corbin Carroll was the National League Rookie of the Year. And there goes Mookie. As Outman fouls one off. Carroll, part of that Diamondback bunch that surprised the Dodgers in the playoffs and went all the way to the World Series.
Surprised a lot of people. When you think about where people were predicting them to be in the division, let alone get into the World Series. That's what the beauty of baseball, you just don't know. Put together a good streak and play good, consistent base, stay healthy. You never know.
1 strike on Outman.
They did a real nice job of holding the baseball as long as you can hold them. Obviously, within the pitch timer. Especially with guys on base, 18 seconds now as compared to 20 seconds last year. That's why you get your sign, get in that set position, because Mookie Betts was trying to time him, but he had to stop Betts as far as trying to get a good walking lead and go because he held the ball long enough. That's the best way to stop a running game, is holding the baseball.
Check on first as Betts was able to get back.
See, there's counts of good base runners will go on, especially a lot of times with 2 strikes. You think breaking ball, 1-2 count, might not be a bad count to go for if you're a good base runner.
There he goes, and Outman fouls off another. So Zuniga having to work a little bit extra. Balk is called. Mookie Betts will go to second base.
Sometimes they're pretty easy to pick up. Yeah, you can see right there, he knew it, moving forward. Getting that ball in the glove before set.
Swing and a miss. Outman strikes out, so Zuniga bounces right back and gets a punch out of Outman. And how often he struck out last year. He was punched out for the first time today.
Good all-speed pitch. You know, Taylor's a guy that's up there hacking, especially first pitch here.
Taylor not afraid to strike out either. He punched out his last time.
He's got real good power, but if you're on the mound against him, you make your pitch, get a good chance to be able to get a swing and miss on occasion. But if you miss in zone against him, it's going to go a long, long way.
Still has power. 15 homers last year. 1 strike on Taylor. Zuniga was in the Dodger organization at one time. Look at that hat on that guy. He's got it. He's got the right hat. You see that? 1 strike.
You're already a mid-season. Well, way to go, Wayne. First spring training game? Nah.
Well, I mean, I didn't put the hat on that guy. 1 strikes on Taylor.
Are you sure?
Check swing and he went around. Strike 3. So Taylor strikes out. And Zuniga back-to-back Ks to get through the 5th.
When a rookie stunt driver
Billy mentioned that now 18 seconds with men on base instead of 20. A little bit of a difference from last year. The runner's lane, always something that could stir up controversy, so that's been extended into fair territory this year. Less mound visits. One thing I think that will be something that takes some dead time away is that if you go warm up, you have to face a batter in that inning. You can't go warm up and then get pulled out, depending on if a pinch hitter's coming up or whatever. So that is a little bit of dead time that will be no longer applied with the new rules for 2024.
I like the mound visits being reduced by 1, too.
They should be 0.
I had a quick conversation yesterday with Logan O'Hoppe about that. Every time the catcher would come out to me, I just say, please go back there and just put down the right fingers and don't worry about anything else. You're slowing me down. Get back there. Get away from me.
They really shouldn't have mound visits at all. Just figure it out. Hunter Dozier leading off here in the bottom of the 5th.
Well, once a huge prospect with the Kansas City Royals. Big dude.
Toss number 17 right on him, too.
Yes.
No reason to wait, I suppose. Put that number onto the next guy. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Dozier. Older guy now. He's 33 years old. Hunter Dozier. Guy could certainly provide some depth. 32 years old. He'll be 33 this year. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Dozier. He's the number 8 overall pick in 2013 out of Stephen F. Austin University. It was the only school that offered him a scholarship. They became a top 10 pick. Loops this one toward right center field. And it's dropping in. Dozier heads for second base, and he'll make it. Paez tried to call off the new second baseman that's in there. Austin Gauthier replacing Betts at second base, and as Paez came in and Gauthier went out, the ball fell between them.
Well, that's what a lot of times it's all about that communication between your infielder and outfielder trying to get out of the way. And anytime you're called off by the outfielder, infielder going back, it's a much more difficult play. Outfielder coming in, call it off, get out of the way, but it's unable to make the play. It's like a line drive double for Dozier.
Yeah, take that. The Dodgers have Drew Avens in center field now. They have a new left fielder too. No, maybe not. Still Hernandez, I think. Your pitcher is Matt Gage for the Dodgers, by the way, with number 17. Dozier at second base.
Marisnick, he's at the plate now, one of the best defenders in the game. Outstanding defensive numbers.
He's always been good at that. He has not put up big offensive numbers over his career. Barely played in the major leagues last year. Lifted toward the left field corner. And that's a base hit. It falls in. It will score a run as Hunter Dozier makes his way to the plate. Jake Marisnick an RBI double. The Angels lead 3-1.
You get a double-double already in this inning.
A couple veterans in camp, Dozier and Marisnick.
Job as far as bringing the hands inside on that pitch on the inside part of the plate and getting right down that left field line for a double.
So that brings up Cole Fontenelle, a switch hitter. We'll see him bat right-handed here after hitting lefty earlier.
He's got good wheels. He's got a big lead, too, at second, Marisnick. Especially with a lefty, you always feel a little bit better as far as trying to steal a base. Lefty on the mound and man on second.
Matt Gage, who has had some big league time. Got into a handful of games for Houston last year. There goes Marisnick. Throw to third, and Marisnick is safe. Throw was a little bit behind Taylor. He tried to swipe the tag in, but couldn't quite reach Marisnick.
That's why it's always a little bit easier. If you're going to go on first movement and a lefty is compared to righty, righty can have that spin move, and you're more apt to be right looking towards the target at third. As a left-handed pitch, you got to spin around and make that quick throw to third base.
Good job by Taylor just to even catch the ball, keep it on the infield, or else Marisnick would have scored. He's at third with nobody out. Swing and a miss by Fontenelle to make it 0-2.
Now batting from the right side. Yeah. Started switch hitting as a 4- and 5-year-old in T-ball, believe it or not. He grew up in the Seattle area. Loved Ichiro Raul Ibanez. Batting from left side, he said, no, I'm going to try that right side too. I'm tired of it left-handed. So he became a switch hitter and playing T-ball as a youngster.
There's more and more players coming to pro ball from the Seattle area, and every single one of them was obsessed with the Mariners.
Yeah.
Even from the Pacific Northwest in anyway, they all come in with these Mariner stories about how they idolize this guy or that guy that played for Seattle.
Pretty good one to be able to emulate Ichiro, that's for sure.
Yeah. He'll be in the Hall of Fame next year, Ichiro. Passed over the mound. Marisnick coming home. He'll score. Play to first, a close play. And Fontenelle is out, but he gets the RBI to make it 4-1.
Oh, it's spring training, but still that situational hitting, getting the job done. He had a sac fly earlier by Zach Neto. Fontenelle getting the job done. Ground ball back up the middle, scores a run. Those little things you just work on in camp. Keep going. Get him home.
There he is. There's our guy wearing the villain's hat. Couldn't have said it any better myself.
The rivalry.
I'll tell you what, there are about 29 teams in baseball that probably feel that way now, watching the Dodgers spend all their money in the offseason. Almost Yankee evil empire-ish the way that they went about it. No balls and 2 strikes on Willie Calhoun. Calhoun getting a look this spring. Vallejo, California. Was drafted by the Dodgers. 4th round pick in 2015. After the big leagues with Texas, certainly Angels fans will remember him with the Rangers. A pretty decent year in 2019 when the ball was really jumping that year. He had 21 home runs. Calhoun strikes out. And there's 2 away. That was good feeling for a pitcher when the baseball's flying about 50 feet more than usual.
Yeah, it is a good feeling. Yeah. You always tell yourself, well, I'm providing the power. I'm throwing the ball hard. That's why it's going further.
2 outs. Here's Livan Soto. Well traveled. Livan Soto. You'd think if you blinked, you probably missed it, but he hasn't been an Angel this entire time. He actually spent a little bit of time as a member of the Baltimore Orioles organization. He's outrighted off the Angels 40-man roster. Baltimore picked him up and then they let him go.
Years ago, he was outstanding in the month of September for the Angels.
Balls 2 strikes. Still pretty young. Soto's starting to bounce around somewhat. He's still just 23 years old.
One of the relievers signed there that created a spot on the 40-man roster. Left, got picked up by Baltimore, but able to get him right back.
The Angels certainly brought in a host of relievers over the offseason. Robert Stevenson, certainly the big ticket item in the bullpen, giving him a healthy contract. Soto with a looper right toward the center fielder Evans. That ends the inning. The Angels score a couple of runs in the 5th.
Every rider
journey.
Look ahead at the 2024 regular season schedule. I mentioned the opening day game in Baltimore. The Angels home opener Friday, April 5th against the Red Sox. Yankees come to town right around Memorial Day. The world champion Texas Rangers visit in June. Actually, the season will end against the Rangers in late September. That's a sentence that hasn't been uttered very much over the course of history. The first World Series win for the Rangers. As we see Adam Kolarek, the veteran, on the mound here in the top of the 6th inning, beat the Diamondbacks in the World Series. We talked a little bit about that Arizona team. As this ball sliced the other way by Teoscar Hernandez for extra bases. Adams quickly gets it in. It's a double for Teoscar Hernandez.
Yeah, he could hit some left-handed pitching, Hernandez.
He's on to start the 6th inning against Kolarek, but that's a good lesson for Angels fans. You know, if there's any reason to not be so optimistic going into this season, well, this is a good young team, and I think over the course of 162 games in a baseball schedule, anything could happen. And you have plenty of proof over the years that, you know, you don't know how the ball is going to bounce over the course of the year.
When you look at the way the Diamondbacks did it last year, they were pretty good as far as making contact at the plate. They were running the bases very, very well. You're going to see that with the Angels with Ron Washington, but they pitched exceptionally well, and their defense was solid.
And we talked about it a lot toward the end of last season, that the Angels starting pitchers are going to have to carry the bulk for this team, and that's truer now than it was even then. Guys like Patrick Sandoval and Reed Detmers and Griffin Canning, these young pitchers are going to have to take, really in unison, that leap forward this year.
Yeah, we talked a lot about the young players in our opening day position players, but there's still a lot of young pitchers on the staff, including Chase Silseth. And you got in Stephen Griffin Canning, still young. Reed Detmers still so young.
Strike 3 called to Austin Barnes as Kolarek gets the strikeouts. Here's what the 5-man rotation looks like. There hasn't been really any thought about who will be the opening day starter. Could be any one of those guys, really. I would imagine it would be Detmers or Sandoval. So Sandoval's been here the longest and has certainly had a good season or two in the past. They really want all these guys to be able to be going deeper into games and being consistent from start to start.
Yeah, there's no doubting their talent. But again, it goes back to, like you mentioned, when attacking in the strike zone, getting ahead of counts, finishing off batters, throwing a few less pitches during the course of an inning, be able to go deeper in the game to allow this really good bullpen to be effective, because you're not out there for so many outs every single game.
The ball's in a strike as Lux looks at strike 2. But I think the biggest thing about it is that you look at what the projected opening day roster is right now for the Angels. They don't lack talent.
Yep.
There's plenty of talent on the field, with whether it's the young position players or the younger starting pitchers. This team has talent and a very deep and veteran-laden bullpen.
Yeah, if you have a bullpen that can lock down leads, you're a lot better team right there. And you're going to catch the ball, because that's going to be something this entire coaching staff is going to emphasize, is don't give away extra outs.
Right.
You run into troubles like that. If you have that lead, you go down and get that ball to the bullpen, you're feeling pretty good about high-fiving after the game.
And if you lock yourself into a close game, and the starting pitchers will have to have their hand in that, and you get it into your bullpen that's supposed to be a strength, and you're catching the ball, well, those defensive plays that you make are going to help you win a lot of close games.
Yeah, you look at the defense last year for the Angels. It wasn't up there amongst the tops in baseball, yet there's still a lot of players back, but there's just the work and the emphasis on making sure you don't give away those extra outs. It's going to be big.
Slap the other way. Nice play by Fontenelle. Stays with that and retires Gavin Lux. That ball was hit sharply on a slicing line drive. And a good job by Fontenelle to stay in front of it.
And that's one of those plays that good defense prevents a run there. More likely, if that gets by him, it's going to end up potentially being a run. So keeping that hard hit ball, especially off the left-handed bat, so it's going to be a little different read off there as a third baseman. Nice play.
2 outs, and the batter will be Pages, who has a lot of power. I think Pages can really turn into someone who can hit a lot of home runs at the major league level. He certainly has in the minor leagues.
He does throw a lot of fastballs. The fastball in, hits the batter, but he's inside off the plate. But he's the guy that will throw a high percentage of fastballs. Even though it's going to be about an 88-mile-an-hour fastball, from that arm angle, he throws that. Even will throw inside to get him right there in the hip to a right-handed batter. About 77% I mentioned before, but a good sweeping slider. But that fastball is still, from that arm angle, between him and Simber, be able to throw from that right-handed side of that arm angle. A couple different looks with all the other power arms out of the bullpen.
Pa has right in the belt loop there. A couple men on, and now the batter is Sweeney. Eric with that tough angle from the left side delivers a strike. He was with the Dodgers for a few years, including 2020. Had a 0.95 ERA in 20 appearances that year. And pitched in the World Series for the Dodgers against the Tampa Bay Rays. And for this run of playoff appearances for the Dodgers, now 11 straight. That stands as their only World Series, and I think it's starting to stand out a little bit that it was in the truncated season, and the Dodgers really have not been able to get over the hump otherwise. It certainly didn't last year when they were swept by Arizona in the division series. One ball, two strikes, but Kolarek does have a ring from that 2020 Dodger team.
Interesting thing for the catchers too, with it, whether it's Logan O'Hoppe or Matt Thaiss right now, is catching all these new pitchers. It's trying to react on how the pitch would break, what pitch you want to throw there in those strikeout situation with two strikes, where the go-to pitch would be. More than likely that'll be the combination behind the plate. Matt Thaiss backing up Logan O'Hoppe.
They have Francisco Mejia in camp for some depth. Chad Wallach as well. Lined up the middle, a base hit for Sweeney. So he comes through against the left-hander. Heading for the plate and scoring is Hernandez. So the Dodgers cash in that leadoff double, and a good at bat by the left-handed batting Sweeney against Adam Kolarek.
A little bit more to the plate than he wanted to, especially with two strikes, but after going ahead of the count, even it up, he went right back up the middle. Good swing.
Run with a run home. Padlo the batter looks at a strike. Padlo got into some games for the Angels last year. Had a nice spring from what I recall. Balls and a strike on Padlo here. Padlo has played in the major leagues a total of 26 games for 5 different teams, including 3 games with the Angels last year. Played 3 games for the Halos, 3 for Pittsburgh, 4 for the Giants, 7 for Seattle, and a whopping 9 for the Rays. That's the most games he's played on a big league team. That's a lot of traveling around.
Yes, it is.
Very little done at the big league level. And he draws a walk here, so Kolarek struggling to get out of the inning, as we will hear from Kia.
Power up your capability with the right Kia SUV.
Well, Kolarek having some trouble. We will get the first mound visit of the year from the new pitching coach, Barry Enright.
Former Halo pitcher himself.
Enright got a little bit of time in an Angels uniform as a big league pitcher. Mostly was with the Arizona Diamondbacks, and that's where he was last year. He'll be getting a National League championship ring from his efforts as part of the pitching coach staff that the Diamondbacks had. They had a lot of them. They had, of course, Brent Strom was the main pitching coach, but they had Barry Enright, they had Dan Carlson, and they also had a fellow by the name of Alex Coltis, who has come over from the Diamondbacks with Enright. His title is something about being the run prevention coordinator, is how they're describing it, but he's kind of working in tandem with Barry Enright on pitching plans and getting these pitchers to get ready for the season.
Yeah, I talked to Perry Manassi about Barry Enright. He said he is a rising star, something who's going to automatically make this pitching staff better. Mr. Brent Strom, one of the all-time greats as far as pitching coaches, the reputation, whether it was with the Astros or with the Diamondbacks, what they did last year. Great to have that kind of a mentor around, and Barry Enright is going to really help the staff out.
If you ask Torey Lovello, the manager of the Diamondbacks, for who was largely responsible for that type of season, he'll give a lot of credit to his coaching staff, and Brent Strom would be at the top of that list. No balls and 2 strikes. The batter here for the Dodgers.
When you look at that Diamondbacks pitching staff, they didn't walk a whole lot.
No.
They were around the strike zone a ton. Not all flamethrowers, too. They were all guys that hit spots. They'd swing at non-strikes. They'd throw a lot of strikes. And Barry Enright, seeing that, realizing that, bringing that over here to the Angels and this staff, going to be big.
Still no balls, 2 strikes on Gauthier, batting in what was Mookie Betts' spot in the order for the Dodgers. Kolarek gave up a double to start the inning. He got a couple of outs, but now 3 straight have reached. He's trying to work out of it with the bases loaded. This will be his 25th pitch of the inning. It's as much as we've seen an Angel struggle on the mound today. One ball, 2 strikes now on Gauthier.
A lot of times as a pitcher, you read that as a hitter. Well, you didn't really make a pass at that pitch well out of the strike zone, so now you feel you have to make another pitch here. Not necessarily have to be a strike, but close enough to the strike zone to maybe get that swing. That's really, for me, Wayne, is the art of pitching. Reading hitters, what they're trying to do. If they're not going after that break a ball or splitter or change up, whatever you're throwing with 2 strikes well out of the strike zone, then you have to make it enticing enough to get them to go after it, because it's got to be close enough to the plate, but not all over the strike zone.
Bouncer up the middle. Backhand stop, long throw. It is in time for the out. Nicely done by Livan Soto to help Kolarek get through the inning.
Well, a nice backhand, strong throw. What a play that was, to be able to get that quick out at first base.
Welcome back to Tempe. Angels spring training underway. Mike Trout's back. He is healthy. Today he had his first game action since August 22nd of last year. Sounds like we might be seeing a lot of him so far this spring. Here's what he had to say after his 2 ABs today. Mike, first game action for you of any kind since August 22nd. How'd you feel stepping in the box against Glasnow?
Yeah, it's good to get back in there. Obviously a little late the first game back, but it'll come. Just emphasize the wash. I want to get out there early. I haven't played since, I don't know when the injury was last year, so I want to get out there and start early, and I'm going to play a lot this spring, and yeah, felt good.
At what point this offseason, when you did pick up a bat, did you feel like you were swinging completely back to how you were normal?
It was probably like a month and a half, 2 months. Back normal, no pain. It was early on, it was more, just sore. But after like a month and a half, 2 months, it all went away. So.
How would you feel like your swing and timing around right now?
It was first game, so it was a little late. So first pitch, I know.
I just even just
No. It's just just like over time. That's why we have spring training to get the games going. I missed some pitches. Saw the ball good, just a little late. So.
What's it been like working with the new hitting coaches?
Yeah, it's been good. They just want me to be me up there. I think go out there and have a clear mind and do some damage.
I mean, if that's, if you want the spring, you said you wanted to get
Yeah,
a lot of
I'm not set on like a specific number, but 60 or 70, I think is good going into the season. Whether it's up here on the backfields, but around that number.
Guys, in talking to Ron Washington this morning, as long as Mike Trout is healthy this season, expect to see him out there every day.
That's real interesting. I love what he said. He was just a little bit late on a couple of those pitches, but that's telling you that he's seeing the baseball and he's reading exactly what he wants to do, but he's just a little bit late on his swing, and that'll come as he gets more and more at bats. But I love to see and hear that because he's recognizing the pitch. It's not like he's getting fooled. He's just a little bit late with his swing, so that'll definitely be something big going forward for Trouty.
Well, it certainly will come. There's a lot of time now between today and opening day in Baltimore. This is Jordan Adams at the plate for the Angels, and he's facing Soren Lau on the mound for the Dodgers. Lau, a converted infielder. So he tosses in a strike. Last year was Lau's first year pitching, and he only walked 11 hitters while striking out 73 in 57 innings in the minor league. That's pretty good control.
Yeah, it is.
Coming over from playing infield his whole career.
Well, he always had to make that strong throw across the diamond.
Yeah, that's true. He played a lot of third base and shortstop, especially third base in his career as an infielder. But we tossed him a little broadcaster jinx. He just walked Jordan out.
In other words, he hasn't missed a field goal in 20 attempts, and it's an automatic miss.
Yeah, so take that, Soren Lau. This is Kyron Paris. The Angels got a decent look at both Adams and Paris last September.
But that's so invaluable to get that opportunity to get a feel for major league life, facing major league pitching. Both Adams and Paris had that opportunity last year, and I'll tell you what, it just seemed there were conversations with them. They felt they belonged, and that's the important thing, the comfort zone and belonging in the major leagues.
Runner going. Adams, who has tremendous speed, was on the move, but Paris fouls it off.
By the way, he had a great jump there too.
Adams can really fly.
Boy, this entire coaching staff, from obviously Ron Washington, Ryan Goins, but also Eric Young Sr. and Bo Porter. Bo Porter's really, really good at first base as far as reading moves, giving the time as far as what this time the home plate is, to give you a better chance to be able to get a good jump and steal a base. Former manager.
Yeah, managed the Astros before things started to turn around for that franchise, before A.J. Hinch got there. When they started banging their way to postseason appearances. Owen bangs off the mask of the catcher, Fiducia. Home plate umpire Lance Barrett will give Lau some time, or rather give Fiducia some time as he goes out toward the pitcher Lau.
I think that all those foul balls off that mask now, it's starting already for catchers here in spring training.
Yeah.
You see that little spring they have in there to be able to absorb some of that contact back.
Well, only some of the catchers. I don't know why all catchers don't have those. You know, only some of the catchers have those springs in their masks.
Remember Kurt Suzuki, who has been in camp with the Angels, had that. Think about all those foul balls back in the mask of Kurt Suzuki, an outstanding career he had.
Ball, 2 strikes. See the springs there at the top of the mask that Fiducia's wearing. See, it kind of deadens the absorbing of the ball by about 75%, so it doesn't just completely take it away, but it does help. Tyler Flowers, the former big league catcher, was instrumental in designing that mask. Runner going, swing and a miss by Paris. Throw to second. Not in time. A stolen base for Jordan Adams.
Well, that's that kind of speed he has, because he didn't have a great jump there. All of a sudden, he's going to start accelerating. Had a break ball to go on. Slides in there with a stolen base.
He had a career-high 45 stolen bases last year, 1 in the major leagues, and 44 at AAA Salt Lake. He actually led the PCL in stolen bases last year and set a new franchise record for the Salt Lake team. 2 outs, and here's Moniak. Or rather, here's Moniak's spot. This is not Moniak up there for the Angels. It's Jason Martin who is at the plate. Another guy who spent some time in the Dodgers organization. Out of Orange Lutheran High School, Jason Martin.
So Garrett Coleman.
Martin was at AAA for the Dodgers a couple of years ago. He had 32 home runs. And he ended up playing in a KBO last year and had a good year. Swings and misses here to end the 6th. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the passing of longtime statistician Doug Mann earlier this week. A familiar face around the LA sports scene in the last 50 years. Doug worked with many professional and college sporting events alongside all the Hall of Fame announcers in the area. Vince Scully, Chick Hearn, Bob Miller, and Ralph Lawler. Doug is survived by his twin brother Dave. Doug Mann was 71 years old. Seventh inning here at Tempe Diablo Stadium, a sellout. Roughly 10,000, maybe even a little more in attendance here today. Beautiful day. It has been perfect spring training weather over the last few days since I got into town.
Yeah, they've said that they've been able to get all the work in even early. Last year was so cold in spring training when they were trying to go out there and work at 7:30. It was difficult to do that. But even at that early in the morning, it's been very comfortable for the players to get out there and get that extra work in.
It's silly how cold it was last spring. You know, when I go to a place that has perfect weather, I expect perfection. I don't like messing around.
But it was a dry cold, though, right?
Yes. Mostly. This is Avens leading off the seventh inning for the Dodgers against Travis McGregor. McGregor had been in the Pirates system throughout his pro career. He's been at AA and AAA over the last few seasons. McGregor was at AA Altoona and AAA Indianapolis last year and the year before. 26-year-old right-hander getting an opportunity this spring to impress the Angels.
It's amazing when you watch how the pitchers, you know, even before they throw their first baseball in the morning, how the routines they go through from throwing the weighted balls to be able to have balance and doing different exercise to have that balance over the pitching rubber.
Willie Calhoun makes the catch, one away. Joe Adell stood out today. Adell, in his first two plate appearances this spring, cracked an RBI triple his first time up, and then he might have even hit the double harder as he laced one down the left field line in the fourth.
He's staying short and quicker through the baseball. Little adjustment on a swing, especially on the leg kick or lack thereof, that higher leg kick for Joe Adell. We'll explore that as we go along in spring training, the difference in that, what we saw last year and what we're seeing already here in camp. It's a big camp for Joe Adell, really, when you think about it. I mean, he's still so young. We talk about all the young, I mean, he's every bit as, what, 24 years old.
Right.
Tremendous talent. It's all about building that confidence.
That's one thing about Joe Adell. There's certainly been some ups and downs as a pro for Adell, but he's still so young. We're not talking about someone who's 27, 28 that's running out of time. He's got plenty of time still. The only thing he doesn't have is options for the minor leagues this year, so the Angels will have to figure out what they want to do with Adell before the season starts. I'd imagine he would be on the opening day roster, considering that he is out of options. Jose Suarez enters camp this year out of options as well.
Looks in really good shape, too, just seeing Suarez today.
It's in there, strike three call.
Painting that outside corner.
Travis McGregor gets the paintbrush out.
That's one of those pitches right there that you got to thank your catcher. I think Price got that call. Did a nice job of bringing that back in there ever so slightly in there for a strike.
2 up, 2 down for McGregor. And brings up Fiducia. Dave Roberts likes to mix it up. He doesn't put the reserve in for the starters straight up. He just plays a little roulette with the lineup.
Yeah, it's always good to do that. Keep you on your toes.
So that's what I need. Fiducia is in Hernandez's spot. Catcher for the left fielder. Makes sense. Dodgers gave us their travel roster about 12 seconds before first pitch, so it's nicely done.
So it was traveling on the way over there with them.
It must have been. They took attendance as they crossed into the stadium, and then they sent it up to us. That's exactly how you want it for a spring training game. 3 balls, 2 strikes now on Fiducia. Spring training in full swing now. All the teams have played at least a game after today, and there is strike 3 called. So McGregor a 1-2-3 inning.
LA Kings Weekly.
Boy, it's good to see Matt Thaiss back healthy behind the plate here today. When you have an executed game plan going and you have the perfect pitch in there, sometimes you don't even wait for the home plate umpire to call the strike right down the middle. He's already going towards the dugout before Lance Barrett called third strike, but executed the perfect pitch there, framed it, got the third strike, he's already running back to the dugout. Matt Thaiss, Gregor doing a nice job there. Right away talking to him about that as far as getting that front shoulder, keeping that in tight, keeping that balance and creating that deception so the hitter can't read that baseball out of the hand quickly. That way you get a couple called third strikes. Back-to-back punch outs to finish off the inning. Pitch timer violation right away. First of the spring. We got to get that out of the way. Dozier at the plate.
Oh, I leave you alone for a second.
Yeah, I delayed
pitch timer violation. Great job.
I delayed till he got back in here. That's the kind of power I got.
Wow.
Yes.
You are a great partner.
Just trust me, Wayne. Just trust me.
They call you America's teammate. Now I know why.
Timer violation. Oh, Wayne's back.
2 balls, no strikes on Hunter Dozier. Hunter Dozier was Kansas City Royal for quite a while. 3 balls and a strike. A couple good years there. About 2019, they led the American League in triples that year, and 29 doubles, 26 homers. Played all over for them too. So the Angels look at him as a guy that can possibly just stash at AAA in case they need him.
One thing you always got to think about is that depth. So if you need anyone, if someone injured or missed some time, you have to have some depth in there to be able to not miss a beat when you bring someone along. He's got a lot of power. You can see by that swing, that 3-1 swing. That's a perfect 3-1 swing that he fouled back.
Takes ball 4. Don't miss amazing moments by your Halos. Join us for every Angels home game in 2024. Secure your season seats today. Visit angels.com/season seats or call 888-796-HALO.
Need anything else, Wayne, after I was able to get that one pitch delay for you?
No, I think I'm set.
You're set? Okay.
Getting a little late in the game for a snack, but I don't want to spoil it.
I can make it down there and grab you a soft pretzel.
Well, you'll eat 3/4 of that on the way up.
Oh, there's no doubt. Well, maybe even more.
It's carb season for you. You have the pretzel going today, and the hot dogs are out.
That's perfect. It's baseball.
Yeah,
I saw your tweet today saying baseball is back, so I had to have a hot dog and a pretzel.
You didn't waste any time. Right back into the baseball cuisine. Hit the bat, so that'll be a strike against Marisnik. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Marisnik actually grew up an Angels fan. Mentioned him being from Southern California, from Riverside. He grew up an Angels fan. As he lifts one out toward right center field. Catch is made by Ramos. Marisnik in elementary school actually did a school project about the art of base running. He was all in from a young age.
Well, he could run the bases well, could cover the ground in the outfield exceptionally well.
What were your school projects about? Vince Papali?
Just try to go from grade to grade. Graduate each year. That was a goal.
Vince Papali, a great Italian, by the way.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Don't forget.
Let me tell you the story. He interviewed me when I was drafted by...
He interviewed you?
Yeah, I was out of my mind.
Wow.
I couldn't even talk. I said, you're Vince Papali. He goes, come on, let's get through this interview. I said, you don't understand. I had your number 83 jersey. He goes, come on, help me out.
What was he doing? Was he a Philly TV guy? Or
yes, yeah.
Ground ball to first. Dodgers trying to turn a 3-6-3, and it's off the glove of the first baseman, Vetrano. Now, Vince Papali would have caught that.
He would have blocked the punt and scored a touchdown.
Ending up at second base is Cole Fontenelle after Vetrano started to play but couldn't finish it.
A lot of times you try to get that footwork back to the bag as quick as possible. And you see that a lot of times, even when you see pitchers working on those drills in spring training. And you see when you stretch too early, it messes up the footwork. So you got to get back to the base and then stretch when the ball is thrown to you. Otherwise, your footwork's going to mess you up.
There's a strike to Willie Calhoun. 3-6-3 double play. Difficult to turn. Juan Murillo is on the mound for the Dodgers.
Well, I remember Wally Joyner, former Angel. He was unbelievable, that 3-6-3. Because he would feed the infielder, whether it was a shortstop or second base, covering that bag with perfect throw, and that throw right back at him every time. Very underrated fielder at first base, Wally Joyner. We were talking about Don Mattingly. He was great at it too, but he's got that beard going right now.
Yeah, the big gray beard.
Yes.
That one tracked down by the second baseman Young to end the 7th. It's the 8th inning in the Valley of the Sun here. We are in Tempe, Arizona. Angels have a 4-2 lead on the Dodgers in their spring training opener. Talked about Joe Adell being out of options. It leads to the likelihood that the Angels will open the regular season with 5 outfielders on their roster. The addition of Aaron Hicks in the offseason as that veteran outfielder comes over to assist with Trout and Ward and Moniak. So the Angels outfield pretty set.
Yeah, it gives you an opportunity. One of those guys potentially could be a DH that day too. It gives Trout now an opportunity on certain days to be a designated hitter and still keep him in the lineup. Same thing with a number, where it's Aaron Hicks or even a Joe Adell.
I'm sure we'll see Hicks real soon, maybe as soon as tomorrow. Veteran outfielder from Long Beach. He's certainly well invested in the area, and he will have his first opportunity to play for a Southern California team after really reviving his career with the Baltimore Orioles last year.
Yeah, really struggled towards that beginning part of the season, and even those last few games with the Yankees. They went over Baltimore, and all of a sudden you see his OPS jumped up dramatically with Baltimore, using the whole field a little bit better.
The pitcher for the Angels here is Joel Hurtado. His numbers in A-ball last year.
90 strikeouts and 78 innings pitched. Good live arm.
There's a high fly ball hit well toward left field. And that ball is gone onto the berm, a home run. So Hurtado gives up a long one to Jose Ramos. And the Dodgers are run closer. It's now 4-3.
Yeah, you usually see these big numbers, a lot of home runs and well-hit baseballs in the Cactus League. Those are some big numbers in games down in Florida. The Yankees, they scored 22 runs in their game. Phillies, Toronto 14-13. The Yankees won 22-10 against the Detroit Lions.
Went for 2 at some point there.
Yeah.
This one, more of a pitcher's duel at 4-3. Hurtado pitched at Inland Empire. Only gave up 2 home runs in 78 innings last year. Swing and a miss here. Travis Swaggerty is the batter in place of Lux in the DH spot.
Good backdoor breakable.
There's strike 3 called, so Swaggerty goes down looking.
That's what you want to see if you're Barry Enright for a young pitcher. After you give up a home run, how you bounce right back, and another good job there. Be able to back-to-back pitches on the outside corner where it's break a ball and fastball. Had a nice job of bouncing back after the home run ball given up.
Here's Alex Freeland. The Dodgers brought 2 number 90s, 2 number 89s. I wonder why they gave us the travel roster so late. They probably didn't know who was here themselves. Just handing out jerseys. 2 balls and no strikes. Ball 4, so a homer and a walk in this inning from Hurtado. Hurtado's from the Dominican Republic. He was signed about not even 2 years ago. And he was signed by the Angels in June of 2022. You know, often you see these pitchers from the Dominican Republic or players in general signed when they're teenagers. He was already in his 20s when signed.
a little bit quick on his delivery. Another pitch like that or two, you might see Barry Enright run out there just to try to slow him down.
Instead, will be the catcher who goes out for the Angels. I believe that is Alberto Rios. That is now behind the plate. Maybe it's Mejia. Get a better look. That's Ron Washington, I know that.
Yeah, that's Mejia behind the plate right now.
So Mejia, a veteran, now behind the plate. Two balls and no strikes. Mejia at one point in his career was traded from Seattle to Tampa Bay in a deal that involved, or rather from San Diego to Tampa Bay, in the deal that involved Blake Snell going to the Padres. It is truly hard to believe that here we are on February 24th, and Blake Snell is one among many free agents and big name free agents that is still available.
Two-time Cy Young Award winner,
including last year with the Padres.
There is some serious talent still available in the free agent market.
That went off the glove of Mejia, and that will allow the runner to advance to second base freely on a pass ball. But
it's all trying to get used to the pitcher throwing. He's anticipating that ball going a different direction, almost as if he threw a different pitch, a cross-up, the way he reacted here behind the plate. You're expecting the pitch to work down, and then that's staying almost like a cutter.
Right in the back, so Hurtado losing his control here. A walk and a hit by pitch. So a home run in this inning. So here in the top of the 8th, the Dodgers have a chance to tie the game. And Barry Enright's making his way toward the mound. But when we last spoke to you at the end of the regular season, we couldn't have dreamed at the possibility that Blake Snell and Cody Bellinger and Matt Chapman, Jordan Montgomery would all be available still when we came back to spring training.
J.D. Martinez who had 100 RBI last year for the Dodgers.
So a lot of big names are still out there. Kike Hernandez, who was with the Dodgers for part of last year as well, certainly had his moments in a Dodger uniform before that, also still a free agent. There are a bunch of others that are still available in free agency. As you see Barry Enright trying to get Hurtado through this 8th inning. And I would imagine these guys will have to sign soon and get into camp. When we talk about the pitchers trying to get on their progressions from the beginning of spring training to the end, well, how much can it affect guys like Snell and Montgomery when they don't even know what team they're going to be?
Yeah, all players right now, pitchers and position players in this day and age, are ready to play a spring training game for the first day of camp. But still, you want to get in there and get used to it and be able to get acclimated with your new team at some point.
Yeah, assuming those guys don't go back to where they were, they're going to have new catchers to get with. I mean, it's a little easier for the position players, but for the pitchers, you feel like they got to get in camp soon. 2 balls and no strikes. There's draft pick compensation attached to Snell. Well, the rule used to be that was the case all the way up until the new draft, which I don't know if that's still the case, but that would be in July. It's not going to take that long for Snell to sign. 3 balls and no strikes on Joe Vitrano. Ball 4, so bases loaded here, and without a hit, 2 walks and a hit by pitch loads him up, and Gauthier will be the batter.
So Ron Washington's going to go down to the bullpen there after the seniors. The pitch is well out of the strike zone. For a young pitcher like this, you want to make sure you just keep him confident. So far today, the bullpen had been pretty solid, standing through the ball really, really well. Had a good fastball work and paint in the outside corner, blocked up a couple called third strikes.
There's a new pitcher in there for the Angels now, trying to get out of the bases loaded jam. Michael Darrell Hicks. This one goes to the backstop, it's going to tie the game. Should be a wild pitch.
Yeah, just overthrew that pitch, especially with looking to be able to get a ground ball, especially at arm angle, try to get a double play ball.
Hicks was a starter in the minor leagues last year. Just another wild pitch there, 2 balls and a strike. Hicks is not actually one of the non-roster invites. He was pulled over from minor league camp just to help out on the roster today. Which, you know, there's, what, 65 players in camp. You wouldn't think you'd have to draw from the minor league side, but
when we saw that dugout before the game, there was quite a few players.
Couple of runs here in the 8th for the Dodgers. The game tied. Now the Dodgers could take the lead. All the starters are out of the game and probably not even on the grounds right now. There's still a big crowd in the dugout. The Dodgers have them loaded again thanks to 4 straight reaching without a base hit. 2 runs in the inning to tie the game, and now the batter is Avens.
The infield was in, now back playing for a double play ball here.
There's a strike from Michael Darrell Hicks. Hicks is from Parkersburg, West Virginia. To Jacksonville University. So 1 ball, 1 strike. He was in college during the pandemic, so he got an extra year of eligibility. So he ended up playing 5 years of college ball, starting at Western Kentucky and then ending up at Jacksonville. pitch there to get ahead of Avens.
You know, as a kid, when you see a hitter with a swing like that on a pitch out of zone, good breaking ball, you don't want to overthrow the next one if you go back to a breaking ball. Sometimes you'll do that and you'll end up bouncing it. You made the perfect pitch. You don't have to be better. You set that exact same spot. It's a pretty good take, especially after you swing at that pitch before with 2 strikes.
There's a strikeout for Darrell Hicks.
Straight back and then paints the inside corner with a fastball.
2 down, and now Ward is the batter.
He got 7 called third strikes for Angels pitching today. Pretty solid.
Ryan Ward swung the bat well in the minor leagues last year, hit over 300. Really a prospect. Dodgers, a couple players in the top 100, but kind of toward the bottom of the list as far as prospects go. Their system is not quite as full as it has been in the past. Dalton Rushing is their top prospect at the moment. Supposedly they brought Rushing here. We haven't seen him play in today's game yet. 2 balls and a strike on Ryan Ward. Michael Darrell Hicks tries to keep this game tied into the bottom of the 8th. Fastball to make it 2-2. Fouled, so Ward stays alive.
You just feel, especially with those pitches running away, you got to be ready on that left side of the infield more than likely with this contact move. You got to stay away. That got a lot more of the plate than he wanted to on that one. But with bases loaded, you're more apt to have to challenge in zone.
Into the sea of red in the Angels dugout. Bounced out though. Crowd has largely stuck around.
Beautiful afternoon here.
It sure is. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And there's ball 3. The long top of the 8th. Started with a home run by Jose Ramos. And 3 walks, a hit by pitch. There's been a pass ball. There's been a wild pitch. The Dodgers have trailed throughout this game. They have not had a lead. They would have there had Ward let that one go. Probably would have been ball 4.
Estamos muy pronto de comenzar este partido. Astros de Houston Nacionales. Uf, estará bueno este. Estará muy bueno, así que están todos invitados a que podamos presenciar este partido que estará empezando exactamente unos 5 minutos. 5 minutos más o menos estará este partido. Ya pronto comienza el audio. Ya estamos listos prácticamente. Vamos a narrar el primer partido del año de nuestros Astros de Houston. Prácticamente. Excelente. Muchos estamos felices por ver lo que traen nuestros Astros. Hoy tendremos bonito encuentro. Ahí ya tenemos ya prácticamente la gente que estará por el equipo de Astros. La alineación, vamos a ver la alineación ahorita. La alineación de Astros está Chess McCormick en el left field de primero, Mauricio Dubón el shortstop de segundo, Caratini será el catcher de tercero, Singleton cuarto bate en la primera base, Meyers en el center fielder de quinto, Cody Juhl estará en el right field de sexto, Hensley la tercera base de séptimo, el designado Hamilton de octavo y Kessinger será la segunda base de noveno. El pitcher por el equipo será Blanco. Ya estamos ya por iniciar. Ya están las imágenes que tenemos aquí. Por el equipo nacional, Abraham la shortstop, Thomas el right field, Gallo la primera base, Menez el designado, Winker el left field, Ruiz el catcher, Sense la tercera base y Junior García la segunda, Robles es el center fielder. Patrick Corbin es el pitcher que está por los Washington Nationals. Así que descansa mucha gente. Pero tendremos a Dubón, uno de los principales ahí que estará muy activo en esta temporada 2024. También Chess McCormick. Y ya estamos muy cerquita de que esto comience, señores. Para los que quieren ver el partido, Crush City... Astros Crush City estará el canal, que ahí lo tenemos en cada lugar donde lo estamos transmitiendo así, de este formato. Está ahí un link fijado, ahí se va a dar el juego. Así que sin problemas, amigos, sin problemas. Estaremos aquí en Fénix Deportes TV, en Twitch, contestando, saludando a las personas que nos visiten también. Y también, claro, en los dos lugares. Estamos casi ya a pocos minutos, señores. Esto está programado a las 5:10. Así que son las 5:02. Estamos ya casi listos. Vamos a tratar de ir haciendo la narración como siempre aquí. Y el partido lo pueden ir a ver allá, siempre con la narración de este servidor. Así que estamos al 100, como dicen. Posponer, vamos a posponer esto. Así que estamos en una pausa, ya dábamos las alineaciones a enfrentarse el equipo de Astro al señor Patrick Corbin, que es el primer lanzador del equipo de los nacionales que va a estar lanzando en Alomita el día de hoy. Tremenda jornada que hemos tenido. Empezamos... el juego anterior estaba jugando Los Ángeles frente a Angels de Los Ángeles. Y en el primer partido tuvimos también un interesante que quedó 14-13. Bueno, ya ustedes saben que esto es más que todo para que el bateo se vaya soltando, los pitchers vayan poniendo strike. Por eso van a ver bastante carreraje en la mayoría de los partidos que se den en este Spring Training 2024. Así se está el formato. El equipo al que se enfrentaba de principio era el equipo de Filadelfia con el equipo de Toronto. 14-13 quedó ese partido. Tremendo. Tremendo ese partido, señores. Así que hoy Houston hará por primera vez su aparición. Vamos a ver qué pasa ya en Astros Cruz City. Vamos para allá. Vamos a seguirnos. Yerita, ¿cómo está? Pandita Toli 25. Saludos, Mariadela. Saludos. Dinora, ¿cómo estás, Dinora? Closhi, que podré ver los juegos. Saludos, chicos. Así estamos así, ¿eh? Muy bien, Yerita. Se escucha bien. No está tan alto el fondo. ¿Cómo estamos ahí? Vamos a revisar bien. Se escucha un poquito al fondo y más que todo nosotros. Bueno, un gran saludo a toda la gente, Mariadela, a Dinora, a Clausin, a Pandita, a Ilgerita, a toda la gente que se nos están reportando. Jordania anduvo por aquí también. Cecis Mil también estuvo por aquí. Inclusive ya se registró. Vamos a tratar de que todos disfruten el partido con pocos anuncios, tratando de hacer los anuncios en los momentos muertos donde no está el partido. Así vamos a trabajar este año, a tratar de que todos puedan presenciar el juego de forma tranquila. Ahí tenemos la señora Julia. ¿Y qué dice? No está por aquí Johnny Ann. Saludos entonces. Ahí tenemos las palabras de Julia. Igualmente destacando que en este 2024 muchas perspectivas de la gente tiene muchas ganas de ver a Astros más saludable con personas que se nos han ido. Se nos fue Héctor Neri, se nos fue Maldonado, se nos fue Dusty Baker, 3 piezas importantes, se nos retiró también el señor Michael Brantley. Ya no tenemos al tío Mike y así hay cambios, pues, pero se van a consolidar jugadores así como estamos viendo ahorita mismo. Mauricio Dubón, que va de segundo bate en el shortstop. Kessinger es en la segunda, así que esa es la alineación. Ches McCormick de primero en el left field, Mauricio Dubón de segundo en el shortstop y de tercero estará el señor Caratini, que es el catcher. Así que un saludo a todas las personas que se nos están reportando aquí ya. Listo, Patrick Corbin. Se prepara Corbin, va hacia el home. Es bola bajita la primera, una bola sin strike para el señor Ches McCormick. El primer lanzamiento que se le hace al equipo de Astro en este 2024. Con el bate McCormick. Lanzamiento, le hace swing, roletazo, se abre foul. Y la cuenta 1-1. Ya saben, para los que están en Twitch, en YouTube, el juego está ahí en el link fijado. Ahí pueden ir a ver el juego tranquilamente, sin ningún problema. Muchos están viendo por otros lugares fe, yo entiendo, pero conforme el tiempo se van a ir apagando esos switches, porque esos lugares pues es muy difícil mantenerlos siempre. Nosotros vamos a intercalar transmisiones en Facebook y en Twitch. Lanzamiento el zurdo, le hace swing, señores, y es el segundo strike. Se pone pareja la cuenta, 2-2. Estamos en la alta del primero. Ches McCormick, ahí están los numeritos del año pasado, 273, 22 honrones, 70 empujadas. Para el hombre araña. Saca foul y se mantiene la cuenta 2-2. Por supuesto que en este partido hacen falta muchas piezas grandes. Una de ellas es el señor Jordan Álvarez, Alex Bregman, el MVP también, Abreu en la primera, también están descansando, por lo menos están atentos qué es lo que pasa con este primer partido del 2024 en el Sprint Training. Listo, Corbin, del lado 2-2 la cuenta. Se prepara el home, le tira batazo, foul, se mantiene 2-2. Un saludo a todos los que se nos reportan, a los que están presenciando el juego aquí en nuestro canal de Twitch, Astros Cruz City. Aquí los atendemos, aquí los saludamos. Un saludo grande. Que Dios los bendiga siempre a todos los que son de nuestro grupo hermoso de Astros Fan Forever también. Se prepara Corbin hacia el home, le tira batazo, está elevando, largo, alto por el right. El right con problemas, mucho problema, la bola pica, señores. McCormick va doblando por segunda, va a llegar tranquilamente a tercera, señores. Eso le podríamos llamar un triple si es que el anotador no le da un error, porque fue garrafal ese fildeo del right fielder del equipo de los Nacionales. Claro que fue muy elevado, el viento quizás estaba con muchos problemas y no pudo para nada el right field, y eso hace que McCormick hasta tercera llegue con un triple. Cansado McCormick ya llegando. Batea Mauricio Dubón, el hondureño, señores, haciendo presencia aquí en su primer turno del año con Houston. El año pasado un ensueño de este jugador, de este pelotero hondureño, guante de oro, destacado en todo el año, poniendo muy en alto al equipo y a su país Honduras. Se prepara Corbin, lanzamiento, le tira foul. Y lo tiene montado con 0-2. Mauricio Dubón se mira bastante fuerte. Ha estado, parece, practicando mucho. Este año pretende tener una gran temporada porque podría tener un gran salario el próximo año si mantiene ese ritmo. Había un pequeño tiempo ahí en la tercera base. Listo Corbin, listo Dubón. De ladito ya con su movimiento. Mala baja. Vamos a ver, no se mueve de tercera el señor McCormick. Así que una bola, 2 strike para el señor Mauricio Dubón. No hay out, corredor en tercera. Alta de la primera entrada, señores. Dubón en la caja de bateo, lanzamiento, le tira batazo, foul hacia afuera. Allá por el lado de tercera, así que se mantiene 1-2. Ahora sí le pusieron el acento a Dubón en su espalda. Claro, ahora es el guante de oro, tiene más privilegio el señor Dubón. Se prepara Dubón, lanzamiento, el pitcher le tira batazo, está elevando Dubón allá. La bola ahí también haciendo un poquito de problemas, la bola pica. Y va a anotar fácilmente McCormick la primera carrera del equipo de Astros, señores. Y ya está ganando 1-0. Así que imparable para Dubón. Nada que hacer por la segunda base. La buscó hasta el fondo. El center creo que tenía mayor posibilidad. Pero al final cayó entre los dos y es imparable. Así que con 2 imparables, un triple y un hit, Dubón empuja la primera de Astros. Lanzamiento Víctor Caraniti, el catcher con el número 17, haciendo presencia aquí por el equipo de Astros por primera vez con la camiseta de Astros. Caratini, Víctor Caratini. Se prepara Corbin, que ya está perdiendo 1-0. Lanzamiento bajito. Bajita mala. La primera se empareja 1-1. Están los numeritos de Caratini. Mira ya primera, tranquilo. Regresa de pie Dubón. Claro que lo tiene que cuidar porque Dubón robó bastante base el año pasado. Y es rápido también, claro que sí. Listo, Caratini, señores. Lanzamiento adentro, golpeado en su pierna derecha. Caratini. Y hay corredores en primera y en segunda. Sin out. Viene a batear el oso. Viene a batear John Singleton. Mire los numeritos de Jainer Díaz con Víctor Caratini. Uy. Jainer Díaz, 324, 1000 de OPS, 14 jonrones, 39 empujadas. En pocos turnos, ¿eh? En pocos turnos el señor Jainer Díaz. Este es el titular. Este va a ser el catcher titular del equipo de Astros. Batea Singleton, señores. El oso de cuarto bate. Lanzamiento al primero. Está fallando. Allá por el center field. A ver. La segunda base era. De repente la cámara nos estaba perdiendo. Era por segunda. Falló Singleton. Y es el primer out del inning. Estamos en la alta. En la apertura del primer inning. Y batea aquí el señor Jake Meyers. Ahí están sus numeritos. Hasta el momento 18 picheos el pitcher Corbin. Lanzamiento, le hace swing, le quitó un mundo a ese lanzamiento y se va con ella. Meyers para el primer strike. 0-1. Listo el pitcher. Ahí cuidando a los corredores. Lanzamiento, se va con ella y es el segundo. 0-2, lo tiene montado ya. Jake Meyers, que jugó en la posición del center field, no lo hizo mal. Tuvo importantes desempeños en distintos partidos. Muy buenas atrapadas, buena cobertura. Pero estaba Dubón jugando bastante el center field, así que por eso tuvo pocos turnos. Listo, Corbin al home, mala. Y es la primera 1-2. Muy bien el catcher con ese bloqueo ahí para que no avanzaran los corredores, porque el picheo era bastante guay. Listo, Myers 1-2. Corredores en primera y en segunda. Caratini en primera, Dubón en segunda. Lanzamiento, le tira adentro, foul. Se mantiene la cuenta, 1 bola, 2 strikes. Mauricio Dubón corriendo en segunda. Fue el primero que empuja la primera carrera el equipo de Astro. 1-0 ganando. Listo, Corbin al home, mala la segunda. Así que la carrera fue triple de McCormick. Imparable de Dubón. Así se produjo la primera carrera el equipo de Astros, que está ganando 1-0, pero amenaza con corredores en primera y en segunda. Y batea Jay Meyer con la cuenta pareja 2-2. Lanzamiento, le tira, batazo allá por el center field. La bola pica, Dubón puede ser que vaya a llegar fácilmente a home play. Y hasta tercera se va a mover Caraniti. Imparable de Meyer, productivo, señores, la segunda de Astros. Así que Dubón, señores, comienza con buena actuación ya desde el primero, con una empujada y una anotada. Y Meyers también empujando la segunda. Le toca el turno, señora, a Corey Jules. También un joven con buenas herramientas. Corre bastante, buen tacto, buen guante. El año pasado igual tuvo pocas apariciones, pero pensamos que en este año pueda tener más oportunidad Corey Jules. Lo hace a la derecha frente al zurdo Corbin. Lanzamiento Yul, batazo elevado, lo va buscando el catcher, el primera, foul, se va la bola hacia el público. Y es el primer strike, 1-1 para él. Corredores en esa esquina, amigos. Meyers en primera, Caratini, el catcher en tercera. Sigue la amenaza aquí de Astros. Se prepara el pitcher Corbin, le tira roletazo, foul. Listo el pitcher zurdo Corbin, Patrick Corbin, hacia el home. Sentenciado Corey Jules. Al final lo sentencia el umpire, parecía un poquito afuera. Pero se va ponchado Jules y así que le toca el turno a David Hensley, que está hoy en la tercera base y de séptimo bate. Así que poco a poco saliendo Corbin, hay 2 out. Se prepara el home, le tira foul Hensley. Y es el primer strike. Corredores en esa esquina. David Hensley, señores. A la derecha, lanzamiento. Strike, le cae muy bien. Así que es el segundo. Tiene 2. Está montado Hensley ya. Lo tiene montado el señor Corbin. Patrick Corbin. Se prepara el pitcher. Va hacia el home. Bajita. Ahora la cuenta 1-2. Esperando turno. Quincy Hamilton. Un novato que estará de designado el día de hoy. Lanzamiento adentro. Y vamos a ver. Quieto en segunda. Robo de base. Para Jake Mayer, señores. Así que ahora corredores en segunda y en tercera. Claro que llegó muy bien. Así que Hensley aquí con oportunidad de traerse esas 2 carreras con un imparable. Se prepara el zurdo al home, le tira. Y se poncha, señores. Hensley para el tercer out. Se anotaron 2 carreras, señores. 3 imparables. Dejaron 2 en corredores. Y bueno, vamos a la pausa. Ya regresamos. Vamos a ver qué dice los fanáticos, nuestra gente. Dice Acel, ¿cómo está Acel? Saludos, Erika, ¿cómo estás? Ya lo volvemos a reconocer, dice. Honduras aquí, Honduras presente, Cecimil. Residiendo al sur de Chicago. Dice Acel que ya no se acuerda quiénes son, dice. Bonito ahorita la presentación del primer inning, me gustó. Dubón como siempre, amigo. Yo siempre digo en Dubón. Dubón es un tremendo pelotero. Le pone salsa, siempre está haciendo contacto. Crisia 25, ¿cómo estás, niña linda? ¿Cómo estás? Un saludo a su señora, a usted, un saludo a todos los que están por aquí. Muchas gracias por estar con nosotros. Ya estamos calentando, así como lo está en Sprint Training los Astros, también nosotros estamos calentando. Estamos calentando los motores también. Ahí anda Reina, dice, excelente, Crisia. Así que nosotros igual estamos calentando motores, así estamos en Sprint Training nosotros, ustedes y nosotros. Ustedes y nosotros estamos también calentando. Vamos a volver vamos a volver a hacer jueguitos aquí. Lo que pasa es que nos habíamos perdido. Tuve que formatear mi computadora, se me perdieron un montón de cosas, entonces pues ustedes saben que ese es el detalle. Bueno, venimos con Ronier Blanco, señores, un pitcher que estuvo en la Liga de Lidón, estuvo muy bien. Así que vamos con Ronier Blanco a ver cómo sale en esta temporada. Ah, miren, ya están poniendo, dice, estamos gozando, dice, uf. Yo ya me estoy calentando. Estaba como cuando terminamos en el 2023. Imagínense aquí en el Sprint Training nosotros. Esto no lo vivimos el año pasado, ¿eh? Les digo, no lo vivimos. Listo, Blanco, lanzamiento, roletazo. ¿Qué pasa de hit, señores? Allá por el right field. Así que hombre en primera por el equipo de Washington. Abrams, el shortstop, fue el que acaba de conectar imparable de 1-1. Ahora le toca el turno a Lane Thomas, el right fielder. Lanzamiento, le tira bonito lanzamiento aquí de Blanco. Blanco, no sé qué pasó con Blanco el año pasado, hizo buenas presentaciones. Ahí de repente un poco se descontrolaba, pero sacaba los innings, tuvo un par de victorias ahí. Pero después se desapareció del panorama de los Astros, no lo volvimos a ver de un momento a otro. Y me parece que es un buen pitcher de abridor, porque sale muy bien de los peligros Ronier Blanco. 0-2 strike, lo tiene montado a Thomas, lanzamiento, foul. Uy, a última hora ese lanzamiento, ¿eh? A última hora Thomas la pellizcó. Fue un gran lanzamiento, fue un slider pequeño, moviéndose hacia la zona de afuera. La logró pellizcar con la completa el señor Lane Thomas. Listo, Blanco, le tira batazo fuerte por tercera. Ahí no lo van a poder hacer el doble play. Vamos a ver, quieto. El tiro fue muy afuera para Kessinger. Creo que es el segunda base. Así es, Kessinger. Así que Hensley recepcionó muy bien, pero el tiro a segunda no fue el mejor. Sí, fue bastante afuera. Un esfuerzo para Kessinger para poder capturar y le dio un poco de tiempo a hacer el tiro. No sé si es que llegó tarde Kessinger o el tiro fue bastante abierto. Me parece que fue más abierto. Batea Joe Gallo, señores, el bateador de Nacionales. Este es un hombre que en este año se le espera mucho por Nacionales. Gallo es la primera base, está de tercero en este partido. Lanzamiento le tira y es el primer strike, 1-1. Así para las personas que están en Facebook, en YouTube y los que están en el canal de Fénix Deporte, pues los invito en el link que está ahí. Pueden ir a ver el partido. En el link está fijado. En todos los links están fijados. Hay un link fijado. Ahí pueden ir a ver el partido tranquilamente. Lanzamiento, le tira al segundo. Ese lanzamiento fue como un sinker, o me equivoco. Cayendo, desenterrándose para hacia abajo. Así que Joe Gallo aquí haciendo presencia en la caja de bateo ante Ronier Blanco. Lanzamiento, le tira. Batazo de foul. Se mantiene 1-2. Hay un corredor de primera que se envasó por escogencia. Hasta el momento 10 picheos. Ya hay un out. Listo, Blanco de lado. Ya se prepara el home. Se le queda alta. Y es la segunda mala, 2-2. Listo, Blanco. Se prepara el home. Mala la tercera. 3-2. La cuenta llega a la máxima, señores. Listo el pitcher Joe Gallo bateando. Listo Ronier. Hacia el home. Le tira con fuerza. Foul hacia atrás. Saca el bateador. Se mantiene 3-2 la cuenta. No hay nada para nadie aquí. Listo, blanco. Listo, gallo. Viraje a primera. De pie o de manos. Llegó de manos Thomas, así que quieto. 3-2. Listo, blanco al home. Le tira batazo. Está elevando. La va buscando el tercera base. Hensley. Uy, espera y captura ahí con un movimiento al final, pero lo importante es que se queda con ella y es el segundo out, señores. Así que tenemos 2 outs. Y viene a batear el cuarto bate de los Nacionales, Joe Meneses, que hoy está de designado. Ahí estamos viendo el momento que captura esa bola. Última hora hace una corrección y se queda con ella Hensley para el segundo. Lista blanco, batazo foul allá por el right field. Y es el primer strike para el señor Joe Meneses. Con el número 45 en su espalda. Hoy está de designado. Y cuarto bate. Esperando turno Jesse Winker. Qué bonito slider ahí, pero lo sostiene bien el bateador Meneses. Hensley también tuvo muy poca acción el año pasado, Vamos a ver este año. Lanzamiento, le tira batazo. Allá por el left field. 2-3 pasitos. Ches McCormick. Espera y captura, señores, para el tercer out. No hubo producción por parte de los Nacionales. Se conectó un imparable y el hombre quedó ahí. Así que vamos a ir a ver ahorita cómo están nuestros espectadores. Vamos a verlos. Vamos a ir a ver. Tenemos a Cerica. Ojalá y este sea un año sea mejor que el pasado, dice. Por supuesto, creemos que sí. Monroy, saludos a Monroy. A Crisia también, el Yerita están ahí. Somos 32. Bueno, esto irá mejorando conforme vayamos avanzando. Estamos claros. Ahorita sabemos que es sprint training, pero con esto que estamos, me siento feliz porque ya me pongo en ambiente. Ya comienzo a agarrar calor, señores. Y eso es importante. R. Pastora, saludes. ¿Cómo estás, Pastora? Bienvenida. Gracias por estar con nosotros. Lo bueno es que tienen iconos del otro canal, ese es bonito. Junior, ¿cómo está Junior? Junior 1987, bienvenido amigo. Saludes. Gracias por estar con nosotros aquí compartiendo. Vamos a ver allá, no he ido a ver cómo está mi canal. Deben de estar como unos 2 allá en el Fénix. Yo sé que, ay, me estoy quedando loco, estoy mal aquí haciendo algunas cosas. Lo que es no estar entrenando, Bueno, estoy entrenando ahorita con ustedes. Aquí estamos entrenando. Estamos en el sprint training igual que los Astros. Así que no hay problema. Ya saben que al final podemos ir, vamos a trasladarnos al Fénix Deportes para hacer unos 2 comentarios y después los vamos a hacer. Con eso me apoyan bastante, Me apoyan muchísimo. Tengo mucho preparado para este año, bastante, no tienen idea. Batea, señores, Quincy Hamilton, este muchacho que viene aquí en las ligas menores, viene a ver que si puede ganarse un puesto, a ver qué nos trae el señor Hamilton. Lanzamiento, strike cantado. Sigue pichando Corbin. En esta modalidad de sprint training, pues los pitchers, lo más que tiran son 2, 3 innings, lo más. Creo que es lo más que son 2, los dejan creo como 40, 50 picheos por ahí, más o menos. Lanzamiento malo, 1 y 2 para el señor Quincy Hamilton con el número 82, está designado hoy. Y octavo bate, ahí en el inning anterior batearon 7 hombres. Lanzamiento, strike cantado, señores, se ha ponchado Hamilton. Gran lanzamiento para el señor Corbin. Y viene al bate, señores, Gray Kessinger, con el número 16 en la segunda base. Un buen conocido este señor. El año pasado ahí jugando bastante desde la banca. Estuvo acciones en diferentes partidos. Y este año se supone que pueda tener un poquito más de oportunidad. 1-1 para el señor Craig Kessinger. Patrick Corbin, el pitcher zurdo que está por los Nacionales. Lanzamiento, le canta en el segundo. Está un poquito amplia la zona del pitch del umpire. Un poquito amplia. Se prepara el pitcher. Lanzamiento, le tira con fuerza y es foul. Se mantiene 1-2. En otros partidos, Boston versus Baltimore, va ganando Baltimore. Piratas versus Twins, está ganando los Minnesotas. Atlanta ganó 6-5 a Tampa. Miami 9-8 a San Luis. Los Yankees 22-10 a Detroit. Uy, ¿qué pasó ahí? Filadelfia ganó 14-13 a Toronto. San Luis le ganó a los Mets 10-5 y Cincinnati y Colorado ganaron sus partidos. Batazo, foul, se mantiene ahí. Así que este es uno de los últimos partidos de este día. Astros Washington. Un saludo a la gente de Facebook, un saludo a la gente de YouTube. Pueden ver el partido ahí en el link fijado en los comentarios, señores. Le tira batazo, foul, se mantiene 2-2. Tenemos una out, falló el señor Hamilton y en este turno Gray Kessinger está con cuenta de 2-2 ante el pitcher Patrick Corbin de los Nacionales. De frente el pitcher Corbin, ya con sus movimientos al home, un poco alta, pero la salió a buscar Kessinger y sacó de foul, así que se mantiene 2-2. Solo hay un out. Esperando turno Chase McCormick, que conectó triple. Y posiblemente Mauricio Dubón también podría tener acción si este hombre se llegara a envasar. Allá batazo, foul. Sigue peleando su turno Kessinger. Creo que ya está haciendo muchos lanzamientos. De hecho, eso es lo que yo le decía. Son como 50 lanzamientos que le están permitiendo a cada pitcher. Lanzamiento, le tira, señores. Se va ponchado Craig Kessinger para el segundo out. Y es posible que salga el manager o este sería su último bateador. Creo que va a salir. Eso es todo. Eso es todo, señores. Hay no pitcher. Así que el pitcher permitió 2 carreras. Sacó un inning con 2/3 y vamos a la pausa entonces. Vamos a una pequeña pausa. Vamos a ver qué dicen los Jonathan. Esta es nueva, Jonathan. Hay que estar ahí. Dice, la página de antes ya no va a funcionar. Claro que sí va a funcionar, solo que vamos a estarnos por si acaso. Esto es por si acaso tenemos algún problema. Lo que pasa es que la otra página la vamos a llevar al suave, la principal, porque pues no queremos que ahorita nos strikeen, porque la podríamos perder y no lo quiero perder. Así que vamos a estar aquí tratando de hacer un trabajo diferente. Algunos ya se suscribieron, así que les pido que no se suscriban. Voy a mantener los anuncios moderados para que puedan disfrutar del partido. Y no se preocupen, tengo ya la solución. Tengo una solución para por ejemplo, ya en octubre, que ustedes saben que ahí nos botan todas las páginas. Ya tengo una solución. Tengo ya el lugar donde ahí no habrá ningún problema. Dice Axel, queremos corito. creo que el corito no va a ser posible ahorita por respeto a muchas situaciones, ¿eh? Yo sé que el corito nos motiva, nos pone alegre, pero tampoco podemos hacer juego de algo pues que es serio como es nombrar la presencia del Señor. Ustedes saben sobre eso, las canciones, la forma que no tenemos que ser un poco respetuosos. Yo sé que para algunos quizás no, pues no pasa nada, pero hay personas que sí, señores, y eso hay que respetar, porque eso es delicadísimo. Nosotros nos tiramos las trancas el año pasado, pero este año vamos a corregir eso. Vamos a poner otras cosas más divertidas, en que no tengamos que mezclar religión con entretenimiento. Me parece acertado ahí para algunas personas que hicieron eso, ese señalamiento. Y creo que sí es válido. Lo principal en el mundo, lo que necesitamos ahora mismo para que este mundo cambie, señores, es el respeto a todos. Eso es esencial. Bateando Chess McCormick, señores, hay 2 outs del nuevo pitcher. Ya le vamos a decir quién es el nuevo pitcher que estará por el equipo de Nacionales. Y el señor Joan Adon. Joan Adon sería en inglés. Bueno, pero yo le voy a decir Joan Adon. O Joan Adon, algo así. Así que Chess McCormick, señores, 2 malas, 0 buenas. No le ha puesto nada hasta el momento. Lanzamiento le hace swing. Me parece bien haber seguido ese lanzamiento. Iba por ahí, ¿eh? Si la conectaba bien McCormick, como está acostumbrado a conectar ese tipo de lanzamiento, esa bola podría haber viajado largo. Se prepara el pitcher Adon. Y es más, la tercera, 3-1. Esperando turno, señores, el catracho, el de las, a ver, baleadas power. Uy, se me había olvidado el de las baleadas power. Queremos una bellazada de batazo aquí. Vamos a ver quién se tira la bellazada de batazo. Lanzamiento, mala la cuarta, señores. Rumbo a primera, Chess McCormick. Y esto le da la posibilidad a que venga, o que ya está el señor Mauricio Dubón, que está en el shortstop y que va de 1-1 con una empujada, ya siendo productivo Dubón. Dubón, lo que me gusta es eso, que él lo hace de todas formas. Lanzamiento un poco baja, es mala. Esta vez fue paciente, ¿eh? Fue paciente Dubón en este turno. No se fue el primero. Batea Joan Adon. Una bola, 0 strike para el señor Dubón corriendo en primera. Chess McCormick por base por bola. Estamos en el inicio del segundo inning, señores. Se prepara Adon. Lanzamiento mala. Muy bien, Dubón ahí siendo obediente. Así que con 2 y nada, de seguro aquí va a buscar un lanzamiento que pueda conectar Dubón. Así que ojo, señores. Lanzamiento mal a la tercera, menos ese, claro. Tenía que ser bueno para irse con él. Así que 3 y nada para Dubón. No quiere nada con Dubón. El pitcher Joan Adon. Ya Dubón establecido como un jugador de respeto, señores. Lanzamiento, strike afuera y se lo cantan. Ya Dubón ya iba dejando el bate para ir a rumbo a primera, pero lo sentencia el umpire. Así que 3-1. Se prepara Dubón, lanzamiento, le tira línea foul hacia atrás. Había salido el corredor. Y lo estaba haciendo bien Dubón, batear por detrás. Si ese batazo le da por segunda, es un imparable. Y Chess McCormick posiblemente hasta tercera hubiese llegado. Porque había salido de robo. 3-2, señores. Cuenta máxima para pitcher y bateador. Joan Adon. Al home. Le tira batazo foul. Así que se mantiene 3-2, señores. Ahí pidiendo corrección de seña. Parece que hubo un cruce porque ese gesto que hace McCormick es cuando no agarró bien la señal. Y es parte de pedir disculpas. O sea, decir es mía, amigo. Lanzamiento, le tira línea tendida por el centerfield. McCormick había salido, va a llegar facilito a tercera y el hondureño, señores, con segundo hit consecutivo. Qué fácil Dubón conecta esa bola. Al medio, papa, al medio, papa. Tremendo, rápida las manos de Dubón. Rápida las manos de Dubón, señores. Rapidísima. Por el mero centro, señores. Ya estaba en segunda McCormick. Y eso facilita que él hasta tercera se meta. Así que Dubón, señores, 2-2. Y viene a batear Víctor Caratini. Lanzamiento bajito. Hay un tiempo ahorita. Fue golpeado Caratini en su primer turno por Corbin. Y aquí enfrentando en su segundo turno al señor Edom. Lanzamiento mala. Perdón, strike cantado, 1-1. Se dilató mucho el cambio de la pizarra ahí. Esperando turno John Singleton, el oso, señores. Caratini lo hace a la zurda frente al señor Eidon. Lanzamiento mala, 2-1. Ya tiene 15 picheos Eidon y acaba de entrar. Listo el pitcher. Joan Eidon al home, le tira con fuerza y es el segundo. 2-2, empareja la cuenta para pitcher y bateador. Se prepara el bateador. Se prepara el pitcher al home. Le tira línea tremenda por el por el left center field. Dubón, como sabemos que vuela, señores, va a llegar facilito hasta home. Dubón, señores, de primera. Productivo Dubón de 2-2, 2 anotadas, una empujada. ¿Qué más le puedes pedir a Dubón? Este año Dubón viene, Así que, señores, Caratini siendo productivo, empuja 2 carreras. Así que Astros 4-0 ya. Tremendo, tremendo Caratini. Me gusta, me gusta. Ese es un buen contacto. Llevándola al lado contrario es un gran contacto, señores. Batea Singleton, que con hombre en segunda. Lanzamiento fuera mala. Singleton es el que necesito verlo que vaya carburando, ¿eh? La debió mucho el año pasado Singleton. La debió mucho el oso. Lanzamiento a strike 1-1. Hoy, como ustedes saben, están descansando José Abreu, José Altuve, Bregman, el MVP Jeremy Peña. Esos son los que están descansando. Shainer Díaz también. Seguro lo veremos mañana. Lanzamiento, le tira foul hacia atrás. Y ya lo tiene con 1-2. A ver qué pasó. Oh, ¿qué pasó? A ver, a ver, a ver, a ver, a ver. Oh, interferencia del catcher. Interferencia del catcher. Seguro a la hora de hacer el swing, el catcher hizo contacto con el bate de Singleton. Eso fue lo que pasó. Miren ahí. En ningún momento el catcher puede interponerse ante el swing del bateador. Sí. Así que por regla, el corredor, el bateador corredor, que se convierte en corredor, queda en primera. Así que en primera y en segunda con 2 outs. Y viene a batear Jake Meyers, que lleva imparable y Meyers. Lanzamiento fuera mala. Jake, bueno, yo le pongo Mayer, pero los comentaristas en inglés le dicen Myers. Jake Myers. Le vamos a hacer Jake Myers para ir aprendiendo. Lanzamiento mal a la segunda. Ya lleva 22 picheos, amigos. Ya saben, para la gente de Facebook, para la gente también de YouTube y los que están en Phoenix Deportes, pueden venir al link fijado que es del canal Astros Cruz City. Ahí pueden ir y ahí pueden ver el juego tranquilamente. Tranquilamente, sin anuncio. Estoy tratando de que no haya ni un anuncio. Vamos a ver aquí cómo estamos. Estamos bien, estamos bien. Listo, el pitcher ya hacia el home. Malísima, se descontroló. Se descontroló totalmente el señor Joan Aydon. Así que vamos a ver. Deben de estar ya calentando unos 3 allá por parte de los nacionales. De hecho, vienen a platicar, creo, el coach de picheo o solamente el catcher. Sí, el coach de picheo viene a platicar. No lo van a sacar, pero esta es la última. Pienso que este sería el último. Ustedes saben que en esta modalidad de sprint training no aguantan mucho, más que todo es como un bullpen, ir haciendo ajuste en su lanzamiento, no les exigen tanto lanzamiento. Ellos tratan que busquen la zona, ir perdiendo, no perder el control, tratar de que haya bateo. Lanzamiento, strike cantado, ahora sí, llega a la zona. Corey Jules, señores, con las bases llenas, aquí amenazando más Astros, 4-0, en alta de la segunda entrada. Se prepara el home, le tira línea de hit, señores, left field. Vamos a ver si se viene hasta home. Y por supuesto que John Singleton va a llegar hasta home. Así que 2 más, 6-0, señores. Corey Jules, productivo, señores, con 2 carreras empujadas ahora mismo. Ahí se nos puso un poco fea la señal, pero ya, corregimos rápido. Tremendo Corey Jules, entonces. Los dos que anotan, Caraniti y Singleton, el oso. Así que productivo Corey Jules está en primera. Este hombre va a salir al robo. Batea David Hensley, la tercera base. Se prepara Adam. Strike. Adentro no se lo canta. Parecía strike ahí. Ahora se puso finito. Sí, ahorita va a haber jugada. Seguro jugada ahorita con corredor tan rápido como es Corey Jules. Agarrando espacio, si ustedes lo ven. Lanzamiento adentro, mala. 2-0 para David Hensley. Hensley falló por la vía del ponche en su turno anterior. Se prepara el pitcher, lanzamiento, strike, tirándole, no le encuentra y es el primer strike. David Hensley, señores. Listo el pitcher Joan, lanzamiento, le tira y ese lanzamiento no la ve. No le encuentra a Hensley, ¿qué es lo que está pasando por ahí? Es un lanzamiento que entra un poco a la zona de adentro y no la puede descifrar el bateador Hensley. Hay un viraje a primera, vuelve de manos, no pasa nada. Corredor en las esquinas, 2 out. Ahí tenemos al bullpen del equipo de los Astros de Houston, lleno el bullpen, ansiosos. Lanzamiento, le vuelve a repetir ese lanzamiento que se mete adentro. 3-2. De aquí podemos observar a Urquidy, podemos observar a Heider, a Abreu. Creo que ahí está el señor Framberg también. Lanzamiento. ¡Oh! Le tira Henley. Se poncha, señores, para el tercero. No le encuentra, señores. Así que tenemos 3 outs. Se anotaron 4 carreras, señores. 4 carreras. Volvió a ser productivo Mauricio Dubón. Lo miro muy bien a Dubón, muy bien a Dubón. Dice Serica, al rato completo otros 100,000. Dice, a ver, ¿cómo es eso? ¿Qué pasó? Esto quedaron unos 20-0, Dios mío. Dice, después del quinto juego de entrenamiento, dice que les exigen más. Claro, claro, sí es posible. Claro, porque ya se va acercando a la temporada y la temporada, pues, tienen que ir con todo. Los Astros vienen apostando a mucho, ¿eh? Vamos a ver qué dice nuestro amigo Dinora. Dice, yo que me creía poderosa con 30,000 puntos. Hay poquito, ¿eh? Al rato completo otros 100,000, dice Serica. Bueno, pero me pueden ir a tirar allá a Fénix Deporte. Ahí tengo ahí estoy en vivo. Ahí me pueden tirar todos los puntos que quieran ahorita mismo. Solo se dan un trasladito ahí. Y ahí saludan al canal y todo. No creo que olviden a la vieja confiable, como dicen. Ahí pueden tirar sus alertas. Hay alertas. Hay alertas, hay beats, hay stickers. Solo que no vamos a abusar con eso. Ahorita estamos bien. Estoy feliz con esto, dice Serica. Hay pollos. No, mentira, pollos no. No queremos pollo. Ah, sí, hay pollo. Ya me acordaron de los pollos. Dinora, ah, claro, sí, Dinora. Pero con 2 chateaditas, Dinora, no pasa nada, Dinora. Yo estoy feliz con esas 2 chateaditas. Porque eso hace que sabemos que estamos ahí. Vamos a ver aquí cómo estamos. Vienen a batear Jesse Winker, Keiber Ruiz y Nick Senzel. Los 3 la tanda. Lanzamiento adentro, señores, mala. Sigue Ronier Blanco, ¿eh? Bueno, es que Ronier Blanco apenas tiene 17 picheos. Lanzamiento al home. Mala la segunda. 2 malas sin buenas para Ronier Blanco. 6-0 los Astros derrotando en la baja de la segunda al equipo de Washington Nacionales. Lanzamiento le tira línea, pero de foul. Y es el primer strike con 2 malas. Lanzamiento, batazo por el left field. Vamos a ver. Ahí muy bien McCormick. Lo estaba cuidando muy bien. Y es out para el primero. Lo estaban pillando, como dirían en algunos lugares por ahí. Lo tenía pillado. Así que tenemos un out para el equipo de Astros. Ahora viene al bate Nick Senzel. No, perdón, KB Ruiz. El que falló fue Winker. Así que Ruiz es el sexto bate. Keiber Ruiz es el catcher que está en la receptoría. Lo hace a la zurda. Últimamente he estado observando bastantes catchers bateando a la izquierda. Va a haber un momento que van a haber muchos bateadores bateando a la izquierda. Me acuerdo haber visto un equipo de Japón. Toditos, señores, toditos a la izquierda. Y no es que eran zurdos, es que eran ambidextros. Eso nos falta un poco más en nuestros países latinos, que a los niños les enseñen a batear a las 2 manos. Importantísimo. Yo cuando jugaba en las ligas campesinas, me hice batear a la zurda porque miraba mejor la bola al pitcher derecho. Y hay pocos pitchers zurdos. Así que te haces mejor bateador a la derecha porque comenzás a ver más pitcher derechos, perdón. Dos y 2. Se prepara Blanco, le tira. Uy, se lo sacó de los pies esa bola. Un poquito más y se pegaba en los pies el bateador Keiber Ruiz. De frente Blanco, tenemos un out. Se prepara hacia el home, le tira foul. Y se mantiene la cuenta con 2 malas, 2 buenas. Esperando turno Nick Senzel. Y por si acaso, Luis García Jr. Listo el bateador. Listo Ronier Blanco. Ya con sus movimientos al home. Le tira un cambio horroroso, señores. Se va ponchado. Y hay 2 outs rápidamente. Blanco pinta a que puede ser un gran abridor. Si él se controla a la hora de su lanzamiento. De hecho, lo miro que ya no suda como antes. Y lo miro también un poquito más o menos empacado. Lo miro que ha trabajado mucho con su peso. Y eso es muy importante. Para cualquier atleta es muy importante. Así que Ronier Blanco lo miro en buen camino para esta temporada. Lo podemos necesitar bastante. Lanzamiento tremendo. Cómo se mete ese sinker ahí. Son lanzamientos de poca velocidad, pero no dejan de hacer daño a los bateadores. Lanzamiento, lo repite. Pero esta vez no se va el señor Nick Senzel. Hay 2 outs. Me imagino que Senzel le dice, no estés pidiendo eso. Mándele una recta que me tire por ahí. Lanzamiento en curva, tremendo, señores. Qué tremenda curva. Y eso es lo que le hablo. Si este señor Ronier Blanco comienza a hacer ese trabajo, eso fue todo para Ronier Blanco de seguro. Tremendo, solamente un imparable. ¿Y qué les puedo decir? Bueno, para que no sé a quién le dieron errores, pero parece que hubo un error ahí. Creo que fue el tiro del tercera base porque según ellos pudo haber sido un doble play. Así que Ronier Blanco, señores, eso va a ser todo para él. 2 innings completos, solamente un imparable. No le anotaron carrera. Y muy tremendo, señores, lo que hizo el señor Blanco. Gracias, Mariadela, por tu suscripción. No me había fijado. Mariadela Oquendo. Antes yo le decía un nombre raro a Mariadela hasta que ella me dijo, no es así, Fénix. Se dice así. Ok, Mariadela, ahora sí. El regaño vale. Exacto, Dinora, me gusta. Siento que lo veo bien. Dice Ticho, dice, este es un bullpen, ya no caben más jugadores. Ya sea bueno ver que un arranque con... Claro, hermano, Dubón siempre ha estado muy bien. Dubón siempre ha estado muy bien. Y yo siempre lo he dicho. Desde el año pasado, Dubón, yo le di mi buen visto, como dicen. Lo llevé, me quedé con él, lo defendí, peleé. Tuvimos que hablar con la gente de Astro para que lo dejaran de titular, pues y se hizo. Muchas gracias, María Adela. Muchas gracias por tu gran aporte a este canal, a esta comunidad. Una persona que con mucho respeto pues ha estado con nosotros y ha sido, pues, ¿qué le puedo decir? Fina, muy fina con los administradores del canal y de esta comunidad bonita que hemos logrado crear. Y todos los que nos han apoyado igualmente también con mucho respeto. Si se fijan, no hay muchos anuncios. Lo que estoy haciendo es tratar de tirar los anuncios a la hora que no hay el juego. Las suscripciones, claro, por si acaso se me va alguno por ahí, porque yo tengo que estar, eso sí, tengo que estar haciéndolo manualmente y es un poco complicado porque no te lo da siempre. Y tengo que estar pendiente que no me lo tire automático. Pero por ustedes, por los que no se pueden suscribir, yo voy a hacer ese esfuerzo para que lo puedan ver el anuncio a la hora que estamos en tiempo. Ese es uno de los ajustes para que todos puedan ver bonito el partido sin que se pierdan nada de nada. Ese es algo que yo con mucho esfuerzo lo voy a hacer. Y pues tenemos también otras cosas importantes. Ya no nos vamos a perder la Serie Mundial, ya no nos vamos a perder ni un partido, no importa que no lo transmitamos aquí, pero ya tenemos un lugar que ahí no va a pasar absolutamente nada. No se van a volver a perder absolutamente nada aquí con nosotros. Vamos a ir mejorando. Este año es mejor que el año pasado. Y bueno, esas son cosas que poco a poco le iremos señalando e informando. Lanzamiento, le tira. Batea Gray Kessinger, señores. Creo que Kessinger se ponchó en su turno anterior. Y sí, efectivamente, se ponchó. De hecho, hay 1, 2, 4, 5 ponches por el equipo de Astros. Y más que todo fue la tanda baja. Le tira a Kessinger y es su segundo ponche del partido. Ya lleva 2. Está como David Hensley, que lleva 2 también. Y viene a batear, señores, ahora. Bueno, Hamilton, no vimos Hamilton. ¿Qué pasó con Hamilton? No conectó ahí. Parece que fue una base por bola. Tampoco. Un error. Creo que fue un error. O golpe. Pues no sale. ¿Qué pasó con Hamilton? Pero lo que sí es que Hamilton está en primera. Debe de correr este muchacho, ¿eh? Vamos a ver qué es lo que tiene. Batea Ches McCormick, señores. Viene la tanda caliente. McCormick, Dubón y Caratini, los tres de la tanda. Los tres pegaron imparable. Sí, los tres pegaron imparable. McCormick, Dubón y Caratini. Bueno, McCormick lleva un triple y una base por bola. Dubón de 2-2. Caratini de 1-1. Va el robo, señores. Quieto en segunda. Como lo presentíamos, señores, este muchacho Hamilton sí que corre en las bases muy bien. Así que hace el asalto a segunda. Hay un out. Y bateando siempre Ches McCormick, el left field. Sigue pichando Joan Adon, que tiene ya 37 picheos. Este debe ser su último inning para Adon. Estamos en la alta de la tercera. Esperando turno el señor de las baleadas Power, el catracho, el hondureño, señores, Mauricio Dubón, bateando a McCormick. Listo, Aydon va hacia el home, le tira. Uf, la falló ahí McCormick, Llevaba malas intenciones ese swing rápido de McCormick. Nuestra mayonesa. Lanzamiento, le tira, faula, ya se va a la grada y la cuenta se mantiene 1-2. Listo el pitcher McCormick. Se prepara el home, la está elevando. Y parece que puede estar dentro. Bueno, ya está en el outfield. La captura en la segunda base. Vamos a ver. No hay avance para nadie y queda en segunda Hamilton. Y viene a batear Mauricio Dubón, que está encendido este señor Mauricio Dubón. El catracho, el hombre de las baleadas Power. Viene a hacer acto de presencia aquí en el home plate. Lleva de 2-2, 2 anotadas, 1 empujada. Bateando para 1000 el averaje. Batea Dubón, lanzamiento de Adon, se le va la bola, vamos a ver, va a llegar facilito Hamilton, sin problemas. Más cerca esa carrera, podría ser la 7. Cualquier batazo imparable de parte de Dubón, esa sería su segunda producción. Y su tercer imparable. Esperando turno Víctor Caratini. Ahí tenemos al nuevo manager, el nuevo director, el nuevo timonel del equipo de los Astros de Houston, Joe Espada. Lanzamiento 1-1. Una bola, un strike para el señor Mauricio Dubón. Se prepara Endon, lanzamiento bajita mala. Me está gustando Dubón, que ya no se está yendo con lanzamientos malos. Está tratando de escoger buenos lanzamientos y de llevar hasta la última consecuencia del conteo. Listo Dubón. Listo el pitcher, al home, le tira batazo, foul. Ahí sí se fajó mal. Pero pensaba que se iba a venir por ahí el pitcher. Así que se empareja la cuenta. Esa es perdonable porque apenas es el primer strike. El segundo strike. De haberlo dejado pasar, estaría 3-1. Listo el pitcher, Adon. Va hacia el home afuera. Uff. Un pelo. Ya no podemos decir de las trenzas de Framberg porque Framberg, pues, lamentablemente, ya no tiene las trenzas. Así que para los que nos gustaba ver a las trenzas de Framberg, pues ya no las podremos ver. Lanzamiento, le tira línea ya por el field, señores. Échele en agua a ese hombre. Imparable de Mauricio Dubón. Empuja la número 7. La número 2 de él del partido. Y su tercer imparable de 3-3 este hombre. Santo Dios, Dubón. Ya no solo va buscando un guante de oro, también va buscando un silver bat o un golden bat o un platino bat. Así que señores, Dubón, on fire. Y eso va a ser todo, creo, para el pitcher Adom. Qué tremenda presentación de Dubón en este inicio del Spring Training, en este inicio de este año 2024. Tremendo. De 3-3, 2 empujadas, 1 anotada. Viene el nuevo pitcher, así que hay un cambio, señores. Viene un pequeño cambio, así que vamos a tener un minuto de anuncios. Dice Ceci Smith, lo predije hace 2 minutos. A ver, ¿dónde está? Quiero ver. Otro gira al centro, sí. Ya no veremos al palillo de dientes. Ya no. Ya, no su tercera empujada, su segunda. A ver. Sí, ¿verdad? Su tercera empujada. Así es verdad. Américo, ¿cómo estás, Américo? Un saludo a toda la gente. Ya saben, amigos míos, los que están en Facebook, en YouTube, pueden ir al link que está ahí fijado en el comentario o en los comentarios. Está un link que está fijado. Ese es el canal donde estamos pasando el juego. Ahí no hay ningún problema, no hay ningún tipo de nada que pagar, todo totalmente con mucho esfuerzo, con mucho amor para ustedes, para que podamos disfrutar de este lindo equipo como son los Astros de Houston. Así es, correcto, Ceci Mil. Aunque sea entrenamiento, se va viendo. Le cayó bien esa comida de pollo con ta. Esa le cayó. Las baleadas Power también hacen. No, Ceci Mil. No. Creo que este año ya no, Ceci Mil. Este año ya Dubón creo que va a estar. Si el año pasado no jugó bastante, el año pasado jugó bastante, pero lo que no estuvo en una posición fija. Pero este año, póngale ojo este año, póngale ojo. Venimos, señores, con la batida del equipo que todavía no ha terminado. El equipo de Astros, Caraniti. Es el hombre que viene. Caratini, yo no le digo por qué Caraniti, lo cambio. Caratini. Así voy a tratar de decir Caratini. O sea, Caratini, eso lo hago más o menos para no olvidarme de los nombres. Víctor Caratini. Corriendo. A ver, no, solo hay hombre en primera. Me lo golpean ahí a Caratini. Así que se mueve el corredor de primera, Mauricio Dubón. Y en primera, golpeado, Caratini. Eso le da el turno al señor Alonso John Singleton. Creo que está bien. Es un golpe de rutina, no es un golpe en las zonas blandas, como el golpe que me le dieron a Ches McCormick. ¿Se acuerdan de ese golpe que le dieron en la parte baja de la espalda? Uf. Y hasta me dolió la forma que se resintió Ches McCormick. Ese golpe sí fue peligroso, ¿eh? Él lo hizo mal, dar la espalda completamente. Él tiene que dar el hombro, un poco el hombro, no necesariamente la espalda totalmente. Bateando Singleton, señores. Ya hay dosado, pero amenaza con corredores en primera y en segunda, aquí en la alta del tercero. Y de hecho, Dubón, de anotar esa sería su tercera anotada. Sería un partido de 3 hits, de 3 anotadas y 3 empujadas. Madre mía. 7-0 ganando Astros. Joan Adon ya no está pichando. No me pusieron el nombre del pitcher que está. Debe ser nuevo. Lanzamiento no lo canta el umpire, así que es la tercera mala. 3-1 para el oso Singleton. Y esperando turno Jake Mayer, que también está bien, ¿eh? Meyers va de 1-1, una empujada, una base por bola. Listo el pitcher, lanzamiento, le hace swing. Y golpea al catcher ahí a la hora de terminar el swing. Creo que fue en el casco. Vamos a ver si los dan a repetición. Y es el segundo strike, así que 3-2. Ahora sí nos pusieron el pitcher. Luke Farrell. Lanzamiento, mala la cuarta, señores. Va a la base. Se repletan las bases de Astros de Houston. Uy, ahí está, ahí está. Ahí está el golpe, ahora sí nos repitieron. Y por supuesto el bateador pide disculpa al catcher. A veces esos no crean que no pueden haber bateadores que lo pueden hacer intencional, más cuando hay fricciones entre los peloteros. Pero a veces cuando te descuelga un lanzamiento, pues tiende a pasar eso. Lanzamiento se vio alto, pero le cantan a Meyer el primero. De 1-1, una base por bola, una empujada para Jake Mayer. Tiene las bases repletas de Astros. Lanzamiento, le tira, batazo, está fallando la primera base. Debajo de ella, Gallo. Y captura para el tercero. Termina, señores, la parte alta del tercer inning. Se anotó una carrera. Mauricio Dubón empujó la séptima. Y el juego está 7-0. Así que venimos a una pausa, regresamos. Vamos a ir a ver allá. Ya saben, toda la gente que nos ven de Phoenix Deporte ahí en Twitch, pueden venir para acá, para Astros Cruz City. También a la gente de Facebook, ahí está un link fijado. Pueden venir a ver el partido tranquilamente. Aquí ya vemos 40. Pero si ustedes se mueven, podemos ver 50, 60, 70, 80, 100. Dice, los nacionales se tomaron muy en serio eso de ser entrenamiento. Es que la verdad, es importante, no puedes ir, claro que no juegan al 100, ¿verdad? Porque ustedes saben, una lesión es mucho dinero lo que se puede perder. Y no solo el dinero, sino la carrera de un deportista que es muy valiosa, no tienen idea lo que cuesta trabajo, la preparación y llegar a un sprint training y lesionarte, pues. Y ha pasado muchas veces, ¿eh? No crean que no ha pasado, claro que pasa. Entonces tienen que jugar un 60-70% más o menos ahí. Correr normal, tirarse con buena técnica, no con violencia. Evitar swings fuertes, más que todo contactos. Tratar de ver picheos. Los lanzadores no más de 50 lanzamientos, como un bullpen normal. Y así. Para eso es esta modalidad del sprint training. Así que vamos a ver, ¿será que Ronald Blanco sigue? No, ya no va a seguir Ronald Blanco. Eso fue todo para Ronald Blanco. Ya saben, señores, 28 de marzo, Astros de Houston será el Opening Day. Todos invitados ese día, vamos a estar en fiesta. Tyler Scott es el nuevo pitcher del equipo de los Astros de Houston. Dice 35 juegos en las ligas menores. Tiene muy buenos números este pitcher, muy buenos números. Así que salió Rainier Blanco con 2 innings completos. No le anotaron carrera. Uy, batazo largo, largo. Vaya por el right field. 2-3 pasos. Cody Jules. Espera y captura. Fue muy elevado, pero le conectaron bien ahí al pitcher Tyler Scott. Ahora le toca el turno a Víctor Robles. Hay un out. Se prepara lanzamiento. Strike cantado al centro. Rapidita esa recta. Por lo menos 91, 92 millas esa recta. Una recta con movimiento. De 2 costuras posiblemente. Lanzamiento, un slider. Sí lo pasa. Así que ya lo tiene montado Scott. Tyler Scott. Lo hace a la derecha. Frente al bateador Víctor Robles. El center field con el número 16. Bastante delgado el pitcher. Lanzamiento muy afuera. Y es mala la segunda. 2-2. Cuenta pareja para pitcher y bateador. Hasta el momento 6 picheos. Ya tiene un out en esta baja de la tercera. Astros de Houston derrotando 7-0 a los Washington Nacionales. Lanzamiento, strike cantado. El tercero, señores. Se va sentenciado. Y hay 2 outs rápidamente para el equipo de Astros. Sí es strike. Tenazona. Miren ahí. Sí, hombre. Claro que sí. Claro que está sentenciado. Así que hay 2 outs. Batea CJ Abrams. Lanzamiento, strike cantado. Me gustan esos lanzamientos. Tienen bastante movimiento. Las rectas, los sliders se le mueven bastante. Y rápido. Miren ese cayó. Ese como un sinker. A ver, rapidito, señores. Se va y termina la entrada sin carrera por el 1-2-3. Dice Sadik79, dice un saludo a todos y a ti, Fennec. Un placer volver a estar en las transmisiones. Un placer a nosotros, a mí, a todo la gente que nos apoya, a todos los que vienen. Sadik, muchas gracias. Un gran abrazo para todos. Estamos calentando. También estamos en Sprint Training en las transmisiones. Estamos así. Lo estamos haciendo con mucho esfuerzo, pero mucho cariño, que vale más el cariño y el amor que le ponemos a esto que el esfuerzo. El esfuerzo se repone fácil. Entonces, si se fijan, para la gente que no está suscrita, tratamos de no hacer los anuncios a la hora de que esté el partido. Ese es algo que voy a trabajar duro. Ustedes no saben todo lo que tengo que hacer para que todo eso suceda. Pero para mí es importante que todos disfruten del partido. Yo lo que menos quiero es que en estos momentos no gasten mucho, porque sé que estamos comenzando el año, hay muchos gastos y lo que quiero es que disfruten el partido. Más adelante, pues ahí van a tener la oportunidad de apoyarnos, porque esto así es. En esto es lo que hacemos, nos hemos metido de lleno a esto y pues lo decimos de manera transparente y libre, sin ningún problema. Yerita, no me sale aún a mí. No, es que lo estoy tirando a la hora. Por ejemplo, ahorita yo tiré un anuncio y termina en 50 segundos. Es decir, cuando comience el partido ya no habrá anuncio. Entonces, eso es lo que estamos tratando de hacer. Tirar los anuncios a la hora que está el partido. Eso es algo que yo lo estudié, cómo lo puedo hacer, porque me los tiro automático. Entonces, lo que yo hago es posponerlos automáticos y tirarlos manual, pero es un rollo, no saben cómo es eso. Pero vale la pena, amigos, porque eso ayuda a que puedan presenciar el partido también. Dice Sadich, bueno, Sadich allá arriba, bueno, ya creo que ya llegaste, Sadich. Así que para los de Facebook, para los de Twitch, el juego está en el link. Busquen el link fijado, amigos. Ahí está el juego. Vamos a ver quién viene aquí. Viene a batear David Hensley, señores, que me le han metido 2 ponches, al igual que a Kessinger también. Y a Hamilton 1. Entre ellos tienen 5 ponches. De los 6 entre ellos, bueno, entre los últimos 4 bateadores me le han metido 6 ponches. Los primeros están on fire. McCormick, Dubón, Caratinis. Bueno, Singleton que ya pegó hit. No pegó hit, pero bueno, ya agarró base, anotó. Mayer de 1. Jul ya pegó también. Batazo de línea ya por el right field, señores. Imparable aquí de Kessinger, ya de Hensley, perdón. Y es su primero del año, David Hensley. Así que hombre en primera con una out. Había fallado Jules. Así que viene a batear el designado Hamilton, Quincy Hamilton. Ah, otro que no está también, creo que no lo había mencionado, el King Tucker. No mencionamos a varios, miren, el King Tucker, Jeremy Peña, el MVP, José Altuve, José Abreu. Otro que no está en los bateadores es el gran Jordan Álvarez, Jainer Díaz. Estos son 6, 7 hombres que están ahí que no están en este partido. Batazo está elevando. Hamilton lo tiene controlado. El tercera captura para el segundo out. 2 outs rápido, rapidísimo 2 outs. Así que, señores, no esperó nada Hamilton. Se fue al primero y se concreta el segundo. Estamos en la apertura del inning número 4. En la parte alta del cuarto inning. Batea ahora sí Kessinger. Que a Kessinger me le han metido 2 ponches. Al igual que Hensley. Pero Hensley ya conectó de imparable. De hecho es el que está en primera base ahora corriendo. A ver. Parece que hay un nuevo bateador que vendrá por McCormick. Lanzamiento foul. Parece que habrá un emergente por Chess McCormick. Y sería bueno un emergente por Dubón también. Creo que ha trabajado mucho, ya corrió mucho. Empujó 3, anotó 2, 3 imparables. Creo que ha trabajado mucho por hoy Mauricio Dubón. Se prepara el Jackson Rulesh. Ese es el pitcher que está por el equipo de los Nacionales. 2 bolas, 1 strike para Greg Kessinger. Ahí tomando las señas el coach de primera junto a Hensley. Con 10 picheos el pitcher Jackson. Lanzamiento afuera. 3-1. Tres malas, una buena. Miren, este es uno de los mejores conteos para batear. Vamos a ver qué pasa. 3-1. Lanzamiento, le tira foul. Ahora se pone al límite la cuenta. 3-2. Bastante grande el pitcher, por lo menos unos 6 pies, 6 pulgadas. Mínimo. Mínimo. Estamos en el inicio del cuarto. 7-0 ganando el equipo de Astros. Lanzamiento, le tira batazo allá por tercera base. La tercera va el tiro largo a primera. Tremendo out, señores. Tremendo out que acaba de sacar el equipo de Nacionales. Así que termina la entrada, solamente un corredor, un imparable que fue el de David Hensley. No se anotó carrera. Venimos a la baja del cuarto. Gracias, María Della. Vamos a ver aquí cómo estamos. Dice todavía, ¿por qué se nos sale? No sale el Orbit, Phoenix Orbit. Dice, tremenda jugada, tremenda el tiro. Lo agarró al fondo. Y el tiro fue mejor aún porque a veces en las jugadas buenas es complicado agarrarlo, pero cuando lo agarras, por ejemplo, al fondo y tenés que hacer un tiro largo, tenés que hacerlo con dirección. Y bien, pues, y en este caso fue así. Así que la jugada en sí, en su totalidad, fue una gran jugada. Así que 7-0, señores, venimos a la baja. Señoras y señoritas, perdón, señoras. Tenemos las chicas activas. Ilgerita. ¿Qué dice Ilgerita? ¿Dónde está Ilgerita? Lo bueno, señores, es que yo boté todas las pelucas. ya no hay pelucas. Ya no hay pelucas. Así que Ilgerita ya no me va a estar molestando con las pelucas. Saludos, Jacqueline. ¿Cómo está, Jacqueline? Jacqueline, ¿cómo está? Gracias por estar con nosotros, ¿eh? Así que para todas las personas que nos están viendo allá en el canal de Feni Deporte, pueden venir, ahí está el link fijado, pueden venir a visitarnos por aquí. Aquí está el juego, aquí lo estamos narrando. Estamos también en el sprint training de las transmisiones. Ahí tenemos a Mauricio Dubón, el guante de oro, utility, señores. Tremendo. El catracho, el de las baleadas power. Así que para los que les gusta verme con las pelucas, ya las escondí y las boté. Ah, igual nosotros que estemos aquí disfrutando de lo nuestro. Yo feliz, me siento inclusive fresco, me siento tranquilo, relajado con ustedes, me siento como que estoy con mi familia disfrutando de un hermoso evento, un hermoso evento a la carta, como dicen. Y eso que estamos en sprint training, ¿se imaginan más allá? ¿Se imaginan más allá cómo estaremos sufriendo tal vez, alegres, llorando, de todo, amigos? Porque con los Astros hay muchas emociones y eso es lo bonito de cuando eres un buen fanático. Ahí están hablando con Mauricio Dubón, así que los que hablan inglés o los que entienden, ahí me traducen. Lanzamiento, le tira. Tenemos nuevo pitcher, Dylan Coleman. Este muchacho tira muy bien, ¿eh? El año pasado lo vimos por ahí. Lanzamiento, roletazo, muy lento. Vamos a ver el tercera base. Hensley lo hizo muy bien, pero el corredor le puso ánimo al sprint de home a primera y queda quieto, señores. Yo creo que ya no va a seguir Dubón. Pienso que no va a seguir. Pienso porque ya tuvo bastantes. De hecho, ya no está porque él estaba. Hernández, el shortstop, va a estar. Whitaker por McCormick en el left field. Vamos a ver si hay otro. Dirbrain por Meyers en el center. Esos son los tres. Así que McCormick, Dubón y Meyers salen del partido, señores. Y muy merecido. Especialmente Dubón porque prácticamente fue el creador de esas 7 carreras. Empujando 3, anotando 2. Solo ahí son 5. Estamos en la parte baja del cuarto, bateando el equipo de los Nacionales de Washington, tratando de producir una carrera aquí en este cuarto inning. Dylan Coleman, lanzamiento alto. Bateando Joe Gallo, señores. Joe Gallo es el tercer bate. También por el equipo de los nacionales ya salieron dos. Salieron Abrams y Thomas. Entraron Núñez y Whoop. Le tira con fuerza, batazo elevado. La va buscando el tercera, pero no. Se va a ir a las gradas. Muy feliz Dubón. Y empezando con una gran estrella. Se prepara lanzamiento alto. 2-2 la cuenta para el pitcher y el bateador Joe Gallo. Gallo va en el partido de 1-0. De lado el pitcher Coleman. Hacia el home le tira, señores. Va ponchado. Nada que hacer para Gallo. Y tenemos el primer out del inning. Y viene a la caja de bateo Joe Meneses, el designado. Vamos a ver si se prepara el cuadro para un posible doble play. Esto va a depender del lanzamiento y la ubicación para que el bateador se faje por esa ruta. Y ahí está bateando línea, pero no. No es para doble play porque fue de aire. Así que David Hensley captura para el segundo out. Tenemos 2. Viene el bate Jess Winker. Ahí tenemos 2 de los personas, de los bateadores. Trey Cabbage y Dylan Coleman. Coleman ya lo vimos pichar. Buen pitcher. Y son jóvenes, son jóvenes. 27, 25 años, muy jóvenes. Podrían estar en su pick de su carrera ahora mismo. Batea Jesse Winker, el left field de 1-0. Se prepara Coleman, le tira foul. Lo hace al perfil izquierdo Jesse Winker. Hay 2 outs, hombre en primera. De hecho, el de primera está por un infield hit, que fue el segundo imparable que le conectan al picheo del equipo de Astros. Lanzamiento, le tira línea de Jica ya por el left field, señores. Allá va a hacer el tiro a tercera porque creo que es un doble. Así mismo, así que Jesse Winker conecta doble por el left field. Y tenemos corredores en segunda y en tercera con 2 out. Y le toca el turno a Keibert Ruiz, el catcher. Aquí en problema el pitcher Dylan Coleman. Tiene el inning en 2 out. Hay un cambio por parte del equipo de Nacional, un corredor nuevo. Vamos a ver de quién se trata. Viene a batear por... Va a entrar por Winker. Bateando Keibert Ruiz, señores. 2 outs en segunda y en tercera. Amenaza a los nacionales. Golpeado. Golpeado. Y las bases se repletan de nacionales. Aquí en problemas el pitcher Coleman. Lleva 15 lanzamientos. Y es posible que salga a platicar el coach de picheo del equipo de Astros. Al bate viene Nick Senzel. Entonces el que está corriendo por Winker es el señor Díaz. Y por Ruiz, que es el catcher, va a entrar Millas también. Así que 2 corredores acaban de entrar por el equipo de Nacionales. Por el segundo, por el que estaba en segunda y por el que está en primera. Y batea Senzel, Nick Senzel, la tercera base. Lanzamiento afuera, mala. Amenaza aquí Nacionales con solamente, bueno, sí hay 2 out, pero las bases están repletas. No alcanzan más Nacionales en las almohadillas. Lanzamiento mal, y hay un problema de descontrol por parte de Coleman. Por cualquier situación, estaría Luis García Jr. esperando turno. De lado lo hace Coleman. Hacia el home le tira ahí, tremendo ahí el slider que se entierra un poco y se va con ella buscando cómo cazar ese lanzamiento el señor Senzel. Y es el primer strike, 2-1. Listo Coleman. Hacia el home, mala la tercera, 3-1. Se nota bastante que Coleman no está contento donde le están cayendo su lanzamiento. Él sabe que no está dominando la zona. Y eso hace que se llene un poquito de frustración. Vamos a ver, 3-1. Listo el pitcher al home, mal a la cuarta y viene la carrera número 1 de parte de los National Washington por parte de base por bola, así que anota desde tercera el corredor la primera carrera de Nacionales, así que el partido ahora está 7-1. El problema es que las bases siguen llenas. Y el turno le toca a Luis García Jr., la segunda base. Hoy está de 1-0. Es el octavo bate. Lo hace a perfil zurdo frente a Coleman. Lanzamiento no le canta y es mala la primera. Como ya les decía, de hecho el pitcher Coleman no lo veo tranquilo, no lo veo conforme con como dónde le están cayendo esos lanzamientos. Ese sí, es el primero automático. En ese sí tuvo control con su wind-up y su lanzamiento. 1-1 la cuenta para el bateador Luis García Jr. Se prepara el pitcher Coleman. Base llena, lanzamiento, le tira roletazo, saltarín allá por el primera base. Vamos a ver, tiro a primera. ¡Out! Termina la entrada. Muy bien la asistencia de Coleman, señores. Y aquí le sale barato prácticamente porque no le pudieron anotar más. Así que al equipo de los Nacionales producen una carrera. Ahora el partido está 7-1. Así que estamos en una pausa y vamos a ver cómo están nuestra gente allá en Twitch. Dice María Loquenda, muchas gracias por sus 100 vitazos. ¿Qué pasó? Que no sonó, no suena. ¿Qué pasó? María Adela, no sonó ese corazonzote. ¿Ah? María Adela, ese corazonzote quería escucharlo porque me anima. ¿Qué pasó? Las alertas no están bien. Bueno, voy a tener que... Acuérdense que estamos en Sprint Training. Estamos buscando cómo mejorar muchas cosas en este canal, porque el otro está completísimo, pero este está tiernito, como dicen. Pero muchas gracias, María Adela. Un corazonzote para ti también, por esos 100 vitazos. ¿Qué dice el Yerita? ¿Cómo mira el Yerita? El Yerita, yo sé que el Yerita está esperando que piche Hunter Brown. Ah, el Yerita. Pero no, parece que no va pichando. Ahorita estoy tirando un anuncio. Creo que va a dilatar 1 minuto y medio. Si fijan, lo estoy tirando en un momento donde no hay juego. Entonces, está funcionando. Me gusta eso. Está funcionando y eso es lo importante. Que funcione la dinámica. Que funcione la buena dinámica, señores. Va a seguir pichando Jackson Rutledge. Y el bate va a ser Tyler Whitaker. Es nuevo él. Ahí tenemos al señor Joe Espada. A mí me gusta Espada porque es un hombre bien centradito, muy profesional, muy profesional. Estoy contento con el manager, eso nada tiene que ver con la salida de Dusty Baker. Dusty Baker tremendo, nos dio un campeonato, un gran veterano, y creo que le dio la oportunidad a un joven como Espada, como manager, y creo que va a ser un gran trabajo. Batea Tyler Whittaker, señores, este joven que viene aquí a tomar turno frente a Jackson Rutledge. Los tres de la tanda será Whittaker, Alberto Hernández y Víctor Caratini. Estos dos bateadores, Tyler Whittaker y Alberto Hernández, entraron uno por Ches McCormick y el otro por Mauricio Dubón. También salió Meyer por Dirden. Lanzamiento afuera mal. Le cantan el tercero, señores. Lo miré un poco afuera y alto, pero bueno. Pero bueno, tenemos un out. Así es el béisbol. Y le toca el turno a Alberto Hernández. Estamos en la parte alta del inning número 5, señores. Bateando como shortstop Alberto Hernández, que entró por Dubón. Esperando turno el catcher Víctor Caratini. Lanzamiento. Lo retó con una recta durísima y es el primer strike 1-1. Pero lo bueno es que la fue a buscar Alberto. Lanzamiento, le vuelve a tirar una y es el segundo, 1-2. Ya saben, para la gente de Facebook, estamos en Astros Cruz City. Ahí pueden entrar al link del fijado y ahí todo tranquilo. Pueden ir a ver el juego sin ningún problema. Gratis. Totalmente gratis. Falla Hernández y es el lado número 2. Rapidito, rapidito aquí saliendo los Astros. Y viene a batear el tercer bate del equipo de Astros, Víctor Caratini. Con el número 17, Caratini ya conectó de imparable. Va de 1-1, una empujada. A ver, quiero ver bien. No, está bien. Dos empujadas y una, perdón. Dos empujadas y una anotada, Caratini, Lanzamiento bajita. Es que el imparable de Caratini anotaron dos. De hecho, fue un batazo extraviado. Y desde primera creo que entró Dubón. Lanzamiento afuera, mala. Y es la segunda, 2 malas, 1 buena para Caratini, que está de receptor el día de hoy. Lanzamiento alto, 3-1. Caratini fue golpeado en su turno anterior. Del lado el pitcher Jackson Rutledge. Lanzamiento adentro y es strike el segundo, 3-2. Ahí Caratini le pregunta al umpire, ¿iba en la zona umpirita? No. Era mala. Listo el pitcher, lanzamiento, mala. A rumbo a primera, tenemos hombre en primera con 2 outs y viene a batear el oso, John Singleton. A batear el oso mayor, amigos, John Singleton. Ya sabe que la gente de Facebook estamos en el link fijado. Ahí pueden, solo le dan clic y ya pueden ver el partido tranquilamente. Aparte que le mando saludos y mandan saludos. Aquí la diferencia que tenemos es que yo los trato con mucho respeto y le mando todos los saludos que ustedes quieran. En cualquier momento. Así que creo que va a haber corredor emergente por Caratini. Así es, ¿verdad? Así que hay un corredor emergente por Caratini. García, señores, es el corredor. García Jr. Creo que vuelve a entrar García Jr., no sé. Lanzamiento, le tira Singleton al primero, 1-1. Parece que es reingreso García por Caratini. ¿O me equivoco? Lanzamiento, foul. No, es otro García. Estoy equivocado yo. Bateando Singleton la primera base. Tiene una carrera anotada. Tiene una base por bola. Va de 1-0. Aquí tiene corredor en primera con 2 outs. Estamos en la apertura del inning número 5. Listo el pitcher. Jackson Rulish frente a John Singleton. Ahí le tira una recta ahí retándolo completamente, pero Singleton no le encuentra. Y es foul hacia atrás. Lo tiene montado con una bola, 2 strikes, señores. Contra la pared. Aquí el señor John Singleton, el oso. Está cubriendo la primera base con el número 28 en su espalda. Viraje a primera, quieto. Bastante fornido Singleton. Creo que necesita un poquito más de elasticidad y menos músculo. Vamos a ver qué pasa con el umpire. Aquí creo que no hay problema del timer pitch. A ver si le aplicaron regla o qué. No, parece que solo es un llamado. 1 y 2. Preparado el pitcher y el bateador. Se prepara el lanzamiento. Strike cantado, sentenciado. Singleton, el oso, se va ponchado y termina el inning, la primera parte del inning número 5. Así que bueno. Dice, ese jugador de primera tiene como 10 años. Dice. El corredor de primera, ¿viste? Al señor, creo que es García Jr. Bastante joven, Dinora. Jovencito. Lo trajeron de las ligas menores, creo. Se mira bastante joven. Entró a correr, creo que fue por Caratini, perdón. Yo no sé por qué le digo Caratini. Le digo diferente. Voy a ir para atrás totalmente. 7-1, estamos en la entrada. Vamos al cierre del quinto. A batear el equipo de los... No, a ver. ¿Quién bateó ahorita? Bateó... Ah, ok, vamos a cerrar el quinto, exacto. Pero a batear el equipo de los Washington. ¿Qué dice la gente de Facebook? ¿Cómo ha estado la gente de Facebook? A ver. Dice Astro, Flor Rivera, saluda, daremos lo mejor este año. Claro, hay que dar lo mejor este año. Claro que sí. Ya saben los de Facebook, si quieren ir a ver el juego, ahí ustedes pueden ir a ir. Ahí dice, estamos en Twitch y está el link. Usted le da clic nada más y ya se va para el juego. No hay truco, no hay nada que pagar. Está todo legal, tranquilo. Y ahí no hay problema que nos voten ni nada. Así que pueden moverse a ese lado, crear su cuenta y siempre vamos a tener ahí a los Astros de Houston todos los días. Nosotros trabajamos así todos los días. Así que pueden ir a presenciar el partido con mucho cariño, se los digo. Ahorita pueden haber muchos en Facebook transmitiendo, pero hay un momento que ya no va a haber nada. Batazo allá, asiste, tremendo Dylan Coleman y completa el primer out del inning. Falla Víctor Robles. A ver, fue Víctor Robles el que falló. Así es, el center fielder. Así que viene a batear Núñez, que entró por el señor Abraham, el shortstop. Y Núñez queda en el shortstop y viene a tomar turno por primera vez en el partido de sprint training de este juego. Lanzamiento, lo hace la zurda, bola mala. Ah, perdón, no era el pitcher anterior que había mencionado. El pitcher que está ahorita mismo se llama Misael Tamares. O Misael Tamares. No sé cómo pronunciarlo. Misael Tamares. O Misael Tamares. ¿Cómo es la cosa? Como no veo acento, lo ideal es Tamares. Tamares. Misael Tamares. Tiene 1-1 la cuenta el señor Núñez. Lanzamiento, le tira foul hacia atrás. Si es el segundo strike, ya lo tiene contra la pared. Misael Anacín Núñez. Esperando turno James Wood. Y por si acaso Robert Hassel. A ver qué pasó. Pide tiempo el bateador. Hay un out. Bateando el primer bate del equipo de Nacionales. Lanzamiento, strike en curva tremenda de parte de Misael Tamares, señores. Y hay 2 outs rapidísimamente, relámpagamente. Hay 2 outs. Ahí está nuestro gran Altuve, señores. Miren, mañana, edición 2, Astros. Con las bases llenas. Miren, Hater también. Mañana tenemos juego de Astros, así que atentos a todos. Atentos. Lanzamiento, le tira batazo. Largo, profundo, señores. Cuadrangular. Bella salda de batazo, señores, de el señor Wood. Tremendo el zurdo ahorita. La depositó lejos allá por el right field. Así que hay otra carrera más para los Washington Nacionales. Y el juego ahora se pone 7-2. Una recta ahí que le quedó al centro y no lo perdonó el señor Wood. No lo perdonó. Simplemente la ejecución limpia por parte del swing del señor Wood. Y esa bola viajó a lo largo. Y ahora le toca al señor Robert Hass el batazo allá por el center field. No pudo allá. El corredor va volando por la base y va a llegar a tercera, señores, con un triple limpio. Por poquito hace la gran jugada del center fielder del equipo de los Astros. El center fielder ahora es Dirden. Antes estaba Jake Mayer, pero Dirden es el que está en el center field. ¡Uf! Picó, señores, lo estamos viendo y picó por unos centímetros al guante del fildeador de mano. Se había tirado Dirden. Así que hombre en tercera amenaza con 2 outs y le tira línea dura ya por el right. La bola pica. Va a anotar la tercera fácil. El recorte es a segunda y es un doblete, señores. Uf, aquí Nacionales prendiéndose, poniéndose en el partido. Ya son 3 carreras, 7-3. Y el bateador ahora mismo fue, a ver, ¿quién fue el que batió? Hassel fue el que pegó el triple. Y por Meneses batió Blankenhorn. Y Blankenhorn es el que acaba de pegar doble y empujador de carrera, la tercera de los Nacionales. Entonces aquí a Misael Tamares con 2 outs le están descifrando los picheos. De hecho, han sido rectas los que le han estado golpeando al pitcher de los Astros. Un strike para el señor Lewin Díaz. Se prepara el lanzamiento, mala 1-1. Así que siendo atacado Misael Tamares con un cuadrangular, un doble y un triple. Un hit más. Y le hacen el ciclo en este inning al pitcher Misael Tamares. Lanzamiento alto. 2 malas, 1 buena para Lewin Díaz, que queda en la primera base. Por Winker. Batazo ya de foul y es el segundo strike, 2-2. Tremenda línea. Lewin Díaz. Espera turno Millas, que entró por el catcher Ruiz. Pero ya hay 2 a. Hombre en segunda. Lanzamiento alto, mal. La tercera, 3-2. Se le está complicando este inning después de haber sacado 2 outs. Se le complica a Tamares. Lanzamiento queda ahí. La tercera, 3-2. Misael Tamares ya de lado. Hombre en segunda. 2 out. Va con su movimiento al home en curva. Mala la cuarta. Lo pierde el señor Misael Tamares. Así que hacia primera. Se mueve Díaz. Y ahora le toca el turno a Drew Millas. A Drew Millas, pues. Creo que así se pronuncia. Drew Millas. Corredores en primera y en segunda. Amenaza aquí todavía con poder producir más carrera los nacionales. 7-3 el partido. Hay 2 outs y lanzamiento. Strike cantado. Drew Millas está en la receptoría. Entró a batear a correr por Ruiz, que fue el primer jugador que entró en la receptoría. Misael Tamares, lanzamiento, le tira batazo allá por tercera. Muy bien, agarra, va el tiro largo a primera y es out, señora. Termina la entrada. Se anotaron 2 carreras, un cuadrangular, un triple, un doble. El juego 7 carreras a 3. Arriba siempre Astros de Houston. Así que, ¿cómo estamos? Sillerita dice, el que metieron de corredor, así es. Ese jugador de primera tiene como 10 años. Sí, el que metieron de corredor emergente por los Astros. Sí, y es chiquito, es bastante chiquito. No sé si lo vieron, pero bastante chiquito es. Dice, nombre de este astro, dice. Doyer One, double your pressure, feeling the trophy case, no sé quién es. ¡Ay! ¡Oh! Batazo largo, señores, allá por el left, por el right, perdón. Uf, contra la pared, Justin Bieber. Justin Dirben falló con un batazo grande allá por el right field, right center prácticamente. Ahora viene a batear Zach Daniels. Bateando Astro, estamos aquí en el inicio del sexto inning, en la parte alta del sexto. Le dio durísimo por todo lo largo del right center. Y batea ahora Zach Daniels, el right fielder. Entró por Jules, este bateador. Se ve que puede ser un bateador de mucho contacto y rápido. Muy parecido a Jules también. Batazo foul. Bastante joven este bateador, ¿eh? Lanzamiento. Le hace swing foul hacia atrás. Lo tienen contra la pared al señor Zach Daniels. Ahí tenemos los numeritos de las ligas menores. Pedro León, 244, 778, 21, 72 empujadas. Batazo allá por el shortstop del short. Recoge muy bien. Va el tiro a primera. Y es out. Falla Daniels. Rápidamente 2 out, señores. Ahora le toca el turno a Chad Stevens. Otro novato. Este entró por David Hensley en la tercera base. Así que 2 out. El pitcher es Richard Blair. Qué bonita curva ahí que le cae muy bien. Y es el primer strike para Stevens. Así que Richard Blair, de perfil zurdo, haciendo conexiones aquí. Roletazo. Allá por el shortstop. Con un poquito de problemas, pero resuelve el tiro. Y es out, señores. Así que pausa y volvemos. Venimos después de este rápido sexto inning. Vamos al cierre del sexto con la batida del equipo de Nacionales. Así que pausa y volvemos. No se nos vayan.
They're facing Carter Keyboom as he bats here to lead off the bottom of the 6th inning.
Yeah, Strawman has spent time with the Tampa Bay Rays, Minnesota Twins, Texas Rangers, San Francisco Giants, and then eventually signed with the Houston Astros over the offseason as a minor league free agent. Looking to make a statement here. He's thrown at 193 innings.
Muy cerca ahí el lanzamiento. Creo que tenemos un nuevo pitcher. Drew Stroman. Enfrentándose a Carter Keyboom. Carter Keyboom. Lanzamiento afuera. 7-3 se acerca el equipo de los nacionales. Lanzamiento, roletazo allá. ¿Qué pasa de hit, señores? Va a ser un limpio doble para Keyboom. Así que, hombre, en segunda sin out. Los nacionales poniendo más presión. Poniendo corredores en posición anotadora. Ahora le toca el turno a Jake Alu. El nuevo pitcher por Astros es Drew Stroman. Se prepara el pitcher, lanzamiento, le hace swing. Y es el primer strike para el bateador Jake Alu. Corriendo en segunda Keyboom. Estamos en el cierre del 6º inning.
There's a lot of Nationals fans watching in. They're excited about the future of Dylan Cruz. Jake Alu's the batter now, but Cruz on there.
They should be excited. That is a hyper-talented athlete right there. Those first 2 picks out of LSU, I mean, they're going to be in the show a lot quicker than you think.
Lanzamiento, le tira, señores, al tercero, se poncha, se va ponchado. Y viene a batear Dylan Cruz. Se fue a Lu ponchado y ahora viene Cruz, Dylan Cruz. Con un out encuentra hombre en segunda. Stroman, lanzamiento afuera, mala. Un slider perdido totalmente, amigos. Se prepara Stroman, lanzamiento, esta sí, cayó muy bien en la esquina de afuera. Tenemos un out, hombre en segunda, 7-3 el partido. 8 imparables para el equipo de Astros, 7 para Nacionales, lanzamiento afuera. No cayó en la trampa con ese slider en la zona de afuera para el bateador Dylan Cruz. 2 malas, 1 buena. Lanzamiento, le tira con fuerza y es el segundo strike, 2-2 la cuenta. Lanzamiento adentro, se poncha y es el segundo out por la vía del ponche para el señor Drew Stroman, llevándose por la vía del ponche a 2 bateadores, a Alu y a Cruz. Ahora viene a batear el leadoff y shortstop por el equipo de los Nacionales, Nacín Núñez, que fue ponchado en su turno anterior. Ya con 2 outs, hombre en segunda, se va disolviendo el peligro. Lanzamiento, strike cantado en la esquina de afuera, es el segundo, 0-2, lo tiene montado, señores, tremendo. Stroman después del batazo de imparable o doble. Aquí se reivindica poncha 2 y tiene en la pared está este bateador, roletazo, foul. Lanzamiento allá por tercera base. Muy bien, va el tiro a primera. Señores. Termina la entrada, señores. 6 innings completos. Astros 7. Nacionales 3. Venimos al séptimo inning. En la parte alta de séptimo. A batear los 3 de la tanda. Quincy Hamilton, Jesús Bastidas y Tyler Whittaker. Esos son los 3 de la tanda. Por el equipo de Astros. Así que venimos después de la pausa. Vamos a ver aquí cómo estamos. Ok, estamos bien. Sería en la próxima. ¿Qué dice el Yerita? ¿Qué dice el Yerita? Aquí la tenemos, el Yerita. Yo estoy aquí. Yo creo que muy para allá. Creo que me voy para allá. Astros Cruz City. Así que venimos después de la pausa, ya venimos. Venimos rapidín, con un rapidín. Saludes.
Watch MLB.tv and stream 250 plus spring training games and every out-of-market game live or on demand. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.tv for details. I'm going to send it down to Julia, who's found herself a cougar.
I did. Yes, that was my first question. But we were talking fashion. Corey Julks here, going with a neutral shoe he finds is important.
That's the way to go. It's easier, you know? Yeah.
But you don't wear neutral shoes. You've got some fashion.
I mean, I just go black, but you know, I gotta have a little swag with it, but you know, yeah, I gotta have a little swag with it.
All right, he said, I'm with a Coug right now. That was a tight one today.
That was.
That was tense.
Yeah, you know, but hey, they pulled it out, you know what I mean? No worries, no worries. Yeah.
No worries. How fun is it, though, when the guys are all watching U of H basketball and you're in the middle? I even heard the fight song came on at some point. Was that you?
That was actually Presley, but you know, it's awesome, you know, so because we got support all the way in Florida, you know, that's the way I see it. Everybody loving the Cougs right now. It's a good time.
Corey, how's your spring going?
It's going good, you know. Glad to be back out here. Got the first knock out the way, you know, it's always big.
Yeah, does that feel good? I mean, that's a real thing. You guys like to get that out of.
Oh yeah, it feels really good. You know, you got to feel that barrel again, and once you get that, it'll be good.
We've talked a little bit, or a couple days ago or so, but what was your mindset coming in this year? You've got some big league time, you've got some experience. What are you thinking?
You know, just to be ready. You know, everything that I was working on, just to go out there and trust it. And,
oh, tremendo atrapada ahorita mismo del center field del equipo de Nacionales. Vamos a ver quién es el centerfield ahora mismo del equipo nacional. Cruz. Ya hay dos outs rápidamente. Qué rapidísimo. Tyler Whittaker viene a batear, le tira roletazo por el shortstop. El short levanta muy bien. Va el tiro a primera rápido y es out. Termina rapidísimo este inning, señores. Qué rápido termina. Así que vamos al cierre del séptimo. Rapidito. Bueno. De hecho, entran rápido, ¿eh? Entran rápido esta gente. Ya saben, para la gente que está en Twitch o Facebook, perdón, Facebook, YouTube, estamos simultáneos. Pueden ir al link y ahí jugar. De hecho, yo les sugiero que vayan buscando esta opción porque en Facebook ahorita te están mandando, te están poniendo los juegos bonitos, pero después cuando ya les botan, los van a dejar tirados. Así que traten de estar en un lugar donde vas a tener siempre sin problemas los juegos de los Astros. Nosotros transmitimos 100% Astros. Dubón está siendo el hombre del partido, de 3-3, 2 empujadas, 2 anotadas. Una bestia hoy el señor Mauricio Dubón lo que ha hecho. Vamos a ver. Vamos a ver ahorita cómo está batazo allá por el center fielder. Debajo de ahí captura. Ya tenemos un out rápidamente aquí en el cierre del séptimo inning. Luis Contreras, el nuevo pitcher del equipo de los Astros, señores. Ahora le toca el turno a Robert Hassel, 3. De 1-1 va. Creo que pegó un doble él. Allá por el left field. Lanzamiento. Parecía strike ese lanzamiento. Salió bien de su brazo y cayó cruzado hacia adentro, pero me parecía un gran strike. Vamos a ver. Lanzamiento ese sí está afuera, así que 2 malas, 0 buena para el bateador Robert Hassel. Esperando turno Travis Blackenhorn. Lanzamiento strike. Me gusta el wind-up de este pitcher, bastante fuerte. Se mira que ataca el home. Uy, qué curva, señores. No sé si fue un slider, una curva, pero se movió. Horrible ese lanzamiento. Wow, Contreras. Después le deja ir una recta alta dura y la saca de foul 2-2. Ey, posiblemente le pueda repetir ese lanzamiento. Ese lanzamiento no se lo va a batear. Pero fue horrible ese lanzamiento, amigos. Oh, miren ese. Uy, qué buenos recursos de este pitcher. Luis Contreras, ojito, ojito. Ojito a Luis Contreras. Me gustaron todos esos comandos de picheo que hizo. Y el primero que no se lo cantaron, que era un strike aquí donde sea. Que fue una recta cruzada. Después le tiró un slider horripilante, así parecido a ese, todavía es más pronunciado. Y después le tiró ahí como un sinker moviéndose o una recta de 4 costuras que se le mueve feo. A ver, línea ya por la primera, vamos a ver, no llegó a tiempo el pitcher. Ahí se quedó el pitcher. Ahí García se quedó. Le ganó la carrera el corredor de home a primera y García no tuvo tiempo. Vamos, miren García. Pega la línea y él está parado. ¿Se fijaron? O sea, pega la línea dura primera y él se quedó parado en el home. Si él sale a la hora de la línea, es un out. Es un buen out. Lanzamiento, strike. Batea, bueno, Travis Blanchard fue el que batió. Ahora batea Lewis Díaz, correcto. Lanzamiento, le tira línea, foul. Y es el segundo strike. Ya lo puso contra la pared al bateador Lewin Díaz. Hay 2 outs, hombre en primera. Estamos en la parte baja del séptimo inning. Ganando el equipo de Astros 7 carreras por 3. Cada equipo ha conectado 8 hits. La diferencia es que los Washington han hecho 2 errores. Listo el pitcher Contreras al home, alta mala. Le metió un poquito más, pero no pudo sacar a Lewin. Así que 1 y 2. Bueno, tenía para desperdicio, no hay problema. Creo que viene con ese lanzamiento en slider que se le mueve mucho. No, se le vino con recta arriba. Lo está preparando. Lo está preparando para ese lanzamiento que es uno de los mejores. Son 2 cosas. O le tira el sinker para afuera o le tira el slider para adentro. Pienso que el slider podría venir bien. Ahí está el slider. Ahí con un batazo inofensivo por primera. Y saque lado, señores. Tremenda presentación de este pitcher. Me gustó. Me gustó, créanme. Me gustaron sus comandos de picheo. Tremendo, señores, para el señor Contreras. Tremendo picheo hizo para mí. Ya saben, amigos de Facebook, ahí en el chat fijado, ustedes pueden ir y darle clic ahí y ver el juego tranquilamente. Igual con esta narración y mandando saludos. Ahí están ahí alguna gente. Estamos comenzando, estamos en sprint training, estamos calentando. Igualmente calentando como están los chicos de Astros. Así que no pierden nada. Ya les recuerdo. Ahorita mucha gente está transmitiendo en Facebook. No hay problema, no le están. Pero una vez que le estén botando las páginas, se lo digo por experiencia, ya no van a poder verlos ahí. Y así van a ir poco a poco. Hay otras páginas que sí lo saben hacer. Yo sé cómo hacerlo aquí, pero a mí Facebook pues no me resuelve mucho. En Twitch yo pongo anuncios y los anuncios los pongo a la hora de que no haya pues partido. Así que así los invito a Twitch, que vayan haciendo su cuenta. Es fácil, no hay nada del otro mundo, es una plataforma muy buena. Pueden comentar, pueden aportar. Y hacemos una familia. Tenemos una familia. También al WhatsApp pueden ir, que de ahí mismo pueden ser parte de nuestro grupo de WhatsApp. El año pasado nosotros transmitimos todos los días Astros de Houston. Mucha gente no sabía, pero tuvimos nuestro grupito. Es para que trabajara bien. Así que vamos al partido. Vamos a ver. Vienen a batear el equipo de los Astros. Viene nuevo pitcher por el equipo de los Washington. Venimos a la parte alta del octavo. Jordan Wings frente a Alberto Hernández. Lanzamiento, strike cantado al centro. Así que John Hernández, John García y César, perdón, Alberto Hernández, John García y César Salazar. César Salazar, creo que era catcher. ¿O es catcher? Así es, va por Singleton. Así que bateando Alberto Hernández. El pitcher Jordan Wings. Viene aquí a hacerse cargo de este octavo inning. Alta del octavo. Se prepara Hernández. Se prepara Jordan. Lanzamiento. Le tira foul. Ahí la falló, 1 y 2. Ese lanzamiento era muy bueno para hacer una buena conexión. Listo el pitcher al home. Roletazo. Allá. Vamos a ver. Es lento, pero ahí el pitcher se puso las pilas, bajó rápido y asistió muy bien a primera base. Por eso se concreta el out. Que a diferencia del caso del inning pasado, que el pitcher de los Astros no llegó a tiempo, Contreras. Y por eso se le envasó un corredor. Son cosas fundamentales que el pitcher tiene que saber, que todo batazo que vaya al lado de su izquierda, frente al home, tiene que asistir a primera. No importa si lo va a hacer solo al final el primera base, él tiene que estar delante del corredor. Bateando John García, señores. Se encuentra en la primera base. Entró por Caratini, el catcher. Así que Caratini quiere el catcher. García pasó a primera. Y Salazar pasó al catcher, que entró por Singleton. 1 y 2 la cuenta para el señor John García. Ahí tenemos la última temporada, que los numeritos de John García. Listo, Jordan al home. Extrae al centro, señores. Se va ponchado. Quedó helado ahí. Quedó congelado ahí el John García con ese lanzamiento en recta al centro. Y ahora viene a batear César Salazar, el catcher. Salazar había entrado por John Singleton, el oso, que estaba en primera. Ahí está Jordan Álvarez, tradeado por los Houston por Josh Fields. En el 2023 All-Star. Y ahí está el hombre. Esa era la trivia, creo que estaba. Bateando César Salazar, el catcher, enfrente de Jordan Wing, el pitcher que está por los Nacionales. El partido 7-3. Alta de la octava. 2 out. Lanzamiento, le tira batazo. Largo, alto, allá a lo profundo, señores, la va buscando. El right field, right center. Qué cobertura de este muchacho, Captura para el tercero, le dio duro Salazar, señores. Así que termina la entrada. Y el juego sigue 7-3. Venimos al cierre del octavo. A batear Nacionales. Rosauro Minchara dice: saludos amigos, aquí el millón ánimo Astro Houston. Gracias amigo, muchas gracias, claro que sí. Nosotros apoyando al 100% a Astros de Houston. Es nuestro equipo grande. Ya saben que si quieren ver el partido todos los días, yo lo tendré este formato aquí, pero ustedes pueden ver el partido en ese link que está ahí debajo, el que está fijado en el chat. Ahí pueden ingresar y ahí pueden ver el juego tranquilamente, sin problemas. Si no conocen la plataforma, bueno, este es el día. Ahí se transmite todos los días, no hay problema, no se corta. Es narrado por mi persona, exclusivo a una comunidad que tengo de Astros de Houston, que son gente que de Houston. Así que así pues hemos estado trabajando durante un año, trabajamos el año pasado. Son gente muy amigable, muy hermosa, muy educada. Nada de hate, nada de palabras soeces o palabras incómodas. Nada de política, nada de religión. La verdad que la pasamos muy bien, nos divertimos. A veces les hago el show. Porque aparte de narrar, pues les hago un extra, hacerlos reír, dar mensaje. A muchos han aprendido el béisbol, ya que yo soy una persona que desde los 4 años estuve en los campos de béisbol con una persona que era mi padre, la cual fue profesional. Así que aprenden mucho conmigo. Bueno, dicen ellos. Yo creo que sí, algo les queda. Así que venimos, señores, al cierre del octavo, señores. Ahí está Heider aquí, que lo tendremos. Estamos ansiosos por conocer a Heider. No, pitcher por el equipo de los Astros de Houston, Cole McDonald, señores, ya haciendo roletazo allá. ¡Uy! Se enreda el señor y la tercera por ese batazo. Ninguno de los dos lo puede hacer. Así que infield hit. No es error, pienso. Pienso que no es error. Porque el batazo pasa entre los dos. Inofensivo el batazo. Pienso que ahí... es que el batazo iba muy entre dos. Los dos, cualquiera de los dos la tenía porque iban muy... Ahí vemos el encontronazo un poco risible porque no se lastimaron, gracias a Dios. Y el batazo pasó entre que ellos se hacían el encontronazo, la bola pasaba tranquilamente entre los dos. Así que infield hit, creo que es un infield hit, no hay error. Porque ninguno fue capaz de tocar la bola. Esa bola llevaba ojo, como dirían aquí en mi país. Así que hombre en primera sin out, pichando Cole McDonald y bateando Carter Kieboom, que ya lleva imparable en este inning. Kieboom. Lanzamiento malo. De hecho, Kieboom fue un doble el que conectó. Creo que anotó carrera. Ya ahorita mismo de 1-1, sí empujó una carrera. No empujó carrera. Bueno, Kieboom sí pegó un doble, pero quedó solito. No, nadie lo pudo remolcar. Y el doble fue sin corredores en base. Bateando Kieboom, pichando McDonald. 2 malas, 1 buena. 3 malas, 1 buena para Kieboom. Corriendo en primera, Milas. Lanzamiento foul hacia atrás. Se pone al límite la cuenta 3-2. Importante ahorita el lanzamiento que va a hacer el señor Cole McDonald. De 1-1, Kieboom. A ver. ¿Qué pasó aquí? Le aplicaron alguna regla de pitch time. ¿Qué pasó? O un balk. Si fue un balk, entonces es un avance. Parece que fue un balk. Sí, parece que fue un balk. Así que batea Jake Alu. Aquí se complica un poco porque hay bases limpias. Hay 2 envases sin out. Así que Cole McDonald poniéndose en aprietos aquí en el cierre del octavo y bateando Jake Alu. La mala, las primeras 1-1. Esperando turno Dylan Cruz. Alu entró por García Jr. en la segunda base y se ponchó en su turno anterior. Se prepara el pitcher. Hacia el home, le tira batazo. Foul. Listo el pitcher. Cole McDonald ya se prepara. Al home le tira una tremenda curva, foul. Y se mantiene la cuenta 1-2 para pitcher y bateador. Importante este bateador para McDonald. Sacarlo porque de envasarse se pondría muy peligroso la situación para Astros. Ahora sí, va de viaje, se poncha, le tira, lo pasa, no hay manera. Lo canta el mero umpire, así que no hay nada que consultar. Ahí tenemos a Josh Hader. No sabemos si podría tener podría aparecer en este juego. Ya que lo andan mencionando, podría ser, No estoy seguro. Ni lo han anunciado. Lanzamiento, strike cantado. Eso es bueno, entrar tirando strike. Batea Dylan Cruz, el center fielder. Cruz de 1-0 lleva un ponche. Lanzamiento mala, 1-1. Corredores en primera y en segunda. Hay un out. Estamos en la baja del octavo, señores. Se prepara el pitcher McDonald. Hacia el home. Cantado el segundo. Buen guanteo por parte del catcher del equipo de los Astros. Y el catcher Salazar le quita una bola al bateador. 1-2. Lanzamiento enterrado. Bien el bloqueo por parte de Salazar. Así que 2-2. Listo McDonald, listo Cruz. Lanzamiento adentro, foul. Se mantiene la cuenta 2-2. Listo el pitcher, le tira batazo. Foul.
Astros led this game 7-0. Nationals got one back in the fourth, two in the fifth. They're now in the bottom half of the eighth inning, 7-3.
Lanzamiento caído. 3-2. Se pone al límite la cuenta, señores. Hombre en segunda, hombre en primera. Hay un out. Podría haber bateo y corrido aquí. Los corredores abren. Listo el pitcher al home. Foul. Buen lanzamiento. Si no le tira el bateador, posiblemente se hubiese ido ponchado. Listo, McDonald. Va hacia el home. Mala la cuarta, señores. Base llena por parte del equipo de los nacionales. Problemas para Astros. Están ganando por 4 en el octavo, pero base llena con solamente un out. No deja de ser un peligro eminente aquí. Así que Cole McDonald necesita un doble play prácticamente. Lanzamiento, roletazo allá, que va de hit, señores. Pueden anotar 2 carreras. Vamos a ver si se va el hombre a home. Esperado, señores. Esperado en home play. Buen tiro de parte del left field del equipo de los Astros de Houston. De hecho, el left field de los Astros ahora mismo, a ver, es Whitaker. Así que entre Whitaker y Salazar hacen un tremendo out en home. Eso significaba la quinta, Eso estaba peligrando. Y aparte de la quinta, quedaban 2 en base con solamente un out. Así que anota una más. Los Nacionales 7-4 se acercan. Pero no ha pasado el problema porque viene a batear James Wood, que ya conectó de cuadrangular por todos los right center, amigos. Fue una bellazada de batazo por parte de este zurdo, o el número 50, James Wood. Y lo bueno para Astros es que ese jonrón fue sin corredores en las almohadillas. Así que en primera y en segunda hay 2 outs. Batea James Wood. Lanzamiento en curva. Le hace swing, roletazo. Allá por el pitcher. El pitcher muy bien. Levanta. Él mismo va a tocar. Y es out, señores. Termina este inning peligrosísimo para los Astros. Y el juego ahora está 7-4. ...7-4... anotó una el equipo de los Washington, de los Nacionales de Washington. Dice, ¿qué pasó ahí? Dice, a ver, ¿qué dice Crisia? Dice, a mí no me sale una opción el año pasado. Bueno, es que el año pasado te dimos suscripciones gratis, Acel. Por eso no te salían. Vamos a ver cómo están mis chicos allá. Bueno, aquí estamos en Facebook. Dice, saludos amigos aquí del millón. Al millón, correcto. Ánimo Astros de Houston, exacto. Tenemos 10 personas ahí en Facebook. Ya saben amigos, los invito al canal de la comunidad de Twitch. Ahí estamos, una comunidad bonita. Ahorita estamos empezando, es el primer día del Sprint Training. Es el primer juego de los Astros de Houston. Nosotros transmitimos Astros de Houston. Lo narramos, los ponemos ahí bonitos, saludamos a la gente, compartimos. Lo importante es que todos los que vamos ahí los miramos como una familia. Estamos ahí, nos saludamos, tenemos un grupo de WhatsApp también y nos mantenemos al tanto de todas las informaciones del equipo de Astros de Houston. También hay mucha gente que se va a los estadios y nos mandan videos, fotos, y compartimos bastante con las personas que están en nuestra comunidad en WhatsApp, tanto en WhatsApp como allá en Twitch. Así que vamos señores, al inning número 9, a la parte alta del inning número 9, a batear el equipo de Houston, Justin Dirden, que pegó un batazo fuerte allá por el right center. Y tenemos un nuevo pitcher por el equipo de los Nacionales de Washington, DJ Hurst. DJ Hurst es el hombre que está de perfil zurdo lanzando. Ya tiene en su cuenta el señor Justin Dirden. 2 bolas, 1 strike. Se prepara el pitcher hacia el home. Strike cantado. Hay 2 strikes, 2 bolas. Estamos en la parte alta del inicio, inning número 9. El equipo de Nacionales poco a poco ha ido acercándose al número 7, a la carrera número 7 de Houston. Lleva 4 el equipo de los Nacionales. Y aquí base por bola. Y viene a batear Zach Daniels. Zach Daniels es el hombre que viene a batear. Tenemos corredor en primera. Importante crear una carrerita por cualquier rebelión en el mero 9º inning por parte de los Nacionales. Dice, más. Ok. Atlanta 8, 7, 5, 4. Miren, esos son los equipos con más temporadas consecutivas en las series de división. Allá va el asalto, pero es puesto fuera. No le permiten estafar y es puesto out. El señor Dirden, de todos los tiempos, all the time. Dice Atlanta 8, Astros 7, Oakland 5, San Luis 4 y los Yankees 4. Eso debe ser sí en los últimos años, porque los Yankees, pues ustedes saben que fueron una gran potencia en los primeros años del siglo XX. Lanzamiento foul. 2 bolas, 1 strike para el señor Sash Daniels. Así que sentenciaron en segunda intentando el robo el señor Dirden, el centerfield del equipo de Astros, que se había envasado por base por bola. Y hace swing y se poncha, señores, al tercero y tenemos 2 outs rápidamente. Mañana a las 11:30 de la mañana, Astros, Sprint Training. Creo que iremos contra, ahorita no me acuerdo, pero claro, ahí se los pondremos en las redes, ahí lo pondremos mañana. Ese es el primer juego que tendremos mañana, así que atentos. Atentos, chicos y chicas.
Quincy Hamilton's a lefty, so I knew it wasn't him. I shouldn't have said it, but Zach Daniels 0 for 2 and now.
Batea Chuck Stevens, lanzamiento mala. 2 malas, 1 buena para el bateador de Stevens. TJ Hurd, después de dar base por bola, simplificó con atrapado en segunda y ponchando al segundo bateador. Y aquí enfrentándose a Chad Stevens. Estamos en la parte alta del noveno. En la próxima bateada será el último chance de los Nacionales de Washington. Batazo, foul, 2-2. Con este resultado, el MVP del partido, sin lugar a dudas, es el señor de las baleadas power, el hondureño Mauricio Dubón. Ya que Dubón con 3 turnos anotó 2, empujó 3 y pegó 3 imparable de 3-3. Se poncha, señores, y termina el inning. No se anotó carrera, un atrapado robando, una base por bola. El partido 7-4. Un saludo a todos los que nos han seguido. Un saludo a María de Oquendo con sus 100 bits. También con su suscripción de María de Oquendo. El seguimiento de Charlie Umaña. Gracias por seguirnos, amigos. También Nobody 5 también nos siguió hace 2 horas. Ale de King 8190 también nos siguió. Coy y también nos sigue hace 2 horas. FBI Jurmon nos siguió hace 2 horas. Gabo Baker hace 3 horas. Jacqueline 85 también nos siguió. Clausin nos siguió. Goshmin 420 nos siguió el día de hoy. Jeans M13 lo siguió el día de hoy. All Toxi CRD también lo siguió el día de hoy. Ceci Mil se suscribió con Prime, señores, hace 8 horas y nos siguió también. Salvador Torres también nos siguió. Monroy nos siguió. Yoshi nos siguió. Martor nos siguió. Edwin nos siguió. Bueno, eso del día de hoy. Todo eso ha sido lo que ha sido la fuente de actividades. Muchas gracias a todos los suscriptores, los que nos han apoyado. Mil gracias y muchas bendiciones para todos. Crisia, ¿cómo estás, Crisia? ¿Qué dice? Vamos a ver allá cómo estoy allá en Twitch, dice. Así que para quienes saludo, un saludo a Rosauro Minchares, saludos allá. Dice, saludos amigo, aquí 1.000.000 de ánimo, Astros de Houston, también puro pa'lante, viejo, dice Oscar Sosa, saludos Oscar Sosa. Houston hasta la muerte, Ramón García, Flor Rivera, daremos lo mejor este año, exacto, muy buenas, positivas, señores, gracias allá por toda la gente de Facebook también. ¿Qué dice la gente allá de? Bueno, seguro allá no tenemos nadie. Venimos al cierre, señores, del inning número 9, parte baja del 9. Último chance para el equipo de los Nacionales de Washington. Tenemos el pitcher César Gómez listo para cerrar este partido. Lanzamiento, le tira foul. Y es el primer strike, 1-1 la cuenta. Aquí con este resultado, Astros de Houston estaría imponiéndose 7-4 ante Nacionales. Pero antes necesitamos 3 outs. Lanzamiento elegante. Esa curva que cae en la esquina de afuera, 1 y 2. Listo Gómez. Lanzamiento adentro. Un slider que se entierra. Y la cuenta ahora se pone 2 y 2. Listo el pitcher. Al home le tira roletazo. Foul la machuca. Y se mantiene la cuenta 2 y 2. Bateando Robert Hassel 3. El left field con el número 57. Qué nombre más largo. Robert Hassel 3. Bueno. No conocimos al 2 ni al 1. Conocemos al 3. Lanzamiento. Le tira batazo allá que va de imparable por el left field, señores. A recortar. El left field le intenta ahí un amago para irse a segunda. Pero el tiro es correcto a segunda. Y tiene que retornar a primera el señor Hassel. Así que hombre en primera sin out. Aquí queriendo amenazar el equipo de los Nacionales de Washington. Y viene a batear Travis Blankenhorn, el designado. Pichando César Gómez. Lanzamiento. Strike cantado al centro. Se le mueve bonita esa bola. Blankenhorn bateando con el número 33, el designado. Lanzamiento, le tira adentro y es el segundo strike. Serie 2 lo tiene ya contra la pared, señores. Esa carrera no es muy importante para Astros. Así que tiene que trabajar bateador por bateador el pitcher César Gómez. Lanzamiento alto. Un lanzamiento de desperdicio prácticamente. Estamos en el cierre del noveno. El partido está 7-4. Arriba los Astros de Houston en su primer juego de Sprint Training. Lanzamiento en curva, roletazo. Bueno para 2. La mofea un poco el shortstop y no la puede controlar. Y es un error. Ese error es prácticamente por querer realizar el doble play. Pero si él se enfoca en sacar el out. Si él se enfoca en sacar el out en primera, concretaba el out. Pero bueno, así es. Él quiso hacer el mejor, lo que él creía que era mejor. Y no le salió. Pero bueno, hombre en primera y en segunda, que es lo importante para Nacionales. Y batea Lewin Díaz, el primera base. Lanzamiento, le tira batazo allá. La va buscando el tercera base. Vamos a ver si la tiene. ¡La tiene! Se pasó, señores. Uf. Santo Dios. Estamos terminando mal. No teníamos errores en todo el partido. Y ahorita mismo llevamos 2 en el mero del cierre. El viento está durísimo, pero hay que tener en cuenta que cuando eres fildeador tienes que tomar esas medidas. Tienes que saber ya para dónde el viento está tirando duro. O soplando fuerte. Listo el pitcher, lanzamiento, roletazo. Ahora sí para 2. 1 en segunda. 2 en primera. Doble play, señores. Acaba de aparecer el mejor amigo del pitcher y de los Astros. El doble play. Simplifican aquí el inning. El corredor de segunda pasa a tercera, pero ya hay 2 outs. Estamos solamente a 1 de la victoria de Astros. Así que importante este out. A punto de finalizar esto. Dice Curita 97. Hola Fénix, ¿jugó Dumont? Claro que jugó. De hecho, creo. Se va a acabar, señores, el partido. Se acaba el partido, señores. Victoria del equipo de los Astros. Tremenda labor. Mira, Curita 97. No solo jugó, fue el jugador del partido. Pegó 3 imparables, batió de 3-3, 2 empujadas, 2 anotadas. Tuvo que salir porque hizo demasiado, así que pues, ¿qué le podemos decir? Pero hizo un gran trabajo. Excelente trabajo hizo Dubón. Creo que es el hombre del partido. De hecho, sí, creo que lo tienen que poner como el hombre del partido, Dubón. Creo que sí, ¿no? Así que vamos a ir a hablar allá. Ya les pongo el right. Para que me den un saludito para allá. Ya vamos para allá. Ya lo llevo para allá con todo. Crisia. Para que hablemos ahí. Me miren un ratito. Y Melera creo que tomara mucho en cuenta este año. Claro, claro. No, este año creo que sinceramente, amigos. Este año Dubón. Si el año pasado yo di mucho por él. Creí mucho en él. Este año va con todo. Vamos con todo. Vamos a apoyar al 100%. Arriba los Astros, Alexis Esteves. Claro que sí. Crisia se suscrito. Suscripción de nivel 1 es de 6 meses. Ya tiene una antigüedad de 6 meses. Muchas gracias, Crisia. Muchas gracias. Los traje aquí pues para que... ¿Cómo miraron el partido? ¿Qué les gustó? Increíble. Hacer mis últimos... Quería que hiciéramos un último repaso de todo lo que pasó ahí. Sinceramente, para mí, muy, muy, muy excelente. Oh, le hice mal. Boté el otro en vez de este. Bueno, ni modo. Ni modo, chicos, los tiré rápido. Vamos a ver si puedo volver a iniciar. Creo que sí puedo. Sí puedo, sí puedo, sí puedo. Claro que se puede. Muchas gracias por la transmisión, Fénix. Es que no era este el que iba a quitar. El que iba a quitar era el otro. Era el otro que iba a quitar y quité el que no debía quitar. Bueno, así es esto, ¿no? ¿Qué pasó? No se me actualiza ahora. Ay, señor. Cómo no, ahora sí se actualizó. Bueno, estamos 13 ahí. Bueno, ¿qué miraron? ¿Algún comentario que quieran aportar? A mí, sinceramente, me encantó ver a Dubón haciendo lo que sabe hacer, siendo incidente, conectando hit. Hola, Yerita. Lo que pasa es que en vez de cortar el otro, corté este mismo. Así que, señores, 7-4. Gana los Astros de Houston. Muy bonito lo de Dubón. De 3-3, 2 empujadas, 2 anotadas. Creo que fue lo mejor que vimos. Y varias cosas, pues, que se hicieron. Un saludo a Crisia25, un saludo también a su esposa, un saludo a Yerita, que es mi esposa, un saludo a Alexis Esteves, que estuvo por aquí, un saludo a toda la gente de Facebook también que nos siguen por allá. Muy alegre por haber hecho todo esto. ¿Qué pasó aquí? Tiene como 10 años, dice. Dice, de nuevo por aquí, dice. El corredor de primera. Ya terminamos. Dice Toti Mora, dice no hay en vivo. ¿Cómo no? Sí, estuvimos en vivo. Claro que estuvimos en vivo. Lo que pasa es que tienen que estar en el link. Bueno, no sé qué pasó, que separaron todo allá. Yo no estuve nada allá en Facebook. No sé si es que se bugueó o qué cosa. Entonces, ¿qué miraron? ¿Todo bien? Pues entonces, ¿qué? Entonces hay que irnos, pues. Fue un placer haber estado con nosotros. Mañana ya saben que tienen una... Mañana los espero temprano. Creo que va a ser a las 11 eso. No sé a qué hora va a ser. Más o menos por ahí, como a las 11 va a ser. Así que los espero, amigos. Los espero con mucho cariño. Casi 8 horas lo fuimos, ¿eh? Muy bueno todo. Así que bye amigos, beso y abrazo, Crisia, beso y abrazo a todos los que estuvieron por aquí. Gracias a María Oquendo. Gracias a Eddie, gracias a George Hecas, a J. Kip 7, Robish, Tulito también. Muchas gracias por haber estado con nosotros. A todas las personas que pasaron por ahí saludando también. Así que yo me despido, fue un placer. Gracias por haber acompañado. Ganamos los Astros, vamos alegres, vamos tranquilos, como siempre. Y mañana vamos a tener otro partido aquí por su canal. Así que nos vemos. Beso y abrazo. Nos vemos. Bye bye. Cuídense con todo. Y Dios los proteja caminos y descansen muy, muy bien. Saludos amigos. Bendiciones.